The Unending Descent, a novel of dungeons and deliberate power. Chapter 1. A ceiling made of stone. The first thing Cale noticed was the smell. It was damp and old and mineral in a way that reminded him of the basement of his grandmother's house in Ohio, the one she kept locked, except on holidays when the adults would go down to retrieve old wine and forgotten boxes. That basement had always felt like the edge of something. This place felt like the center of it. He was lying on his back. That much he established before he opened his eyes. The surface beneath him was stone, not the smooth-cut kind but the kind that forms naturally, ridged and uneven in ways that pressed into his spine through his thin jacket. He could hear water somewhere, a slow drip with no particular rhythm, patient in the way that only geological things can be. Cale opened his eyes. The ceiling above him was dark stone veined with something that glowed. Not brightly, just enough to make out the texture of the rock, the way it curved overhead in a shape that was almost but not quite like a dome. The light was pale blue and steady, and it came from threads of crystal running through the stone like frozen rivers caught mid-flow. He sat up slowly. The chamber he was in was not large, perhaps 20 feet across and roughly circular, though the walls bulged and receded in organic ways that made the exact shape difficult to judge. There were no doors that he could see. No windows. No obvious seam where an entrance might have been sealed. Just stone and the soft crystalline glow and the sound of distant dripping. He checked himself out of habit before thinking too hard about where he was. Both hands present. Fingers worked. He flexed them and watched them move and felt the familiar resistance of his own knuckles. His clothes were what he had been wearing before: jeans, the blue jacket he'd bought secondhand 3 years ago, canvas shoes that were better for city walking than whatever this was. His phone was in his left pocket. He pulled it out and looked at it. No signal. The screen lit fine and showed him the time as 3:47 p.m. before he realized that number meant nothing here. He put the phone away and stood. Standing brought the room into better perspective. He was taller than the average person by a few inches, and the ceiling was still far above him, which meant the chamber was more spacious than it had initially seemed when he was lying down. He turned a full circle. The walls were unbroken except for one spot near what he was mentally calling the north wall, where the crystal veins grew more dense and the glow intensified slightly, forming a rough patch of brighter light about the size of a dinner plate. He walked to it and looked at it for a long moment. Then he pressed his hand against it. The stone was cool. Not cold exactly, just below body temperature in a way that felt deliberate. When his palm touched the bright patch, he felt something he did not have a good word for in any language he knew. It was like the moment just before recognizing a word you've forgotten, like the pressure of a thought trying to surface. His fingers tingled faintly and then a voice spoke. Not in his ears, somewhere behind them. Registration detected. New entrant. Initializing assessment. Cale pulled his hand back. The tingling stopped. The voice did not repeat itself. He stood very still for several seconds and breathed. He was not the kind of person who panicked easily. He had learned this about himself gradually over 26 years and a childhood that had not been particularly gentle. Panic was expensive and it bought you nothing. What it cost was clarity, and clarity was the one resource that mattered when everything else was stripped away. So he breathed and let the information settle and waited to see what came next. What came next was a second voice. This one was different, less mechanical. It had texture in it, something that almost sounded like curiosity. You didn't scream. Most of them scream. The voice was coming from the north wall, from the bright patch of crystal. He turned back to it and found that the glow had changed shape while he wasn't looking. It was no longer a formless patch. It was now a face. A rough one, more impression than detail, as if someone had pressed their features into softened wax and the wax had then hardened before the impression fully set. Eyes that were just slightly too large. A mouth that moved when the voice spoke. "Where am I?" Cale said. It came out flat rather than alarmed, and he was glad of that. "The Warden Depths," the face in the crystal said. "Specifically the entry antechamber of level 1. You are in a dungeon. I know that word means something different in your world, so I will explain what it means here. A dungeon in this context is a structured spatial reality that exists beneath the surface of the inhabited world. It has levels. Each level is more dangerous than the one above it. Things live here that do not live on the surface. Resources exist here that cannot be found anywhere else. People descend into dungeons to grow stronger and to gather those resources, and sometimes they do not come back up. And I'm here because we don't know. Entrants sometimes arrive with explanations, and sometimes they don't. Your arrival method is logged as unclassified. That happens occasionally." A pause. "More than the official records admit." Kale looked at the face. It did not look away. It had no reason to look away since it was made of crystal and light and whatever passed for consciousness in a dungeon's wall. "Are you the dungeon?" "I am an interface, a communication layer. The dungeon itself is not the kind of thing that talks in the way you mean. It thinks and it changes and it grows, but its thoughts are not easily translated into words. I translate. My name is Varys. What is your name?" "Kale." "Kale, no surname given. That is fine. Many entrants go by one name after a while. The depths have a way of making the old pieces of identity feel less relevant." Varys seemed to consider something. "You are unarmed. You have no supplies. You have no experience with this environment. These are the standard conditions for an unclassified arrival. The dungeon has protocols for this." "What kind of protocols?" "You will be given time to orient. The entry antechamber is safe. Nothing here will harm you. After orientation, you will have access to the assessment chamber where your attributes will be measured and logged. After assessment, you will receive a shard." "What is a shard?" "Your connection to the dungeon's progression system, the mechanism by which you grow stronger here and by which the dungeon tracks your development. Without a shard, you are just a person in a cave. With one, you are an entrant with the potential to become something considerably more." Kale sat down on the stone floor, not from exhaustion, from the instinct that decisions should be made from a stable position rather than a standing one. He looked up at Varys and thought about everything that had just been said and tried to find the part of it that was most urgently important. "How do I get home?" he said. Varys was quiet for a moment that was just long enough to be meaningful. "That question has been asked by a great many entrants. The answer is complex, and I will not insult your intelligence by making it simple. The short version is this: the path out leads down, not up. Those who have successfully returned to the surface world have done so by reaching the bottom of the Warden Depths and passing through what lies there. No one knows exactly how many levels there are. The deepest confirmed floor is level 312. What lies beyond that is inference and myth." Kale absorbed this. He sat with it the way you sit with bad news that is too large to process all at once. He let the outer edges of it exist without trying to take in the center. 312 confirmed floors, he said, at minimum. And I'm on level 1. You are in the antechamber of level 1. You have not yet technically entered the dungeon proper. He looked around the chamber, the crystal glow, the dripping water he still couldn't locate. The stone that smelled like his grandmother's basement and like something older than memory. He thought about home and let himself feel the shape of that thought without following it anywhere. Then he put it away. "Tell me about the assessment chamber," he said. Chapter 2, The Weight of Numbers. The assessment chamber was through a passage that had not been there the night before. Kale had slept in the entry antechamber. There was no other option. Varys had offered neither food nor bedding, and Kale had not asked, because he could see that asking would produce nothing. He had folded his jacket under his head and lain on the stone and stared at the crystal-threaded ceiling until something that was close enough to sleep came and took him. When he woke, the glow was the same. There was no way to know whether time had passed in the way he was used to time passing. No change in light to mark hours, no birdsong, just the drip and the glow and the cool stability of deep stone. He had checked his phone and found the battery at 73% and made a decision then about how often to look at it. The passage had appeared in the south wall. It was not a dramatic appearance. There was no grinding of stone or flash of light. It was simply there when it had not been before, an opening roughly shaped for a person to walk through, the edges smooth in a way the rest of the walls were not. Varys spoke from the crystal patch before he moved toward it. The assessment chamber is ready for you. When you enter, it will measure several things simultaneously. You may feel discomfort but not pain. When the measurement is complete, your attributes will be displayed. I recommend reading them carefully. Will you explain what they mean after you see them? It is better to form your own first impressions. People who are told what their numbers mean before they see them tend to read the explanation rather than the numbers. The numbers are more important. Kale accepted this and walked through the passage. The assessment chamber was larger than the antechamber. It was also perfectly circular in a way the antechamber had only approximated. The floor here was smoother and the crystal veins were arranged in deliberate patterns, concentric rings that ran from the center outward and then curved up the walls and met at the apex of the ceiling in a single bright node. The node pulsed slowly. In, out, like breathing. There was nothing else in the room. No furniture, no tools, no obvious mechanism. Just the stone and the crystal and the pulse. He walked to the center and stood in the middle of the innermost ring. The discomfort Varys had promised arrived immediately. It was not quite pain. It was something closer to the feeling of a limb that has fallen asleep suddenly waking everywhere at once. Every muscle, every bone, every organ he had ever been dimly aware of through the usual signals of hunger and fatigue, and the body's small complaints all made themselves known to him at the same moment. It lasted perhaps 10 seconds. Then it was gone, and in its place was a sensation of being seen very thoroughly by something that had no opinion about what it found. Words appeared in the air in front of him, not projected, not floating in any theatrical sense. They simply existed at eye level, rendered in the same pale blue of the crystal light, sharp enough to read without effort. Entrant assessment: Kale, unclassified arrival body, 11 mind, 19 spirit, 7 reflex, 13 endurance, 9 perception, 16 total attribute sum, 75 potential classification, unranked shard affinity, pending he read the numbers twice. Then he read them a third time because the habit of thoroughness was one he had developed early and never lost. He noted which were high and which were low, and he thought about what they might mean before he walked back through the passage to ask Varys. Mind 19, Varys said when Kale reported what he had seen. That is unusually high for an unclassified arrival. Spirit 7 is the more typical figure for someone from your category of world. Perception 16 is also notable. You are someone who pays attention. What do the numbers represent? Not abstractly. What do they actually do? Body governs physical strength and the capacity to sustain injury. A body score of 11 means you are somewhat below average for an adult male of your build by the standards of this dungeon. The average entrant from the surface world arrives with body scores between 12 and 15. Endurance governs stamina and the rate at which you recover. 9 is quite low. You will tire faster than most and heal slower. Reflex governs reaction speed and coordination. 13 is adequate, not a strength but not a liability. Mind and perception. Mind governs your capacity to learn, to understand, to apply knowledge in conditions of stress. A mind score of 19 means you will learn from your experiences here at a rate significantly faster than most entrants. Skills and techniques that take others months to internalize will take you weeks. Some that take others years you may compress into months. It is the single attribute that improves most of what is otherwise a modest physical profile. Varys paused. Perception governs your awareness of the environment around you. What you notice and how quickly. At 16, you will see things that others miss. You will read the dungeon more clearly than most. And spirit. Spirit is the most important attribute, and yours is the lowest. 7 is not a disqualifying score, but it is a significant limitation. Spirit is the measure of your connection to the underlying forces that make growth possible in this place. Without spirit, the dungeon's progression system cannot work with you fully. Skills will be slower to activate. Shard abilities will be weaker. The ceiling on your development in any given cycle will be lower. How do I improve spirit? Varys was quiet for a moment. That is the right question to ask first. Most entrants ask how to improve body, because body is the score that keeps you alive in immediate combat. But spirit is what determines your long-term ceiling. It improves through acts of genuine commitment. Not effort in the mechanical sense, but in the sense of choosing something fully rather than partially. The dungeon can measure the difference between a person going through motions and a person actually meaning what they do. Spirit responds to meaning. Cale thought about this. It was strange, and it was also not entirely foreign. He had known people in his life who were technically capable but who never fully committed to anything, and he had noticed that they never quite became what they might have been. He had never had a word for what they lacked. Now perhaps he did. You said shard affinity is pending. When does that resolve? When you receive your shard. The shard is attuned during the bonding process. What it becomes is influenced by who you are at the moment of bonding. Your attributes will be part of that, but not all of it. The dungeon reads deeper than numbers. Where do I get the shard? Level 1, first chamber proper. There is a node there. All entrants go through it. Varys made a sound that was not quite a sigh, something more like a resolution. You should understand something before you enter level 1. The Warden Depths is not a simple place. There are entrants here who have been descending for years. There are factions that have claimed territories. There are creatures that have been here long enough to develop intelligences of their own. It is not an empty dungeon waiting to be conquered. It is a living system, and you are entering it with the attributes of a scholar and the equipment of someone who took a wrong turn on their way somewhere else. Cale looked down at his canvas shoes. He was aware of their limitations. He had been aware of them since he woke up on the stone floor, and they had not stopped being a problem in the intervening hours. Then I should get a shard and figure out the rest, he said. That would be the conventional approach, Varys agreed. What is the unconventional approach? A pause, longer this time. No one has ever asked me that. Cale filed this away, not as useful information immediately, as the kind of thing that might become useful later if he understood the right question to attach it to. He stood up and rolled his shoulders and looked at the passage to level 1 that Varys had indicated earlier, a second opening in the east wall that had appeared alongside the first. He walked toward it. Chapter 3, Level 1 and What Lives There. Level 1 of the Warden Depths did not look like what Cale had imagined based on the word dungeon. He had expected something medieval in feeling, torches and iron doors and the aesthetic of a place designed to confine. What he found instead was a vast natural cave system that had been modified in places by something that seemed more interested in function than atmosphere. The crystal veins were everywhere down here too, but thicker and more complex, branching into networks that ran along the cave floors and up the walls, and sometimes across open space in bridges of solid light. The ceilings were high enough in most chambers to make the exact height difficult to judge in the ambient glow. The passage from the antechamber had deposited him at the top of a long slope that curved downward and opened into the first major chamber of the level. He stood at the top of this slope for several minutes before descending. He was being careful. He was aware that carefulness was not the same as being safe, but it was the best available substitute. His body score was 11. His endurance was 9. He had no weapons and no knowledge of the creatures Varys had mentioned. Carefulness was the only resource he had that was fully his own. The chamber at the bottom of the slope was large. He estimated roughly 200 meters across, though the irregular walls made precision difficult. The floor was relatively flat, with a few exceptions where stone formations rose from it at intervals, some knee-height, some taller than he was. The crystal bridges crossed at various levels overhead. The air was cool and slightly damp, and smelled more strongly than the antechamber had of something biological. He saw the first creature within 30 seconds of entering the chamber. It was pale. Not white, but the kind of pale that comes from generations in lightless places, a color that had given up any relationship with sunlight. It was roughly the size of a large cat, though its shape was closer to a lizard, 4 legs and a long tail and a flat head with eyes that caught the crystal light and reflected it back in pale green. It sat on top of one of the knee-height stone formations perhaps 40 feet away, and it was looking at him. Kale looked at it. It looked at him. Neither of them moved. After a moment, it looked away. It began cleaning one of its forelegs with the flat of its tongue, demonstrating that he was either not a threat or not interesting enough to be worth sustained attention. He let out a breath he had not quite been aware of holding. "Cave skitters," Varys said. The voice came from a crystal node on the wall to his right, smaller than the one in the antechamber but functional. Kale was beginning to understand that Varys was distributed through the crystal network rather than located in one place. They are level 1 fauna. Prey animals rather than predators. They are eaten by almost everything else on this level. They are useful because they can be harvested for their hides, which have minor resistive properties, and their glands, which are the base ingredient for several low-level alchemical preparations. Do I need to worry about them? No, they bite if cornered, but their bite does negligible damage to an entrant. They will avoid you unless you approach them directly. Kale looked at the cave skitter on the rock formation. It had finished cleaning its leg and was now apparently meditating. What should I worry about on level 1? Deep crawlers. They are predators about the size of a large dog with a 3-stage attack pattern. They inject a mild paralytic when they bite. Entrants with low endurance scores are more vulnerable to the paralytic effect. A brief pause. You should be cautious about deep crawlers given your endurance of 9. How do I recognize them? They are dark. Much darker than the cave skitters. Almost black. They move low to the ground and they approach from behind when possible. You will smell them before you see them if your perception is engaged. The smell is ferrous, like blood but staler. Kale filed this away and kept moving. He was looking for the node Varys had mentioned, the one that would bond him to a shard. He did not know exactly where it was, and he had not asked the precise location because he had a theory that the asking was less valuable than the finding. He wanted to see the level with his own eyes first. He wanted to know what he was going to be working with before he committed to any particular approach. The chamber was active in a low-key way. Cave skitters moved among the stone formations in small groups. In one corner, a cluster of the crystal bridges had collapsed at some point in the past and lay in fragments on the floor, still glowing but broken. And in the resulting depression he could see a different kind of plant growing, pale and thin-leafed and reaching toward the crystal light with the slow determination that plants use everywhere. He noted its location without knowing yet whether it was relevant. He found the node after about 20 minutes of careful navigation. It was in the center of the chamber. He had missed it initially because it was set into the floor rather than mounted on a wall. A disk of denser crystal roughly 2 meters in diameter with the characteristic pale blue glow, concentrated in a pattern he recognized from the assessment chamber, concentric rings converging on a center point. The center point here was brighter, almost white. He stood at the edge of the disk and looked at it. "This is where I get the shard," he said. "Yes. You stand in the center. The bonding takes approximately 3 minutes. During that time, you will be unable to move and the dungeon will be actively reading you. The shard that forms will be matched to what it finds. Varys's voice came from a node set into the floor at the disk's edge. I should tell you one thing before you step on it. Tell me. The bonding process cannot be interrupted once begun, and the shard that forms cannot be changed after bonding. There are entrants who have bonded to shards that did not suit them and spent years either working around the limitation or attempting to dissolve the bond, which is possible but extremely costly. You should think carefully about what kind of entrant you want to be before you step on the disk, because what you are thinking about at the moment of bonding influences the result. Kale stood at the edge and looked at the white center point. He thought about his attributes: mind 19, perception 16, body 11, and endurance 9. He was not a fighter by nature or by number. He was someone who noticed things and understood them. He thought about the cave skitters and the collapsed crystal bridges and the pale plants growing toward the light. He thought about Varys asking if there was an unconventional approach and having no answer because no one had ever asked. He thought about level 312 and what might lie beyond it. He stepped onto the disk. The bonding was nothing like the assessment. The assessment had been a full-body inventory, mechanical and indifferent. This was something else, something that had opinion. He felt the dungeon looking at him the way a person looks at another person when they are deciding whether to trust them. Not measuring, evaluating. He stood still and let it look. The 3 minutes passed in what felt like a single held breath. When the light from the disk faded, a small object was floating in the air in front of his chest. It was no larger than a walnut. It was translucent in the way that deep ice is translucent, not clear but carrying light through itself in a way that made looking at it feel like looking through water. It rotated slowly without any obvious cause. He reached out and took it. The moment his fingers closed around it, something settled in his chest. Not a physical sensation exactly, more like a sound that had been playing just below hearing suddenly resolved into a note he could identify. The shard was warm in his hand. Varys spoke very quietly. It formed. I can see what it is. Tell me. It is a mapping shard, one of the rarer category of support shards. It does not increase your combat capacity directly. What it does is record. Everything you observe while holding it becomes indexed. Every room, every creature, every material, every pattern in the dungeon structure. Over time, the index becomes searchable. You can query your own accumulated observations and draw connections between them that you would not be able to draw consciously. Kale turned the shard in his fingers. The light in it shifted as it moved. A shard for someone who notices things. Yes. The dungeon agreed with your self-assessment. He closed his hand around it fully and felt the settling sensation deepen. He had no idea yet what this would become. He only knew that it was his and that the dungeon had given it to him as an answer to something he had not quite asked. He was going to learn this place. Every room, every creature, every pattern. He would learn it better than anyone had before him. He turned and looked out at the first chamber of level 1 and let the shard's warmth move through his fingers, and he began. Chapter 4. The Habit of Observation. The first entry in the mapping shard's index was a cave skitter. Kale did not think of it as writing. He was not writing. He was simply observing closely enough that the information organized itself, filtered through whatever mechanism the shard used, and became accessible again later in a form that could be queried. He learned this in the first hour of holding the shard by accident. He had been watching a group of cave skitters move between two stone formations, and had noticed that they always took the same path, even though several other routes were available. And when he thought about why they might do that, he found that the shard surfaced a piece of information from his earlier observation of the chamber that he had not consciously connected to their behavior. The collapsed crystal bridges in the corner had disrupted a cold air current that had previously flowed from the north end of the chamber. The skitters preferred warmer paths. The warmest path between those two formations was the one they used. It was a small thing, but it was the kind of small thing that accumulated. He spent the first 2 days on level 1 observing rather than engaging. This was not a popular strategy among the other entrants he began to encounter. He met 4 of them in that initial period, and each one reacted to his approach with a version of the same skepticism. The first was a woman named Sora. She was compact and quick-moving with a short blade at her hip, and a confidence in her movement that spoke of someone who had been here long enough to stop being afraid of the cave skitters. She encountered Kale crouching near a cluster of the pale plants he had noted earlier and studying the way they oriented toward the crystal bridges, and she looked at him the way people look at someone who has made a puzzling choice. "You're new," she said. It was not a question. "Yes. What shard did you bond to?" "Mapping." She processed this. Her expression did not change exactly, but something shifted behind it. "Support shard. You're not planning to fight your way through. Not primarily. Not at this stage. There is no other stage on level 1. You fight or you run. Sometimes both." She glanced at his canvas shoes with an expression that communicated several things efficiently. "You need boots. The stone on level 2 has edges. Those shoes will not last a week below the transition." He appreciated the directness. "Where do I get boots?" "There is a trader on the level 1 plateau, Marin. She set up near the northern ascent passage. She trades in surface goods that entrants bring down and dungeon materials that she buys from fighters and resells for a markup." Sora looked at him again with the evaluating quality of someone recalculating. "What do you have to trade?" he considered. "Currently nothing. I've been indexing the chamber layout for 2 days. And eating what? The cave skitters." He had worked this out on the first night. Cave skitters were prey animals and they were slow when they were not frightened. A mind score of 19 was useful for planning a simple trap, even when body was 11. He had built a ring of small stones in one of the skitter paths, and channeled 2 of them into it, and killed them with a sharp rock. The meat was stringy and tasted like something that had never seen the sun, and had made its peace with that fact. But it was food. Sora stared at him. "You've been eating raw cave skitter for 2 days. They are edible raw. I confirmed this with the interface before eating the first one. You can get sick." I did not. The interface suggested the dungeon's ambient energies have some effect on foodborne pathogens in entrants who have bonded to a shard. I tested the claim by eating and monitoring for symptoms. No symptoms appeared. He paused. "It does taste significantly worse than cooked wood." She was quiet for a moment. Then she did something he had not expected. She sat down on a nearby stone formation and looked at him with genuine interest rather than the performative skepticism of before. "You're actually using the mapping shard, not waiting for a passive ability to trigger. You're using it actively." "The shard records what I observe. The more deliberately I observe, the richer the index becomes. That seems correct." "Most mapping shard holders I've seen treat it as a passive navigation tool. Mark paths. Avoid backtracking." "That's all." She tilted her head. "You're building something else." "I'm building an understanding of how this level works, its patterns, its logic." He looked out at the chamber. 2 cave skitters were moving along the warm path he had identified, right on schedule. A dungeon is a system. Systems have rules. If I can understand the rules thoroughly enough, I can make better decisions at every level below this one. Sora was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, "That's either very smart or very slow." "Possibly both," Kale agreed. She stood and adjusted the blade at her hip and gave him a look that was not quite an invitation but was adjacent to one. "I'm going to the plateau to resupply. Come with me if you want. Marin will give you basic boots for a skitter hide if you've got one. She turns them into straps." He stood and gathered the 2 hides he had preserved from his first night's meal. They were rough and improperly treated, but they were intact. The path to the plateau took them through 2 additional chambers he had not yet mapped. The mapping shard pulsed gently as they moved. a warmth that was becoming familiar, and he watched everything: the placement of the crystal veins, the way the air moved through a narrowing between chambers that made a sound like a very low note, the scatter pattern of cave skitter droppings that indicated territory boundaries, the discoloration on the west wall of the second chamber that might be mineral seepage or might be something biological. Sora watched him watching and said nothing. She was reappraising him the whole way, and he could tell because her silence had a quality of thought in it. Marin's trading post was a leather pavilion set up against the plateau wall, functional without being comfortable, stocked with an inventory that had the organized chaos of something that had grown without a plan, but had survived through utility. Marin herself was a large woman with a vendor's economy of expression. She weighed everything, including words. She looked at Kale's hides and turned them over in her hands. Badly cured. 2 for a pair of boots is standard, but this isn't standard curing. I had no tools and no instruction. This was the best available result given those constraints. She looked at him. The vendor's economy of expression cracked slightly towards something that might have been amusement. 2 hides and you help me with something first. What is the something? I need a count of cave skitter populations in the eastern chambers. I'm trying to estimate sustainable harvest numbers. My usual scouts haven't come back, and I'm not going into those chambers myself. He thought about the 2 days of data already indexed in his shard. I have partial population data from the central and northern chambers from my own observation period. How detailed do you need the eastern count? She stared at him. You've been counting them. Not as a primary goal, but the mapping shard indexes behavioral patterns and population density is a component of that. He touched the shard through his jacket pocket. I can query what I have and tell you the confidence interval of the estimate. Marin looked at Sora. Sora offered nothing. Marin looked back at Kale. How detailed can you get? Not perfect for the eastern chambers without a survey, but my existing data suggests the central and northern chamber populations are closely linked to the eastern population through migratory patterns along the warm air channels. If I can map one more characteristic of those channels, I can extrapolate eastern population density to within approximately 15% accuracy. There was a silence in the trading post that had the quality of revision happening. 2 hides and an estimate to 15% accuracy, Marin said carefully. You get boots and something else. What else? She reached under the pavilion's main table and produced a short knife. Well-worn handle. Good edge on it still. She set it on the table between them. Consider it an investment. He reached for the knife and the boots and thought that this was how things worked when you had something genuinely useful to offer. Sora was watching him with an expression that had moved past reappraisal into something more like respect. He put the boots on and they fit reasonably well, and the stone floor of level 1 felt different beneath them immediately. Safer. More stable. Like something small but real had shifted in the calculation of his survival. He started thinking about the eastern chambers. Chapter 5. What the index remembers. The mapping shard did not just record. It connected. Kale had understood this intellectually from Varys's description, but understanding a thing intellectually and experiencing it in practice are 2 different events, and the gap between them is where most surprises lie. The connection property of the shard revealed itself on his 4th day on level 1 during a survey of the eastern chambers. He had gone alone. Sora had offered to accompany him, and he had thanked her and declined, not from pride but from the practical recognition that 2 people move differently through a space than 1 person does, and that the data he was collecting for Marin required a kind of stillness that was easier to achieve alone. He moved through the eastern chambers slowly. He paused at each cave skitter cluster he found and observed it for long enough to count individuals and note territorial boundaries and estimate food source proximity based on the plant growth patterns he had been indexing. The connection property first appeared when he was in the fourth eastern chamber and crouched near a wall observing a group of 11 skitters at a water source, a thin seep that emerged from the rock at about knee height and ran down a carved channel in the floor that was too regular to be natural. He was looking at the channel and thinking about who had carved it when the shard produced something unexpected. Not words. The shard did not produce words. It produced the sensation of connection, a warmth that moved from the shard in his pocket through his fingers and then gathered somewhere behind his eyes. And what that warmth carried was the memory of every carved channel he had observed in the previous 4 days suddenly becoming visible to him simultaneously. Superimposed, a ghost map of lines in stone running through all the chambers he had visited. They formed a network, not a random one, a deliberate one. The channels connected the water sources across the level, and they converged toward the center of the level in a pattern that suggested a central distribution point, something that the water was coming from or going to or both, somewhere he had not yet been. He sat back on his heels and let the ghost map resolve and tried to see it clearly. Some of the channels were old. He could tell by the wear on their edges, the smoothing that came from long years of flow. Some were newer. The stone on their edges was still relatively sharp, and the mineral deposits on their floors were thin. The newer channels seemed to be additions to an existing system rather than the system's core. Someone had built this, or something had, not recently, but not so long ago that the older channels had entirely lost their shape. He queried the shard directly for the first time, pressing his fingers against it in his pocket and thinking the question rather than speaking it: what built these channels? The shard's response was not an answer. It was a collection of everything relevant he had observed and the gaps between them. The cave's skitters used the channels. They did not avoid them, which meant the channels were not associated with a predator that skitters recognized as dangerous. The plants that grew near the channels were consistent with the plants growing near natural seeps elsewhere on the level, which meant the water itself was not unusual. The carved quality of the channels was not consistent with skitter behavior, deep crawler behavior, or any other fauna he had so far logged. The depth of some channels was inconsistent with a tool he could identify. The shard was telling him that it did not know and that this was itself significant information. He made a note of the central convergence point and continued his survey. He found the deep crawler on the way back. Varys had been right about the smell. He caught it before anything else, that ferrous staleness like blood that had been left in a cold room for too long, and he stopped moving immediately and stood perfectly still and breathed through his mouth, and let his perception work through the crystal-lit darkness of the chamber he was crossing. The deep crawler was behind him, perhaps 20 feet. Crouched low against the floor in a patch of shadow between 2 stone formations where the crystal light did not reach well. He could not see it precisely, but he could see the negative space of it, the way the ambient light bent slightly around something that was very dark and very still. His heart rate did not noticeably increase. He registered this as information about himself. He was someone who became more still under threat rather than more active. He did not know if this was useful yet. He thought about the chamber. He had mapped it already. The chamber was roughly oval with the passage he had entered through at the west end and the passage he needed at the east. Between him and the east passage were 3 of the taller stone formations, spaced irregularly. The crystal bridges overhead were intact here. The light was better near the formations than in the open floor. Deep crawlers attacked from behind. Cale thought about this and about what it implied. A creature that preferentially attacks from behind is a creature that has learned something about the vulnerability of its prey. It expects to be behind its prey. It expects its prey to be moving in a direction other than toward it. He turned around. He did not turn fast. He turned the way someone turns when they hear their name called in a quiet room, deliberately and without alarm. He faced the shadow between the stone formations directly and looked at where the deep crawler was, and let it be clear that he was looking at it. The deep crawler did not attack. It was not supposed to work this way. He did not know that it would. But there was a logic to it. A predator that relies on not being seen is disadvantaged when seen. The attack from behind strategy was dependent on the prey not knowing the predator was there. Now that condition had changed, the deep crawler was evaluating whether the ambush was still viable. He watched it make this evaluation. He could see it more clearly now that he was looking at it directly, the low shape of it, darker than the shadow around it, the pale green eye glint that matched the cave skitters but was set in a broader head. It was larger than he had imagined, perhaps 70 kilograms, heavily built across the shoulders. Then it moved. Not toward him, to his left and then forward, circling, repositioning to find an angle he was not facing. He turned with it, slow and deliberate, keeping it in front of him. They did this 3 more times. Then the deep crawler sat down. The movement was almost comical in its domesticity, hindquarters to floor, tail curling around itself, weight settling. It looked at him and looked away and looked back and did not look away again. He looked at it steadily. After 2 minutes it stood and walked back into the deep shadow and was gone. He noted everything in his index, the eye glint color, the build, the behavioral response to sustained eye contact, the deliberate retreat. He had no idea yet whether this would generalize to other deep crawlers or whether this individual was an outlier. He needed more data. He needed controlled conditions. He walked the East Passage and filed the encounter carefully and thought about controlled conditions and what they would require. Sora was at the edge of the plateau when he got back. She looked at him and then looked at the absence of damage on him and said, "No problems." 1 deep crawler encounter. She looked at him differently. "And you're intact." "I'm intact." "What did you do?" He thought about how to explain it. "I looked at it," he said finally. She absorbed this for a long moment. "That's not in any of the common entrant guides." "No," he agreed. "It wouldn't be. I don't think anyone else has stood still long enough to find out." He walked past her toward Marin's pavilion with his survey data and his population estimate, and the ghost map of water channels still glowing in the back of his mind like something that had been waiting a long time to be noticed. Chapter 6. The Economy of the Deep. Marin accepted his population estimate and did not pretend to disbelieve it. She had the trader's quality of being comfortable with data she could not verify, which was a kind of professional faith in the reliability of the source rather than the specific claim. She had watched Cale work for 5 days at that point, and she had made a determination. He was someone whose observations were worth paying for. She gave him the boots and the knife, and then she gave him something more valuable than either. She explained how the Level 1 economy worked. "There are 3 currencies that matter on this level," she said. She had cleared the main table of its usual scatter and placed 3 objects on it as she spoke. A polished skitter hide, a crystal shard smaller than the shard in Cale's pocket, rough cut and inert, a small glass vial of dark fluid. Hides for basic goods, crystal fragments for tools and more complex goods, gland extract for anything medical or alchemical. Who sets the exchange rates? I set them here. Thuron sets them at the southern resupply point. We coordinate enough to avoid a market split, but we have different specialties so our prices drift at the margins. She picked up the crystal fragment. This is a Level 1 fragment. Same material as the crystal bridges but detached. They accumulate when bridges break. Fighters collect them because they're worth more than hides but less than anyone wants to pay. I take them for certain trades. What are they used for? Entrant equipment. The deeper-going entrants commission work from a craftsman on Level 3. He bonds crystal fragments into weapons and tools. The bonding adds minor dungeon-aligned properties to the object. A bonded blade will hold an edge longer down here. A bonded pack will resist moisture better. She set the fragment down. The craftsman is named Orvith, He's worth meeting if you plan to go deep." "I plan to go deep," Cale said. Marin looked at him in the steady way she had. "Most entrants say that in week one. Some of them mean it. The ones who mean it have a specific look." "What look?" "They're not excited, they're thinking." She picked up the vial. Gland extract. Cave skitter glands produce a diluted version of a compound that the deeper creatures have in concentration. It's mildly stimulating. At low concentrations, it improves endurance recovery rate during rest. At high concentrations from deeper level creatures, it does more sophisticated things. She set it down. "Your endurance is low." 9, he agreed. "That's a problem you need to solve before level 3. The creatures on level 3 produce their own version of the paralytic that deep crawlers use, and they produce it in volume. At endurance 9, you will be incapacitated by a single contact hit. At level 1, the same concentration would take 3 hits to incapacitate you. So I need to either increase my endurance score or develop a resistance. Or avoid contact entirely. Some entrants manage that for a while. They're usually perception-focused builds with fast reflexes. Your perception is 16, which is good, but your reflex is only 13. That's a gap." She looked at him levelly. "What are you planning to do about it?" He thought about this. He had been thinking about it since the deep crawler encounter. The experience had shown him something about his capabilities that the attribute numbers had only partially indicated. A mind score of 19 and a perception score of 16 meant he was very good at understanding situations. It did not automatically mean he was good at acting on that understanding quickly. There was a translation delay between thought and motion that his reflex score captured, but that the numbers alone did not make feel real. "I'm going to spend more time on level 1 than most entrants probably would," he said. "I need to build a deeper map of how this level works, and I need to improve the attributes that will limit me before I go deeper. The endurance especially, and I want to understand the channel network." "The water channels," Marin said. She had been watching him and she did not look surprised that he knew about them. "You notice those. In the eastern chambers, they converge centrally. Something built them." "Something did," she agreed carefully. "What do you know about the warden designation in this dungeon's name?" He shook his head. "Very little. Varys mentioned the name when I arrived. I haven't found more context." She was quiet for a moment, and it was the first time he had seen her weigh whether to speak. She was a woman who weighed everything, but usually the weighing was invisible. This time he could see it. "There are stories about why this dungeon is called the Warden Depths. The conventional explanation is that the dungeon is named for the warden lineage of entrants who first catalogued it. That explanation is in the official records." She paused. "The unofficial explanation is older, and it suggests the name refers to something the dungeon is keeping. Something in the deep levels that it was designed to contain. And the water channels are part of a system that shows up on every level, not just one. The channels exist on every level that anyone has mapped. They always converge centrally. And in the central chamber of level 1, there is something the channels converge on that no one has given me a satisfying explanation for." She looked at him directly. "I've been here for 3 years. I've heard a lot of explanations. None of them have been satisfying." Cale thought about the mapping shard and its property of connection. He thought about what it would take to index the entire channel system across multiple levels. He thought about the time that would require and the resources and the gradual deepening of his own capabilities that would have to happen first. "The channels are old," he said. "Yes, older than the entrant records. Significantly." He nodded slowly. "Then they predate whatever designation this dungeon has as an entrant destination. They were here before anyone decided to call it the Warden Depths." "That's the question, yes. What was here before it was a dungeon?" He sat with this thought in the way he was developing as a habit, fully, without premature resolution. He let the edges of it exist, and the center remain unclear. He was becoming comfortable with unclear centers. They were where the most important things usually lived. waiting for the right observation to make them visible. "I'm going to find the central convergence point," he said. Marin reached under the table and produced one more thing. A simple map, sketched on what appeared to be treated hide, showing the chambers of level 1 that were commonly known. She placed it in front of him. "The convergence point is here." She tapped a location near the center of the map where the sketch had left a blank space. "No one has drawn what's in that space because no one has stayed inside long enough to draw it and come back to tell me." He looked at the blank space. "What happens when people go in? Some come back out. Most come back out." A pause. "They just can't explain what they saw. They remember entering and they remember leaving, and the time in between is gone." He touched the blank space on the map with one finger and felt the mapping shard warm in his pocket in response, the connection property stirring as if it recognized something significant in his proximity to an unknown. "That's unusual," he said. "Yes. Memory loss in a space-limited event rather than a time-limited one suggests the mechanism is environmental rather than psychological." Marin looked at him. "What does that mean?" "It means whatever is in that space is doing something to memory directly rather than simply overwhelming people with an experience their minds can't retain." He picked up the map and looked at the blank space for a long moment. "I want to go in there, but not yet. I need better data first. I need to understand the channel system more completely before I approach the convergence point." "Why?" "Because the channels are the architecture of whatever is in there. If I understand the architecture before I enter, I will be better positioned to understand what I find." He set the map down. "How many crystal fragments would it take to commission a basic piece of bonded equipment from Orvith on level 3? Marin's trader's face settled back into its professional calm. 15 to 20 for something simple." "Why?" "I want a bonded stylus and a stock of treated hide for writing. The shard indexes everything I observe, but I want a physical record as well. A redundant system." He thought of something. "And I want the writing to persist, not fade. Bonded materials resist degradation better than surface materials down here." She looked at him for a long moment with that expression that was not quite amusement. "You are planning to write a book about this dungeon." "I am planning to understand this dungeon," he said. "A book may be a useful byproduct." She laughed then. It was a short sound and not unkind. She named him a price for introductory supplies, and he began calculating how many days of careful work it would take to accumulate what he needed. The answer was not many. The shard connected things. He was starting to see that its value was not in what it held but in what it made possible to find. Chapter 7. Patience as a Practice. On his 9th day in the Warden Depths, Cale found a way to improve his endurance. It was not a dramatic discovery. It came from 3 separate observations that the mapping shard connected without his asking. The cave skitter gland extract that Marin had described, the pattern of plant growth near the water channels, and the behavioral oddity he had noticed on day 6, where a group of skitters near the central region of the level appeared to be in better physical condition than the skitters in the outer chambers, despite being in a population area that was more densely contested by deep crawlers. The connection the shard made was this: the plants near the channels had a secondary root system that went down into the channel bed rather than the surrounding stone. The skitters that were unusually healthy were the ones that drank exclusively from the channel water rather than from the open seeps. The channel water was passing through those root systems and picking up something the surface seep water did not carry. He tested this by drinking from a channel seep himself. The taste was different. Minerally in a way the open seep water was not, but with something else underneath that was almost herbal. He sat for an hour afterward monitoring his own responses with the attention that a perception of 16 made easier than it would have been otherwise. His joints felt marginally less stiff. The low-level ache that the cold stone floor had put in his lower back was slightly diminished. Neither observation was conclusive on its own. He drank from the channel seep for 3 days. On the 4th day, he returned to the assessment disc in the entry antechamber and stood at its center. His endurance had risen from 9 to 11. 2 points in 4 days was not a rate that would satisfy someone in a hurry. Cale was not in a hurry. He was in the opposite of a hurry. He had understood since his conversation with Marin about the channel network that the Warden Depths was a place where time invested in understanding would compound in ways that time invested in rushing never would. He had 312 confirmed levels to descend, and an unknown number beyond that. He was not going to rush. He also noticed that his spirit had risen from 7 to 8. He had not done anything specific to improve spirit. He had simply been doing what he was doing with his whole attention rather than part of it. The dungeon's measurement of genuine commitment appeared to respond to the quality of engagement rather than any particular type of activity. He filed this in the index. On his 10th day, he met the second entrant who would matter. His name was Davin, and he was dying when Cale found him. Not dramatically dying. Slowly dying, which is a different thing and in some ways more difficult to deal with, because it has the look of a situation that might be recoverable if someone makes the right choice quickly enough. Davin was slumped against the wall of the second eastern chamber with a deep crawler bite on his left forearm, and a pallor that went beyond the paleness of someone who has been underground for a long time. His endurance was apparently lower than Cale's had been, and the paralytic was working through him with an efficiency that indicated this. Cale crouched next to him and looked at the bite and looked at his face and made a quick assessment. The paralytic was in the arm and moving upward. Davin could still speak. His shard was visible at his chest, hanging on a thin chain, a red-orange color that Cale had not seen before. "Combat shard," Cale said. Davin looked at him from a distance that was partly physical and partly chemical. "Combat shard, fire affinity." "Not that it helped with the ambush. You were hit from behind." "I'm always hit from behind. I keep meaning to fix that." His voice was unsteady but coherent, which was something. "You're the new one, the mapping shard." "Yes, how long has the bite been?" "Maybe 20 minutes, maybe 30. Time is getting strange." Cale looked at the bite. The deep crawler's paralytic was not immediately lethal. It immobilized, and then the deep crawler returned to feed. Davin had apparently crawled or dragged himself away from the attack site, which explained why there was no deep crawler currently finishing the job. 20 to 30 minutes of crawling explained both the distance from the usual deep crawler territory in this chamber and the additional exertion that would have sped the paralytic spread. He thought about the channel water and the plant extract and the question of concentration. "How does your combat shard respond to the deep crawler paralytic?" he said. Davin blinked slowly. "What? Does your shard have any interaction with the paralytic? Does it process or resist or accelerate it in any way you've noticed?" A pause that was longer than it should have been. Then something sharpened in Davin's eyes, a slight return of focus. "It generates heat, internal heat. I've noticed the paralytic spreads slower when I'm running a combat state than when I'm at rest." "Can you initiate a combat state now?" "Barely, maybe." "Try." Davin's shard flared, not brightly, a low pulse of red-orange that was visible even in the ambient blue of the crystal light. His color improved very slightly. The heat of the shard was apparently having the effect he had described. "Can you maintain that?" Cale said. "For a few minutes." "That's enough." He reached into his pack and produced the small bottle of channel water he had been carrying since the previous day, a habit he had started without a precise reason but which the shard had apparently recognized as relevant before he had. He uncapped it. "Drink this slowly. It is channel water from the central seep network. The compound in it that improves endurance recovery should interact with the heat your shard is generating to accelerate the breakdown of the paralytic. I am not certain of this. I believe it is likely based on the related mechanisms I have observed." Davin looked at the bottle. "You think?" "I believe. I do not know. If I am wrong, it will not accelerate the paralytic. At worst, you are in the same position you were in before. And if you're right, you will be mobile within 2 hours instead of whatever the alternative is. Davin took the bottle and drank from it in careful sips. His shard continued its low pulse. They sat together in the second eastern chamber, and Kale watched the paralytic's progress through the signs he could observe: the color of the skin around the bite, the quality of Davin's breathing, the steadiness of his hands when he moved them. He talked while they waited, not to fill silence but because explaining his observations aloud was useful for the index, and because Davin seemed to focus better when there was something to follow. He told him about the channel network and the blank space on Marin's map. He told him about the deep crawler behavioral response to sustained eye contact. He told him about the channel water's apparent properties. Davin listened, and the focus in his eyes increased incrementally as the water worked. After 90 minutes, Davin flexed his paralyzed hand and his fingers moved. He looked at his hand and then at Kale. "You were right. More accurate than chance. I will need more data to be confident in the mechanism." Kale helped him to his feet. "You should rest on the plateau before your next descent into the eastern chambers." Davin stood a little unsteadily and looked at him with an expression that was composed of several things at once. Gratitude was one of them. Something more like assessment was another. "Why did you come into the eastern chambers today?" "Survey work, population tracking." "You weren't looking for someone to help." "No, but you helped anyway." "You were there," Kale said simply. He picked up his pack. "The data I am building will be more useful to more people if I survive long enough to compile it." Demonstrating that the channel water has paralytic-resistant properties is useful data. You were a test case. He paused. "I realize that sounds clinical." Davin made a sound that was close to a laugh. "It sounds exactly like a mapping shard entrant." "I take that as neither a compliment nor an insult." "It's both," Davin said. He was steadier now. His shard had settled back to its resting glow, a quiet ember. "I've been on level 1 for 3 weeks. I know most of the entrants here. Nobody talks about the channel network the way you're describing it. Nobody has been looking at it systematically." "No." Davin looked at him with the directness of someone who has recently been reminded that they value their life. "I'd like to look at it with you, if you're willing." Kale considered. 2 people generated different observational data than one person. Davin's combat shard and fire affinity would give him access to phenomena that a purely observational entrant would not trigger. His presence would change the dynamics of deep-crawler encounters in ways that were potentially informative. "Come to the plateau in the morning," Kale said. "I will show you what the shard has indexed so far." They walked back toward the plateau together through the crystal-lit chambers, and the cave skitters moved out of their path with the unhurried assurance of animals that understood at a basic level who was a threat and who was not. The mapping shard was warm in Kale's pocket. The index was growing, and somewhere at the center of level 1, the water channels converged on something that had been waiting in a blank space on Marin's map for as long as anyone could remember. He was going to find out what it was, but first he was going to know everything that could be known from the outside. That was the only kind of preparation that actually prepared you for the things you could not anticipate. Chapter 8. The Convergence. Davin turned out to be the kind of partner who improved your thinking by arguing with it. This was not immediately obvious because his argument style did not look like argument. He had a way of asking questions that sounded like agreement, and then following the agreement to its logical terminus, where it sometimes fell apart. It was the habit of someone who had learned that direct contradiction produced defensiveness, and that questions produced something more like thinking. They spent 4 days together in the mapped regions of Level 1 before Kale felt ready to approach the convergence point. In those 4 days, the index grew considerably. Davin's combat shard interacted with the dungeon environment in ways that produced new data. The crystal bridges responded to heat in a mild but measurable way. their glow intensifying slightly when Davin ran combat states nearby. The cave skitters, which ignored Kale at a distance, actively avoided Davin when his shard was active. The deep crawlers responded to heat with something that was close to curiosity rather than avoidance, which was the opposite of their response to sustained eye contact. "They're attracted to warmth," Kale said on the second day, when a deep crawler had followed Davin at a distance of roughly 30 feet through 2 chambers, maintaining that distance with precision. "The eastern region is the coldest part of the level. That's where they concentrate. And they attack from behind because their prey is usually moving away from the cold toward the warm," Davin said. He was watching the deep crawler with an expression of professional respect. "They position between the prey and the warm regions. Wait for it to turn around, which is why facing them reverses the dynamic." Kale watched the deep crawler stop when they stopped. "They expect prey moving away. A prey animal moving toward them violates the behavioral script." "A prey animal," Davin said with mild amusement. "You include yourself in that category. With 11 body and 9 endurance." Yes, practically speaking. The endurance had been climbing steadily with the channel water. 11 now, better, not good yet. The distinction between prey and predator in this context is a practical one based on capability rather than intention. Davin looked at the deep crawler. "I could burn it." "I know, please don't. It's more useful to me alive and behaving normally than it would be as data about what burning does to deep crawlers. You'll need that data eventually." "Eventually," Kale agreed. "Not today." The deep crawler eventually decided that they were not interesting enough to continue following and withdrew. They logged the encounter and moved on. By the 4th day, Kale had a sufficient density of channel observations to feel confident about the convergence point's approximate structure before entering it. The channels all fed from the same water table, which was elevated above the level's general water table, and fed by something above level 1 that was itself fed by something Kale had identified in the index as likely to be on level 0. A space that Varys had mentioned existed above the entry antechamber in terms of the dungeon's structural hierarchy, but which was not accessible to entrance through normal means. The water moved from above and flowed down through the channels to the convergence point, and then what happened to it was the blank space on the map. They approached the convergence point from the north on the 13th day. Kale had chosen north because the northern channels were the oldest and the oldest channels would be structurally closest to whatever the convergence point was designed to do. He wanted to approach through the most original architecture rather than through an addition. The central chamber was different from the others. The first difference was the sound. All the other chambers in level 1 had the ambient quality of large still spaces, the drip of water, the occasional movement of fauna, the low structural resonance of deep stone. The central chamber had a frequency underneath all of that, not quite audible but not quite inaudible either, a tone that Kale felt in his back teeth and in the fluid in his ears rather than through the usual channels of hearing. "You feel that," Davin said. "Yes." The second difference was the crystal. In the other chambers, the crystal veins ran through the stone in networks that were complex, but not purposeful in an immediately legible way. In the central chamber, the crystal formed a floor. Not solid crystal. The stone was still the underlying material, but the crystal was so dense throughout it that the floor was predominantly blue-white, and the walls rose from it in sheets of crystal that angled inward and met overhead in a node so bright it was difficult to look at directly. The water channels entered the chamber from all sides through low openings, and their contents did not collect on the floor. The water hit the crystal surface and disappeared, not evaporated, disappeared with a sound that was below the level Kale would describe as a sound. At the center of the chamber, the crystal node in the floor was larger than the shard bonding disk had been. Much larger, perhaps 10 meters in diameter, and standing at its center was something Cale had not been prepared for despite his systematic preparation. It was a figure, or something that had the general organization of a figure, upright, bilateral, approximately human in scale. But it was made of crystal, and it was not standing exactly. It was suspended at its center in the disk, the way his shard had floated in the air after bonding. It rotated slowly. "What is that?" Davin said very quietly. The shard in Cale's pocket was doing something he had not felt it do before. Not the warmth of connection, something more intense. Something that he would have described as urgency if shards were the kind of things that felt urgency. "I don't know," Cale said, "but the shard does." He took the shard out of his pocket for the first time since bonding. He held it in his open palm. It was brighter than he had ever seen it, the translucent interior lit from within, rotating faster than its usual slow drift. The figure in the disk turned. It had no face but something that occupied the position a face would have in a human being oriented toward him. The sub-audible tone changed frequency. The water disappeared from all the channels simultaneously in a single moment, rather than the continuous flow it had been doing. And then the chamber was very still. "Hello," said a voice that was not Varys's voice. It was older, not in timbre, in quality, the way certain ideas are older than the words used to express them. "Hello," Cale said. "You are the mapping shard's current bearer." Not a question. "Yes." "I have been waiting," the voice said, "for a mapping shard bearer to enter this chamber. The last one was 143 years ago." She reached the chamber entrance but did not enter. A pause that seemed to contain a great deal of something. "You came with preparation." "I spent 13 days indexing the channel network before approaching." "I know. I can see the index." Another pause. "You have considerably more data about level 1 than most entrants accumulate before going deeper. You have also developed an understanding of the relationship between the channel network and this chamber that is more accurate than most long-term entrants possess." "Not as accurate as I'd like," Cale said. "What are you?" The figure in the disk made a movement that was not quite the human gesture of consideration, but was adjacent to it. "I am what remains of the system's original administrative layer. The dungeon has a more modern administrative interface that you know as Varys. I predate Varys by several centuries. I was the first architecture built here. My function was to maintain this place and to prepare it." "Prepare it for what?" The sub-audible tone changed again. The crystal walls brightened. And the figure in the disk said something that expanded the scope of everything Cale had been thinking about since he arrived. "For the problem at the bottom. The thing the Warden Depths was built to contain. It has been growing for a long time, and the entrance system was established in the hope that those who descended would eventually develop enough capability to address it. A mapping shard bearer who prepares before entering, who builds understanding rather than rushing to combat, who forms partnerships based on complementary capability rather than proximity." Something in the figure's non-face changed. "The hope was that someone like you would eventually arrive. We just did not know how long eventually would take." Cale looked at the figure and at the bright disk and at the water channels converging from all sides. He thought about level 312. He thought about 143 years. He thought about the blank space on Marin's map that he was now standing inside. "Tell me," he said carefully, "about the problem at the bottom." Chapter 9. Ancient Architecture. The figure's name was Oren. It offered this not as a name in the social sense, but as a designation that had accumulated meaning over several centuries of being the only thing in the central chamber that required a designation. Cale accepted it the same way. Oren could not leave the convergence disk. This was not a constraint imposed from outside, but a fundamental property of what Oren was. The administrative layer was not a separate entity from the chamber, and the disk was where the administrative layer concentrated into something dense enough to communicate. Removing it from the disk would be similar to removing a river from its course, and expecting the river to persist. This meant that the conversation happened in the central chamber with the water channels dry around them, and Davin standing slightly behind Kale with the quiet focus of someone who understands that what is being said has implications beyond what they can immediately parse. The Warden Depths was built 381 years ago, Aren said. Not discovered, built. The cave systems existed before the construction, but the dungeon structure, the levels and the crystal architecture and the fauna seeding and the progression system, these were all deliberately designed and installed by a group of individuals who knew what they were building toward. They built a dungeon, Kale said. Why build a dungeon rather than a barrier or a vault? Because a barrier can be breached and a vault can be cracked. A dungeon grows its own defenders. Every entrant who descends and grows stronger becomes a potential asset. The entrance system was not designed primarily as a way for outsiders to gain power. It was designed as a recruitment mechanism. The dungeon gives you power, and in exchange, you become part of the system of defense. Davin said. Defense against what? Aren turned its non-face toward Davin. Against something that was here before we built around it, a presence in the deep rock. It does not have a precise name because naming it accurately requires a conceptual vocabulary that most entrants do not arrive with. The closest approximation in the language you are using would be something like an unstructured accumulation. It is not alive in the way that you are alive. It does not think in the way you think, but it grows. It incorporates surrounding material and grows, and it has been growing since before the dungeon was built and will continue to grow unless something interrupts it. What does its growth mean for the people on the surface? Kale said. The surface above this dungeon system covers approximately 400 kilometers of inhabited territory. The accumulation is currently located at the deepest levels, above level 312. There is a region that entrants have designated level 0 of the deep, which is not an entrant-accessible level but a structural descriptor. The accumulation is in the process of what the original architects called the third expansion. The first two expansions occurred before the dungeon was completed and resulted in the elimination of two significant population centers above the affected rock. The architects built the dungeon to interrupt the third expansion before it reached the surface. The chamber was very quiet. Even the sub-audible tone had stilled. How close is the third expansion to the surface? Kale said. In terms of the dungeon's level structure, approximately 80 confirmed levels above the deepest point that has been mapped. The confirmed deepest point is 312. The accumulation is near level 230. He did this arithmetic in his head. It's already past the deepest mapped point. Yes, the last reliable mapping data from the deep levels is 40 years old. The accumulation has expanded significantly since then. The rate of expansion has been increasing. Kale turned this information over in his mind. He thought about the shard in his hand, and the index it had built over 13 days, and about what 13 days of observation had given him on level 1 alone. He thought about how much was below level 1, and how different each level presumably was, and about the quality of information that would be needed to navigate 220 levels of increasingly dangerous territory with enough capability intact to do something useful at the end. What stops the accumulation? He said. The original architects identified a mechanism. The accumulation grows by incorporating unstructured material into its pattern. It cannot incorporate material that has its own strong structural organization. The crystal architecture of the dungeon is resistant to it, which is why the dungeon's crystal network has held the accumulation to the deep levels rather than allowing it to spread laterally through the rock. But the crystal architecture is not sufficient to stop it. It can only slow it. What is sufficient? Aren paused in a way that communicated the pause was meaningful. The original architects believed that a sufficiently structured and organized shard bearer at maximum development could generate what they called a coherence field large enough to interrupt the accumulation's growth pattern permanently. Not destroy it, interrupt it. Force it into a stable state where it no longer expands. They called this the resolution. And no one has achieved that in 381 years. No one has reached the relevant depth with sufficient capability. The two primary failure modes are insufficient development and insufficient understanding. Most entrants who have gone deep have been combat-focused. They descend as far as their fighting capability allows, and then they are stopped. The accumulation's outer boundary is not physically passable by combat alone. The disruption to structured cognition, that proximity to the accumulation, causes defeats combat entrants before they can engage the mechanism effectively. But a mapping shard bearer. The mapping shard is specifically resistant to that disruption. It is one of the shards that the original architects introduced into the bonding system precisely because they anticipated this problem. The shard's index function creates a structural framework for the bearer's cognition that the accumulation's disruption effect has difficulty penetrating. Aren's non-face oriented toward him again with that quality of very old assessment. You were not randomly assigned a mapping shard. The dungeon read you correctly. You are exactly the type of bearer the shard was designed for. Kale looked at the shard in his hand. He had felt since bonding that it was a good match, but he had attributed this to the dungeon's general competence rather than to deliberate design. He now revised this attribution. The mapping shard alone isn't sufficient, he said. One person cannot generate a coherence field large enough for the resolution regardless of how developed they become. That is correct. How many bearers would be needed? The original architects calculated a minimum of 4. They specified 4 particular shard types whose combined output in a resonant state would be sufficient. Aren produced something from the disk that Kale could not have anticipated, a document. Crystal rendered, floating in the air, legible. Designs, specifications, descriptions of 4 shard types and their interaction properties. I have been waiting to share this for 143 years. Since the last mapping shard bearer came to the entrance and retreated. Kale looked at the document. Davin came forward and read over his shoulder. The 4 shard types were mapping, combat with fire affinity, structure with stone affinity, and something designated simply as anchor. The document specified that the bearers needed to be at a development level equivalent to approximately level 100 capability before the resonant state would be viable. He looked at Davin. Davin looked back at him. Combat shard, Davin said quietly. Fire affinity. Yes, Kale agreed. They both looked at the document for a long moment. We need 2 more, Kale said. And we need to descend 100 levels at minimum before the resonance is viable. And we need to do this before level 230 becomes level 150. He looked at Aren. How long do we have before the expansion rate makes the resolution impossible? The architects estimated that if the 3rd expansion reaches level 100, the disruption effect will be strong enough to affect even mapping shard cognition at the surface. After that point, the resolution becomes increasingly difficult to execute. My best estimate based on observed expansion rates is 40 to 60 years. 40 to 60 years. Kale filed this number with the care it deserved. Then we have time, he said. Not comfort, but time. He picked up the crystal document and the index in his shard expanded immediately to incorporate it, making connections to everything he had already observed, a new branch growing from a root system that had not previously known where it was growing toward. He now knew where he was growing toward. He looked up at the bright node overhead and the crystal walls and the figure in the disk, and thought about 13 days and 100 levels, and the 4 people who would need to find each other in a dungeon with 312 confirmed floors. I have more questions, he said. I know, Aren replied. I have been here for 381 years. I have time. Chapter 10. What preparation looks like. Kale spent 6 days in the central chamber. He did not stay continuously. He returned to the plateau each evening to eat and to consult the growing index, and to sleep on the somewhat improved bedding he had acquired from Marin in exchange for the population data, and 2 additional surveys he had conducted on her behalf. But each morning he went back to the central chamber and sat in front of a wren and asked questions and listened to the answers, and let the shard build connections between what he was hearing and what he had already observed. Davin came with him on days 1 and 3 and 5, and spent the other days doing what Davin was constitutionally suited to do, descending into the deeper sections of Level 1 with his combat shard active, and fighting the things that needed fighting and coming back with materials, and with the slightly dazed expression of someone who has been doing physically intensive work in dangerous conditions, and finds it restorative. On the 3rd day, Davin came back with something more than materials. He came back with a person. She was young. Not in years necessarily, but in the quality of someone who had not yet been here long enough for the dungeon to have fully recalibrated her sense of what was normal. She was slight with dark hair that had acquired the particular texture of someone who has been washing it with dungeon water for a few weeks, rather than with anything designed for hair. Her shard was visible at her wrist, pale gray and faceted and inert in the way that shards are inert when their bearer is not actively engaging them. "Found her cornered in the lower southeast," Davin said. He had the half-apologetic quality of someone who knows they are introducing a complication, but felt they had no choice. 3 deep crawlers. She'd been using her shard to build a barrier structure, but they'd worked around it. Kale looked at the shard on her wrist. Structure affinity. He looked at the inert gray and at the faceted surface, and at the information that was already organizing in his index. "Stone affinity," he said. She blinked. "You can tell from looking. The faceting pattern. Stone affinity shards develop a specific crystalline structure in their outer surface that's distinct from earth affinity and mineral affinity." He had learned this from the document Aren had provided on the 2nd day. He had spent some of that day thinking about how he would recognize the other 2 shard types when he encountered them. "What is your name?" "Lyra." She was looking at him with the wariness that was reasonable for someone who had just been pulled out of a 3 deep crawler situation by a stranger and brought to meet another stranger. "What is yours?" "Kale. This is Davin." He did not explain further immediately. He looked at Davin, and Davin looked back with an expression that communicated, "I know and you're welcome." He turned back to Lyra. "How long have you been on Level 1? 11 days. Alone." "I arrived alone. I've been working solo since then." She said this with a flatness that was not quite defensiveness. "I didn't arrive with anyone." "Most people don't." He thought about how to frame the next part. "Have you found your way to this plateau before today?" "No. I was working the southeast." "Then you haven't met Marin or heard the standing description of this dungeon that most new arrivals receive." He gestured toward the plateau and Marin's pavilion. "Come and eat. I'll explain what we've found, and you can decide whether it's relevant to your plans." She looked at him for a moment, and then at Davin, and then she followed them to the pavilion with the careful walk of someone navigating an unfamiliar trust calculation. Marin gave her broth without being asked. Marin had a way of assessing situations and responding to their most immediate practical requirement first. The broth was thin but hot, and Lyra wrapped both hands around the bowl and did not speak while she drank it. When she was done, Kale told her about the convergence chamber and Aren and the document. He did not simplify it or present it in a way designed to recruit her. He told her the facts and their implications, and the timeline, and the 4 shard types required, and what a structure shard with stone affinity specifically contributed to the resonance mechanism. She listened without interrupting. She had the quality of someone who had learned that listening completely before responding produced better results than inserting responses mid-sentence. When he was done, she said, "You're describing a project that will take decades. 40 to 60 years available. Minimum of 20 to 30 years of development required before the resolution is viable, probably longer. The capability threshold is level 100 equivalent, and we're on level 1. And you're telling me this on day 11. Day 13 for me. The timing is a function of when the information became available, not when I decided to recruit. He held her gaze. I'm not recruiting you. I'm informing you. You have a structure shard with stone affinity. That is one of 4 specific types the architects identified as necessary. Whether you choose to develop it in this direction or a different one is your decision. But you should make that decision with accurate information. She looked at the bowl in her hands. Then she looked at the plateau around her and at Davin, who was sharpening something with the focused calm of someone who does maintenance tasks as a form of thinking. Then she looked back at Kale. You've been here 13 days and you've already found the central chamber and made contact with the original administrative layer and identified 2 of the 4 required shard bearers. She said this without inflection, as a recitation of facts. Yes, that's not a normal rate of progress. I don't have a baseline for what's normal here. I've been working with the tools I have at the speed the tools allow. Lyra set down the bowl. What does the stone affinity structure shard contribute to the resonance? He pulled out the crystal document and passed it to her. She read it with the focused quality of someone trained to extract the essential information from a dense source efficiently. She read it twice and passed it back. Stabilization function, she said. The structure shard anchors the coherence field so the mapping and combat outputs don't dissipate. Without it, the field forms but doesn't hold. Yes. And the 4th, the anchor shard. Unknown properties beyond the designation. Aren has limited information about it because anchor shards are extremely rare. There are no confirmed anchor shard bearers in the dungeon's current entrant records. He looked at the document. Finding one will be the most difficult part. She was quiet for a long moment. When you go down to the next level, level 2. When I have a sufficient index of level 1, maybe another week, maybe 2, I want to understand this level well before I leave it. The patterns on level 1 are the foundation that everything else will build on. She nodded slowly. She was deciding something, and he could see the decision forming in the quality of her attention. She was not impulsive. She was the kind of person who made a decision fully or did not make it at all. I'll stay on level 1 until you're ready to descend, she said. I want to understand this level too. The stone architecture down here is unlike surface geology in specific ways I've been observing but don't have a framework for yet. Your shard's index might help with that. It might, he agreed. She stood up. I'm going back to the southeast section. I want to finish a survey of the barrier formations I was building before the deep crawlers interrupted. I'll come back this evening. She left the plateau with the same careful walk. Davin watched her go and then looked at Kale with an expression that was close to amusement. 2 of 4, Davin said. 2 of 4, Kale agreed. He looked out at the chamber beyond the plateau and thought about the week ahead. More observations. More channel data. The subsurface water table analysis he had started. The deep crawler behavioral study that he wanted to expand now that Davin was regularly in the lower sections. The crystal document from Aren that had 8 more sections he had not fully processed yet. He thought about level 2 and what it would demand of him, and about how the preparation he was doing now would determine what he was capable of when he got there. He thought about 40 to 60 years, and about the kind of patience that was not a virtue or a coping mechanism but a practice. Something you did every day the same way you did any other kind of work. He thought about level 312, and the thing beyond it, and the blank space on a map that turned out to contain the context for everything. He took out the shard and held it in his palm. It was warm and it was full of information and it was getting fuller. He could feel the index underneath the warmth, all the things he had seen and connected and would use when the time came to use them. The time was not now. Now was preparation. Now was the work that made later possible. He put the shard back in his pocket and picked up his notes and started on the next section of the crystal document. There was so much to understand, and he had, for the first time in his life, exactly the right instrument for understanding it. He began. Chapter 11. The Last Day on Level 1. Cale spent his final day on Level 1 doing 3 things in order of priority. The first was a complete walkthrough of every chamber he had mapped, not to gather new data but to confirm what he already had. There is a difference between an index that is accurate and an index that feels accurate. And the difference is the kind of thing that becomes important when you are relying on it in conditions where mistakes have physical consequences. He walked each chamber at a measured pace, and let the shard compare what it held against what he was currently observing and noted the discrepancies. Most were minor, population shifts in the cave skitter clusters, a new section of crystal bridge growth in the third northern chamber that had not been there 2 weeks ago, a deep crawler territory boundary that had moved approximately 8 meters east. He updated the index. The shard received each update with the warmth that he was now so accustomed to. He only noticed it when it was absent. The second thing was a final conversation with Aren. He went to the central chamber alone in the late morning by dungeon reckoning, which was a subjective measurement since there was no day or night underground, but which had become a shared social fiction among the plateau entrants. Morning was after sleep, evening was before it, and the time in between was divided by the demands of work. Aren was in the disk as always. The water had returned to the channels after their previous conversations had apparently resolved whatever had caused the interruption. The sub-audible tone was present, and the crystal walls glowed with their characteristic steady light. "I'm going to level 2 tomorrow," Cale said. "I know," Aren said. "The index has been growing toward it for several days. You have been completing rather than beginning. Is there anything about Level 2 that the architects documented that I should know before I descend?" Aren was quiet for a moment in the way that always preceded a considered response rather than a retrieved one. "The architects designed Level 2 as a test of adaptability. Level 1 tests observation. Can the entrant learn to see what the dungeon shows them? Level 2 tests whether they can function when what the dungeon shows them changes without warning. The ecology on Level 2 is more complex, and its patterns are less stable. Things migrate between chambers more freely. Territorial boundaries shift faster. There are fauna there that actively alter their environment in ways that can make a chamber significantly different from one visit to the next. That will challenge the index. Yes, the mapping shard was designed to handle dynamic environments, but it handles them differently than static ones. It will require more frequent updates. You will need to develop a habit of distinguishing between data that is stable and data that has a half-life." Cale had thought about this already. The observation in the first northern chamber where a bridge section had grown in 2 weeks had been the first signal that even Level 1's relatively stable environment required timestamp discipline. What about the water channel network on Level 2? It exists. All levels have it. Level 2's channels are narrower, and they run at higher velocity because the source pressure increases with depth. The compound you identified in the Level 1 water will be present on Level 2 in higher concentration. This has implications for both the endurance benefit and for the care you should take with consumption volume. What is mildly beneficial at the concentrations found on Level 1 can produce disorientation at Level 2 concentrations if consumed without adjustment. He filed this carefully. It was the kind of information that could easily not be a problem until it suddenly was, the variety of danger that was most responsible for the confident entrants who did not come back. What should I watch for in the first chambers? Stone formations that appear recently disturbed. On Level 2, the primary predator is not a creature in the conventional sense. It is a colony organism. Individual units are small, roughly the size of your thumb. They are not dangerous individually. In colony configuration, they act as a distributed intelligence, and they can be extremely dangerous to entrants who do not recognize what they are looking at. A pause. They are called gloam. How do I recognize colony formation? When you enter a chamber and the dust on the floor is undisturbed except in a pattern that does not correspond to any obvious source, that pattern is almost certainly gloam movement. They travel as a wave just below the surface of loose material. They do not disturb solid stone. They prefer chambers with significant organic matter. And if I encounter them in colony formation, fire. Your companion Davin's shard affinity is the most effective countermeasure. Gloam colonies disperse under sustained heat. Individual units survive, but the colony intelligence dissolves, and they do not reform for several hours. Cale thought about the team composition, and the way Davin's combat shard was going to provide functions he could not have predicted when he first recognized the fire affinity connection to the architect's specifications. The resolution requirement and the practical survival requirement were, at least in this instance, aligned. The third thing you should know, Aren said, is that Level 2 has a permanent entrant presence, not a traitor, a faction. They call themselves the Deepwalkers. They have been on Level 2 for approximately 3 years, and they have established territorial claim over the central chambers. They are not hostile to new entrants by policy, but they are protective of their claimed territory, and they have their own understanding of the level that they consider proprietary. They will not want me mapping their territory. They will not want anyone mapping their territory. What they do not know is that the mapping shards index is not something they can prevent. You will observe what you observe simply by being in a space. What you choose to do with those observations is a separate question. He thought about this. Who leads them? A woman named Karath. She has been descending for 11 years. She is currently at Level 5 personally, but she maintains Level 2 as the faction's primary base of operations because of the resources available there. She is pragmatic, and she responds better to demonstrated usefulness than to credentials or explanation. Then I will find something useful to demonstrate, Cale said. He left the central chamber and walked back to the plateau for the last preparation he needed to make. The third thing he did on his final day was compile a written record. Marin had sourced bonded hide and a writing implement from Orvith on Level 3 through her regular supply chain, charging him a rate that was fair given the specialty nature of the materials. The writing surface was the color of old bone and had a slight give to it that was different from paper, but that accepted the bonded stylus with good precision. He sat at the edge of the plateau with the surface across his knees and wrote in a compact hand that could fit a significant amount on each sheet without losing legibility. He wrote what he knew about Level 1, not everything in the index. The index was the complete record. What he was writing was the essential structure, the channel network and its properties, the gloam warning for new entrants descending from Level 1 to 2, the deep crawler behavioral response to eye contact, the population distribution and its relationship to the warm air currents, the central chamber and what it contained. He wrote it for someone else. He did not know who yet. But the information would be more valuable distributed than held privately, and the act of writing it in a form that another person could read without his context was itself a useful discipline. It forced him to separate what he knew from what he had inferred and to be honest about which was which. When he was done, he folded the sheets and sealed them with a small amount of crystallized mineral compound that Marin had included with the materials as a preservative adhesive. He gave the sealed document to Marin. "If someone arrives after us who needs Level 1 orientation," he said. She took it with the expression she used for things she already understood before they were explained to her. "I'll add it to the briefing for new arrivals. No attribution. Attribution is fine. It might help establish the index as a source other entrants can query if they encounter us deeper." She nodded and put the document away with the efficient motion of someone who organized things into systems by instinct. Cale picked up his pack and turned toward the Level 2 passage. Davin was already at the entrance, his combat shard casting its faint ember glow in the ambient blue of the crystal light. Lyra was beside him with a pack that was notably more organized than it had been when Davin first brought her to the plateau. She had spent her 2 days on Level 1 well. "Ready," Davin said. "Yes," Cale said. He took one look back at the plateau and at Marin's pavilion, and at the cave skitters moving along their warm paths in the familiar patterns he had spent 2 weeks learning to read. Then he turned and descended. Chapter 12. Level 2 and the Quality of Dark. The transition between Level 1 and Level 2 was not a door or a threshold. It was a gradual change in the quality of everything. The passage down from the Level 1 plateau was a long slope that curved in a wide spiral through solid rock. The crystal veins in the walls were thinner here, and the glow they produced had a different character, slightly warmer in tone, less blue and more the color of old amber, as though the stone here was processing light through a different filter. The air changed too. It was drier at first, and then became damp again, but with a different quality to the dampness, something more organic in it, more alive in the particular way that complex ecosystems are alive as opposed to simple ones. They took the descent slowly. Cale had discussed this with Davin and Lyra the evening before, and neither of them had argued with the pace. Davin had been to the upper portions of Level 2 on forays from the plateau before, but had not gone deep enough to reach the chambers Aren had described. Lyra had not been below Level 1 at all. The slope gave them time to adjust to the changes. "The light is different," Lyra said partway down. "Amber spectrum crystal on this level according to Aren's documentation," Cale said. "The architects varied the crystal type by level. It affects more than just the light. Amber crystal has a stabilizing property relative to stone and earth affinity shards." He glanced at her wrist where her shard rested. "You may notice your shard is more responsive here than it was on Level 1. She looked at it. The pale gray facets had taken on the faintest amber tinge in the new light. "It feels different," she said slowly. "Heavier but in a good way, like it has more to hold. That matches what I would expect based on the documentation." Davin had his hand near his shard but not touching it. His was the inverse. The amber spectrum light was mildly suppressive for fire affinity combat shards, a trade-off the architects had apparently made deliberately. "Mine is quieter," he said. "Not weaker exactly, just less loud." "You will compensate," Cale said. "Your base capability on Level 1 was significantly above what this level's suppressive effect will reduce it to. And the suppression is only partial. At full combat state, your fire affinity will still be the most effective countermeasure for the primary threat on this level." The gloam. Yes. They reached the base of the slope, and the first chamber of Level 2 opened around them. It was larger than any chamber on Level 1, significantly larger. The ceiling was high enough that the crystal node at its apex was difficult to see clearly. A point of amber light at the top of a vaulting space that the walls curved toward from all sides in an almost architectural way. The floor was uneven with formations rising from it at irregular intervals, some of stone and some of a secondary material that Cale had not encountered before, dense crystal columns that rose from the floor in clusters of 3 to 7, ranging from waist height to twice his own. Their surfaces faceted in a way that caught the ambient light and scattered it in low amber patterns across the surrounding stone. The crystal columns were not in Aren's documentation. They were a development since the architect's last detailed survey. He stopped at the chamber entrance and looked at them for a long moment. "New growth," Lyra said beside him. She had come up next to him without speaking and was looking at the columns with the focused quality of her observation. "The crystal is alive here, not metaphorically. The lattice structure is biologically driven. Something is secreting it." She looked at the nearest column. Can I examine one? Carefully. Stay out of the dust patterns near the base. She moved toward the nearest cluster and crouched beside it without touching it. She studied the base where the column emerged from the floor. There are microorganisms here, in the stone itself. The crystal is their structural output. You can read that by looking. My shard reads it. The stone affinity gives me structural perception at close range. I can see the organization of material in ways that visual observation alone doesn't provide. She stood up and looked at the full cluster. The columns are hollow. There is something moving inside them. Davin had come up on Kale's other side. That sounds like it could be relevant to the gloam discussion. Possibly. Kale looked at the floor between the crystal columns. The dust there was undisturbed in the clear patches between formations. He scanned the chamber systematically. Near the east wall, the dust showed a pattern that was not random, not footprints, something more like the impression left by the passage of something that moved as a wave rather than as individual contact points, a ripple frozen in particulate matter. There. He pointed. Davin looked. His posture changed very slightly in the way it did when he moved from relaxed awareness to active assessment. How fresh. The dust at the edges of the pattern has not fully resettled. I'd estimate within the last few hours. Kale looked at the rest of the chamber. The pattern did not extend into the center. The gloam had come from the east wall and retreated back to it. They know we entered. Colony intelligence, Davin said. They sensed the vibration of our descent or detected something else about our presence and sent scouts. The scout wave went to a point that gave them enough information and then withdrew. He looked at the east wall. The crystal there was denser than elsewhere, less ordered, more like a natural accumulation than the biological columns in the floor. They are in the wall, possibly in a secondary chamber behind it. Do we need to deal with them now? Lyra asked. Not now. They are not in attack formation. What we need to do is understand their territory before we move through it. If their primary colony is against the east wall, then the passage we need is likely not in that direction. He pulled out the blank hide he was using for working notes and began sketching the chamber layout from their position. We move west first. Map the western chambers. Come back to this one when we have more information about the level's overall structure. Davin looked at the east wall and then at Kale. You want to map around the gloam colony before engaging it. I want to understand the terrain before engaging anything. That is the consistent approach. It's a consistent approach, Davin agreed. There was something in his voice that was not quite skepticism but was adjacent to it. There will be things on this level that don't give us the time to map around them. I know. When those situations arise, we will respond to them as they are. Until then, I see no reason to compress our preparation time voluntarily. Kale finished the sketch and looked up. On level 1, I had 14 days to map before encountering a forced engagement. I used 13 of them. That is not timidity. That is resource management. Davin absorbed this. He had heard versions of this argument before and he processed it the same way each time, taking it seriously rather than dismissing it, working out whether he agreed and arriving at a position that was either acceptance or a specific objection rather than a general resistance. This time he nodded. West first. They moved west. The western chambers were different from the first. Less open. More fragmented. Where level 1 had large connected spaces, level 2's western sections were a series of smaller chambers linked by passages that were sometimes barely wide enough for a person to pass through sideways. The amber crystal glow was inconsistent in this section, brighter in some chambers and almost absent in others, and the fauna was immediately more complex. The first new creature they encountered was in the third western chamber. It was adhered to the ceiling. Kale noticed it because the ceiling in that chamber was slightly different in color from the surrounding stone, a patch of darker material roughly circular and perhaps 3 meters in diameter directly above the chamber's center. He stopped the group at the entrance and looked at it. What is that? Lyra said very quietly. He queried the shard. The index had no direct reference because it was a new organism, but it surfaced related observations: the biological crystal columns, the organic quality of the level 2 air, the amber crystal's relationship to biological processes. The patch was not stone. It was a membrane, something living that was using the ceiling as a substrate. "I do not know yet," he said. "We go around the chamber wall. We do not walk under it." They did not walk under it. The creature did nothing as they passed. It did not move. It showed no awareness of them beyond what might have been a very slight pulsing in its surface that could have been respiration, or could have been the ambient light playing on its texture. Cale sketched it in his notes with as much detail as he could capture from a distance of approximately 4 meters, and they moved on. He came back to the entry chamber in the evening with 3 new sketches and 4 pages of notes, and the firm conviction that Level 2 was going to require at least as long to understand as Level 1 had. He told this to Davin and Lyra while they ate at the edge of the western section's first chamber, which was clear of gloam patterns and dry enough to sit without discomfort. Davin looked at the notes. How long? 2 weeks minimum, possibly 3. Lyra turned a piece of the dried cave skitter meat over in her fingers. They had brought supplies from the plateau. The gloam colony will not stay where it is for 3 weeks. No, but I will understand its movement patterns within a week. That is more useful than static position data. Cale looked at his sketch of the entry chamber. This level is more complex than Level 1. It has been developing without systematic observation for its entire existence. What we are building here is not just a map. It is the first real record of this level's ecology. Aren doesn't have records of it. Aren has records from 381 years ago. This level has been changing for 381 years without anyone documenting those changes. He looked up from the notes. The mapping shard was designed for exactly this, not navigation, documentation. Every piece of data we collect here becomes part of a record that will be useful not just to us, but to anyone who comes after. Lyra looked at him with an expression that was thoughtful in the specific way of someone revising their estimate of another person. You think about after. The resolution requires descending to the deep levels and stopping something that has been growing for centuries. Even if we succeed, the dungeon continues. People will continue to descend into it. What we learn here will matter to them. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "My shard told me something when we passed through the entry chamber. When I examined the crystal columns." He looked at her. "What did it tell you?" "That this level is stressed. The stone is under a kind of pressure that is not geological. Something below us is influencing the material properties of the rock all the way up to Level 2. She met his eyes. "I do not know what that means yet, but I think it is related to what Aren described. The accumulation. Already affecting the structural properties of the stone 200 levels above it." Cale wrote this in his notes and underlined it twice, and filed the feeling that came with writing it somewhere he could not easily access it. Then he focused on what was in front of him, because the thing in front of him was what he could actually address, and that was always the correct starting point. Chapter 13. Gloam. They encountered the Gloam colony in force on the 5th day of Level 2. Cale had spent the intervening days building the western section map, and cross-referencing the Gloam movement patterns he had been tracking since their arrival. The patterns were consistent with Aren's description of a distributed colony intelligence. The scouts they had seen on the first day were part of a regular perimeter survey that the colony conducted at intervals Cale had calculated to be approximately 9 hours. The survey routes covered the western and northern chambers in alternating cycles. The colony itself remained anchored near the east wall, but its effective awareness extended through the scout network across most of the level's accessible area. On the 5th day, the colony's behavior changed. Cale was in the 4th northern chamber alone, sketching the sealing organism he had now tentatively classified as a filter feeder that drew nutrients from the ambient air, when he noticed that the dust on the floor had developed a pattern that was not consistent with the regular survey cycle. It was broader than a scout wave. The individual impression points were closer together, more units moving more densely. He stood up immediately and moved toward the chamber entrance without running. Running created vibration. Vibration was information for the gloam. He moved quickly and quietly with the practiced economy of someone who had thought about exactly this scenario in the 3 days since they first mapped the scout routes. He reached the passage to the third northern chamber and was halfway through it when the dust behind him exploded upward. Not dramatically. The gloam did not behave dramatically. The dust simply rose in a wave that moved fast across the chamber floor in the shape of a breaking surf line, and where it passed the stone beneath it was briefly visible and then covered again as the individual units of the colony moved in their tight, coordinated mass. They were moving toward where he had been standing. He cleared the passage and put his back against the wall of the third northern chamber and thought quickly. The colony had changed its patrol pattern. The change had been triggered by something, and the most likely trigger was that he had spent 5 days in the northern chambers, and the colony had registered his repeated presence as a pattern that meant something. He was not a random visitor. He was a recurring presence. The colony intelligence had determined that a recurring presence near its territory required escalation from survey to investigation. He reached for the shard in his pocket. The warmth was immediate, but it carried with it the particular quality that the shard used when it was surfacing a connection he needed immediately. He let the connection resolve. The sealing organism. He had been studying it for 3 sessions over 3 days. It was a filter feeder. It drew something from the ambient air. He had been documenting it without identifying what it was drawing specifically. The shard surfaced what it knew. The organic compound concentration in the ambient air of the northern chambers was higher than in the other sections. The sealing organisms were not creating that concentration. They were reducing it by filtering it. Without them, the concentration would be significantly higher. Without them, or with them, disrupted. He looked at the passage back toward the fourth northern chamber and calculated. The colony was moving toward where he had been. It was not yet aware of where he was now. If it found the sealing organism disrupted, it would have a new focus for its investigation. It would investigate the sealing organism rather than him. He needed something to disrupt the sealing organism from a distance. He did not have a fire shard. What he had was a piece of bonded crystal fragment he had picked up in the third western chamber 3 days ago, meaning to add it to his material samples. He had not added it yet because he had been distracted by the dust pattern data. The fragment was roughly the size of his thumb, and it was dense enough to have some weight when thrown. He looked at the height of the ceiling in the third northern chamber. The sealing organism in the fourth chamber was at approximately the same height. He estimated the distance. He did not like the estimate. He was not a person whose body score suggested good throwing accuracy. He threw anyway. The fragment went through the passage and he heard it hit the ceiling of the fourth chamber, not the organism, the stone beside it. The sound was wrong and he heard the fragment fall to the chamber floor and he held himself very still. For 3 seconds nothing happened. Then the sealing organism pulsed. He could not see it from his position, but he could hear the change in the ambient air quality, a very slight shift in the chemical composition that his perception registered as a different quality to the smell. The organism had reacted to the impact. It was doing something to the air. The colony's movement sound in the fourth northern chamber changed. The wave motion quality of it, the sound of many small units moving in coordination, shifted direction. It was no longer moving toward his previous position. It was moving toward the ceiling. He moved, carefully and quickly in the direction away from the northern chambers, back toward the western section, where Davin and Lyra were working in the second and first chambers respectively. He reached Davin in the second western chamber and explained in 6 sentences what was happening. Davin did not ask questions. He moved immediately toward the northern section entrance with his combat shard fully active, the ember glow becoming something considerably brighter and more purposeful. Kale went to find Lyra. She was in the first western chamber examining the crystal columns with the close focus of her stone affinity shard. She registered his expression before he spoke. How many? I don't know, the full colony, or a significant portion of it. He thought about the scout wave from the first day and compared it to what he had seen in the fourth northern chamber. Several hundred units at minimum, possibly more. Can Davin hold them? He can disperse them. Whether he can do it fast enough before the colony reformulates its approach is the question. He looked at the crystal columns. Can your shard affect the stone in the passages? She understood immediately. Close them. Slow them. I don't want to block ourselves in. She stood up and pressed her palm to the nearest column. Her shard pulsed amber gray and the stone at the base of the column shifted subtly, not dramatically, a settling and densification that was more like the stone becoming more itself rather than moving in any obvious way. I can reduce the porosity of the stone in the passage floors and walls. Gloam move through loose material. Dense stone stops them. How long can you sustain it? For a targeted area, an hour maybe. Doing it broadly would exhaust me in 20 minutes. The northern passage entrance to the western section. Just that. If Davin disperses the bulk colony, the stragglers will try to follow through that passage. If the stone there is too dense, they cannot. She nodded and moved toward the passage with the focused economy of someone who had found the specific task within the general emergency. Kale followed her to the passage entrance, and then went through it toward Davin. He heard the fire before he saw it. Davin had entered the fourth northern chamber from the third, and he was working with a precision that Kale had not fully appreciated until now. The combat shard at full activation produced not a single large release of fire, but a sustained and directed output that Davin was sweeping across the chamber floor in controlled arcs, dispersing the colony wave as it tried to advance, and then pulling the arc back and sweeping again as the units reformed. The technique was clearly practiced. The Gloam colony was disrupted in the immediate vicinity, but it was reforming at the chamber edges and trying to flank. I can hold this chamber, Davin said without looking away from the sweep pattern. His voice was concentrated but not strained. I cannot hold both this one and the third simultaneously. You do not need to. Kale was looking at the chamber with the particular quality of attention that the mapping shard used for active environmental reading rather than passive indexing. The colony's reformation pattern was informative. It was trying to flank by moving along the north wall. The north wall in this chamber had a natural fissure running along its base that was too narrow for a person, but was exactly the kind of gap that a colony of thumb-sized units could exploit. The north wall fissure. Can you direct the fire there? Davin shifted his sweep pattern. The directed fire moved to the north wall fissure. The sound of the colony changed. Units caught in a confined space reacting to heat with the particular behavior of things that had not evolved a response to fire. They did not die exactly. They dispersed. Individual units moving in directions that the colony intelligence could not coordinate because heat disrupted the signal propagation between them. It took 11 minutes to disperse the main body of the colony from the 2 northern chambers. The stragglers that tried to use the western section passage found Lyra's densified stone floor and turned back. When it was done, Davin sat down on a crystal formation with the careful, controlled exhalation of someone who has been running a high-output system for an extended period. His shard's glow had settled back to ember. He was not hurt. He was tired in the specific way that heavy shard use produced. Kale stood in the fourth northern chamber and looked at the dust patterns left by the colony's dispersal. The patterns were data. Everything was data if you looked at it correctly. The colony will reform, he said, probably in 6 to 8 hours based on what Aren described. When it does, it will remember this chamber as a heat source and adjust its patrol pattern to avoid this section. He looked at the ceiling. The ceiling organism had returned to its filtering posture. It was apparently unbothered by what had just occurred below it. We have driven the colony east. That is useful. It means the northern chambers will be available to us for mapping without active colony presence for the next few cycles. Davin looked at him with an expression that walked a fine line between exasperation and respect. We just fought off a distributed colony intelligence, and you're already filing the tactical lessons. If we don't file the lessons, the engagement was only costly. If we file them, it was also instructive. Kale looked at his notes. He had been writing during the 11 minutes, which had surprised even himself. The colony responds to fire with dispersal rather than retreat. That means fire disrupts the colony intelligence without triggering the survival instinct that would cause it to flee the level entirely. It will come back, which means we will encounter it again. Next time, we will know more about how it moves and where it can be channeled. Davin was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "You were writing during the fight." Between the critical decision points, there were 11 minutes of continuous fire output. You did not need my input for the fire output. You needed it for the Fisher observation. Everything else was your domain. Kale put his notes away. You were very good. The sweep pattern specifically, I had not seen that technique before. Davin looked at his shard. 4 years of developing it. Against things that also did not cooperate with being observed. Then we are both better at this than we were a week ago, Kale said. He turned toward the western section to check on Lyra. Come when you are rested. There is something in the eastern chambers I want to map tomorrow, and I think all 3 of us should be present for it. He left Davin to his rest and walked back through the amber-lit passages and thought about 6 to 8 hours and about what else he could accomplish in that time. The answer, as it consistently was quite a lot. Chapter 14, The Deepwalkers. They found the Deepwalkers on the 8th day, or rather the Deepwalkers found them. The encounter happened in the second eastern chamber, which they had reached after 2 more days of systematic mapping had extended their coverage to the eastern side of the level. The eastern chambers were structurally different from the western ones, wider, better lit by the amber crystal, and with a consistent smell of something combusted that suggested fire use was not uncommon in this section. Kale had noted this before they saw anyone. There were 4 of them at the eastern section's central chamber. 2 men and 2 women arranged in the relaxed posture of people who were comfortable in the space they were occupying and aware that new arrivals were approaching before the new arrivals knew they were being watched. One of the women stood slightly forward from the others, not dramatically, just enough to be clearly the one who would speak first. She was tall, not unusually so, but tall enough that it was the first thing you registered. She wore equipment that had been extensively modified from its original form, pieces that had clearly started as surface goods or early dungeon acquisitions, and had been adapted over time with additional components and bonded crystal accents that spoke of the level 3 craftsman Marin had mentioned. Her shard was at her left hip in a mounting that was part of her belt rather than worn separately, a configuration Kale had not seen before. Its color was deep red-brown with a quality that was more like compressed earth than like the translucent light-carrying quality of most shards. Mapping shard, she said, not a greeting, an identification. Yes, Kale said. I heard about you from the plateau. Marin sent word up through the eastern passage 2 days ago. She looked at Davin and Lyra with the brief evaluating quality of a person who does assessments as a baseline habit. Combat fire affinity, structure stone affinity. Something shifted in her expression that was not quite surprise, more like something being confirmed. You are a specific team. We have found compatible capabilities, Kale said carefully. You have found 3 of the 4 architect shard types, she said. Do not look surprised. The Deep Walkers have been on this level for 3 years. We have read Aren's chamber extensively. We know the document." She held his gaze steadily. "My name is Karath. This is my team." The three behind her had the quality of people who were comfortable letting someone else speak for them, not from deference but from confidence that the speaking was being done correctly. "Kale," he said. "Davin, Lyra," Karath nodded. "Come inside. We have a space." The Deepwalkers' primary camp in the eastern section was the most developed entrant installation Kale had seen in the dungeon so far. It occupied 3 connected chambers that had been systematically adapted over 3 years of occupation. Crystal column clusters had been shaped by someone with a stone affinity shard to provide structural support for stretched materials that formed ceiling partitions, creating semi-private areas within the larger space. The channel water had been redirected through a series of small carved basins that provided clean water at convenient locations. The lighting had been supplemented by mounted crystal fragments that had been oriented to maximize the amber glow in the working areas. It was efficient, not comfortable in any aesthetic sense but functional with the precision of people who had worked out over a long period exactly what they needed and had built exactly that and nothing more. "How long have you been on level 2? Karath asked when they were seated. 8 days, Kale said. She looked at the notes he was carrying, the rolled stack of written hide sheets. "You have been mapping for 8 days. Systematically. How much of the level? Western section complete. Northern section complete to the 4th chamber where the primary Gloam colony operates. Eastern section to this chamber. Central section and the transition area near the level 3 passage have not been covered yet." Karath looked at him with the quality of someone recalculating a number they thought they already knew. "In 8 days. The mapping shard indexes continuously. The writing is a secondary record. The primary index is significantly more complete than what the written notes contain." She was quiet for a moment. She looked at the other Deepwalkers. Something passed between her and the other woman in the group. Not words, but the kind of communication that develops between people who have worked together for a long time. Then she looked back at Kale. "We have been on level 2 for 3 years, she said. "We have a working knowledge of the level but not a complete map. There are areas in the northern section that we know are Gloam territory and have not entered. The central section has 3 chambers we have not fully surveyed because they have fauna we have not found an effective approach for yet." Kale thought about this. "What is the fauna?" "Something we call the hanging pale. It adheres to ceilings. We have not identified its attack mechanism, but 3 of our members have been incapacitated by proximity to it over the years. None fatally, but the recoveries were long and the effects were neurological in character." The ceiling organism. He looked at the rolled notes in his hand. "I believe I have been studying the same organism for the last 5 days in the northern section. I have not been close enough to trigger whatever response incapacitates people. I may have some relevant data." Karath looked at his notes and then at him. "You studied it for 5 days without knowing it was dangerous." "I suspected it was significant without knowing the specific mechanism. Studying it from a distance seemed like the appropriate approach to resolving that uncertainty." He paused. "What were the circumstances when your members were incapacitated?" She described 3 separate incidents with the precise memory of someone who had reviewed those incidents many times afterward. In each case, the entrant had been moving below the ceiling organism and had stopped beneath it for more than a few seconds. The incapacitation had been sudden. No warning, no escalating symptoms, just an abrupt loss of motor function that lasted between 4 and 12 hours depending on the individual. "The organism produces a field effect rather than a contact toxin," Kale said. "It is a filter feeder. It draws something from the ambient air. When something stops beneath it, the ambient air column directly below is disturbed by the presence of a warm body producing CO2 and body heat. I believe the filter mechanism activates in response to that disturbance, producing the field effect as a byproduct of feeding rather than as a deliberate attack." Silence. "You have that from 5 days of observation at safe distance," Karath said. "From 5 days of observation plus what your descriptions just added. Your incidents confirm the field effect hypothesis. They also suggest the effect requires sustained proximity. Moving through the chamber quickly should be safe." He looked at her steadily. "I could be wrong. I am working from inference rather than direct evidence of the mechanism, but the inference is supported by multiple independent data points." She looked at the other deepwalkers again, the long communication that was not words, then back to him. "We would like to see the written notes," she said. "That is a reasonable request," Kale said. "In exchange, I would like access to your records of the eastern section. 3 years of occupancy will have data that 8 days of mapping cannot replicate." She nodded once. "Equitable." The exchange happened over the next 2 hours. Kale read the Deepwalker's records, which were less systematic than his own, but had the depth of long familiarity that turned out to be exactly as valuable as Marin had suggested it would be. The Deepwalkers knew the eastern section the way people know a neighborhood they have lived in for years, not always able to explain why they knew a thing, but knowing it with the reliability of repeated experience. They knew which crystal formations made sounds before the gloam arrived. They knew the specific chamber where the channel water was purest. They knew the times in each cycle when the eastern section was quietest. Karath read his notes with the focused speed of someone who reads efficiently and retains what they read. When she was done, she set the notes down and looked at him directly. "These are the best field records I have seen from below level 1, and I have been collecting field records for 3 years. The shard makes the collection efficient," Kale said. "The notes are the redundant record." "The notes are more than redundant." She tapped the top sheet. "You write for someone who does not have your context. That is a discipline. Most entrants write notes that only they can use." She looked at the stack. "These could be used by anyone who can raid." He thought about what he had said to Marin about the level 1 document. "That is the intent." She was quiet for a long moment. Then, "The Deepwalkers have been on this level for 3 years. We were planning to descend to level 3 in another 3 months when our preparation is complete." She looked at the notes again. "With these records, our preparation timeline compresses." "By how much?" Davin asked from the side of the room where he had been eating steadily since they sat down. "A month at minimum, possibly 6 weeks." She looked at Kale. "We do not need the 4th shard type to descend. We are not pursuing the resolution. We are pursuing depth." "I know," Kale said. "That is your choice to make. But you would like access to whatever we learn on level 3. "Yes, when you are ready to share it." She thought about this for a long moment with the quality of someone arriving at a decision rather than weighing whether to make one. "We will share what we learn on level 3. In exchange, you share what you learn on each level you pass through." "That is more than equitable," Kale said. "That is exactly what I would have proposed." Something almost like warmth crossed Karath's face. Not quite a smile, but the precursor to one. "I thought it might be." Outside the Deepwalkers' camp, the amber crystal glow continued its steady illumination of a level that had been undocumented for 381 years. Kale picked up his notes and thought about what the central section might hold and about the passage to level 3 that was somewhere beyond it. He was 8 days in on level 2. He thought he could be ready in another week. He also thought he had just made an agreement that would change what being ready meant for every level below this one. Chapter 15. The Hanging Pail. The central section of Level 2 took 3 days to map, and those 3 days were the most technically demanding work Kale had done since arriving in the Warden Depths. The central section was different from the eastern and western sections in a way that went beyond fauna or crystal type or air quality. It was different in its organizational logic. The other sections of Level 2 had the quality of spaces that had developed according to their own internal pressures. The central section had the quality of a space that had been arranged, not recently, not by people, but by something that had a preference for how things should be positioned relative to other things. He noticed this on the first day of the central survey in the way he noticed most structural things, as an accumulation of small observations that the shard connected without his asking. The chamber proportions in the central section were consistent with each other, in a way the other sections were not. The ratio of width to height was within 5% across 7 chambers that were otherwise very different in absolute size. The crystal column clusters were distributed at intervals that were not random, not mathematical in any precise way, but patterned in the way that certain natural processes produce patterns, not designed, but not accidental either. He told Lyra on the second day because she was the person whose shard was most likely to have relevant input. "The stone is organized," she said when he showed her his measurements and the spatial sketches. She had already had a general sense of it from her structural perception, but the sketches gave it a precision that she found useful. But not by anything that works the way stone organization works on the surface. Geological processes organize stone in sheets and flows and pressure gradients. This is more like, she stopped, more like how a living thing organizes the space around it. Something lived here, Cale said. Something large, she said, and for a very long time. He added this to the index with the notation that it was inference rather than confirmed observation and moved on to the hanging pale survey. The central section had 4 chambers with sealing organisms. They ranged in size from the small one he had studied in the northern section to one in the 4th central chamber that occupied almost the entire sealing surface, a living sheet of pale material that pulsed very slowly in the amber light and had a smell that was slightly sweeter than the ambient air, which he now understood to be the concentrated version of whatever the filter mechanism was extracting. He tested the movement hypothesis himself on the second day by walking through the 3rd central chamber at a steady pace without stopping. The organism pulsed once when he entered, and then did not pulse again as he passed through. He was through the chamber in approximately 40 seconds. Nothing incapacitated him. He tested it again with a stop of 5 seconds in the chamber center on the return pass. The organism pulsed twice in response to the stop, and then stopped pulsing when he moved again. Still no incapacitation. 10 seconds on the 3rd pass. The organism pulsed 3 times, and the air directly beneath it felt different in a way he could not precisely describe, except that it was warmer than it should have been, and had a quality of attention to it that was unsettling in a way that was distinct from the threat responses he had experienced from the gloam. This was not something calculating how to respond to him. This was something that was simply responding, mechanically and without opinion, the way a gland responds to a stimulus. He moved after 10 seconds. No incapacitation. He reported to Davin and Lyra and Karath, who had come to observe the testing with 2 of her team. The threshold appeared to be somewhere between 10 seconds and the longer durations the Deepwalkers members had experienced. The previous incidents had involved entrants stopping to rest or examine something in the chamber. Cale estimated a threshold of approximately 30 seconds based on the escalating pulse response he had observed. Karath listened to this and then said, "That is useful. It also suggests that the organism is not a territorial predator. It does not track prey. It responds to sustained heat signatures beneath it because that is what its feeding mechanism requires. The incapacitation is a side effect of the feeding field, not a deliberate attack. It incapacitates just as thoroughly regardless of the organism's intent," one of the Deepwalkers said. A man named Paul, whose shard was water affinity, and who had the compact efficiency of someone who had spent years developing usefulness in a team where the obvious combat roles were already filled. "Yes," Cale agreed. "The distinction between intentional danger and systemic danger matters for how you respond to it, but not for whether it is dangerous. The response to a systemic danger is to understand the system. The response to an intentional predator is more complex because the predator also adapts." "The gloam adapts," Davin said. The Gloam colony intelligence adapts. The hanging pail does not. That is why one of them was manageable in 11 minutes and the other required 5 days of observation to navigate safely. Paul looked at Cale with the expression of someone filing this distinction for future reference. Cale noted that Paul filed things. He had been watching the Deepwalkers for 3 days now, and Paul was the member who was most consistently taking in information and least consistently revealing what he did with it. This was not suspicion. It was data about a person that would likely become useful in some context he could not currently predict. On the 3rd day of the Central Survey, Cale found the passage to Level 3. He had expected it to be in the Central Section's easternmost chamber, and it was, which meant the level had the same organizational logic as Level 1, the descent passage at the end of the primary mapping axis. The passage entrance was framed by the densest crystal growth on the level, amber crystal, that had formed into a rough arch over the opening that was more architectural in appearance than anything else he had seen on Level 2. It was not decorative. It was functional in a way he could not yet identify but which the shard registered as significant. He stood at the arch and looked down into the passage. The smell from below was different from Level 2. Cooler. Something mineral in it that was sharper than the deep rock smell of the upper levels. And something else that he registered before he could name it, a faint quality of moving air. Not a breeze exactly, the sensation of a very large space breathing. He turned away from the passage. Not yet. He went back to the Deepwalkers' camp and spent the evening reviewing his complete Level 2 record. The notes, the index entries, the comparison to Aren's documents, the 3 days of Central Section data, the hanging pail threshold measurements. The Gloam colony movement patterns now that they had driven it east and documented its response. Then he reviewed his own attribute state. He queried the mapping shard for the last recorded assessment data the dungeon had provided and found it in the index, body 13 now, up from 11. Endurance 14, up from 9 at arrival. Mind remained at 19 but felt differently organized than it had on Level 1. His understanding was not just larger. It was structured differently, more capable of holding complex simultaneous threads without losing any of them. Spirit had risen to 10 from its starting 7. The dungeon was reading his commitment as genuine and responding to it. Reflex was still 13. He was not significantly faster in response than he had been. This was the number he thought most carefully about. On Level 3, the fauna would be faster and more sophisticated than what he had encountered so far. At some point, reflex would become a limiting factor in a way it had not yet been. He thought about what would improve reflex in a dungeon environment. The shard connected several observations, the cave skitter avoidance behavior he had used for trap construction on Level 1, the gloam engagement where he had made the ceiling throw, the way he had moved through the hanging pail chambers. All of these had involved acting on a decision quickly. Not quickly in the athletic sense, but quickly in the sense of having the decision clear enough that the action followed it without hesitation. Reflex in a dungeon environment might not be purely about physical speed. It might be about the clarity of the decision tree. The faster the decision resolved, the faster the action. And decision resolution speed was a function of how well you understood the environment and how much of your cognitive load was occupied by uncertainty versus known variables. He was building the conditions for faster reflexes by mapping. Every room he understood was a room where his decision tree was shorter. Every creature he knew was a creature where his response was already half-formed before he needed it. This was the longest loop he had identified yet between his current work and its future benefit. He wrote it down and went to sleep. In the morning, he told Davin and Lyra that he thought 2 more days would complete their Level 2 index sufficiently to descend. Neither of them argued. He thought about the arch at the Level 3 passage and the smell of large moving air and about what kind of space produced that sensation. Large, open, very old. He was already looking forward to finding out. Chapter 16, Letters Upward. Before descending to Level 3, Kale did something he had been planning since his second day on Level 2. He wrote a comprehensive record of both levels and sent it up. The mechanism for sending things upward from Level 2 to Level 1 to the surface was informal and had the quality of most informal systems. It worked because people had agreed that it would work, and everyone along the chain had sufficient personal interest in its continuation to maintain it. A Deepwalker courier made a Level 1 plateau run every 2 weeks. The plateau had a standing agreement with 2 surface traders who came down regularly. The surface traders brought goods down and took dungeon materials up. In the materials they took up was, by convention, any written correspondence that entrants needed to move. Kale had no correspondence to send. He had documentation. He packaged the Level 1 and Level 2 records together in a single sealed bundle with a cover note that was addressed to no one in particular, but which described the contents and their relevance. He included the hanging pale threshold data, the Gloam colony behavioral profile, the channel water compound concentration gradient between the 2 levels, and the structural observation about the central section's organizational logic. He included a copy of Aren's document that Aren had permitted him to reproduce. The cover note said, "These records are intended for any entrant descending from the surface who needs orientation to Levels 1 and 2 of the Warden Depths. They are offered without condition. If you find them useful, please add your own observations to the record and pass it forward." He gave the bundle to the Deepwalker courier, who was making the upward run, and who looked at the weight of it with an expression that suggested this was more correspondence than he usually carried. "It's important," Kale said. "Everything people send up is important to them," the courier said. His name was Fenwick, and he had the resigned good humor of someone who has been doing a necessary but unglamorous job for long enough to have made peace with it. "This is important to people who don't exist yet," Kale said. "Future entrants, people who will come after we have descended past where this document is relevant." Fenwick considered this. "You're building something. A record, yes. Who benefits? Anyone who descends, and the people on the surface above us if things go as planned." He paused. "And the dungeon, in a way. A dungeon that entrants understand is a dungeon they can navigate. Entrants who can navigate are more likely to reach the depths. The depths are where the work that matters is." Fenwick looked at the bundle, then at Kale. He had the look of someone who had been underground long enough to have recalibrated what mattered and who was in the process of recalibrating again. "You're not the usual new arrival." "I am increasingly aware of this," Kale agreed. Fenwick took the bundle and added it to his pack with a care that was slightly more deliberate than the care he gave other items. He went up the slope, and the amber glow swallowed him after 2 turns of the corridor, and that was the last Kale saw of the Level 2 orientation record. He had copies. The shard was the master record. The physical copies mattered because the shard was bonded to him, and if something happened to him, the index was lost. The physical copies would not contain everything the index held, but they would contain enough. The thought of something happening to him was one he had been having with increasing regularity since Aren's conversation about the resolution. Not with fear exactly. With the particular quality of attention that a person gives to a risk that is real and that they cannot eliminate but must manage. He was a person who would die if something killed him. This had always been true. What was different now was that his death would have specific consequences that were not just personal. The index would be lost. The Level 1 and Level 2 records were upward, but everything he would learn from Level 3 onward would go with him. He thought about this problem the same way he thought about other problems, by looking at it clearly and seeing what it required. It required that the records continue to be sent upward at each level. It required that Davin and Lyra carry enough of his accumulated understanding that losing him would not lose everything. And it required that he find the anchor shard bearer before they descended too deep, because losing a single team member in the upper levels was a setback, but losing the coherence of the four-person team in the deep levels was a catastrophic failure of the entire mission. He had been thinking about the anchor shard since Aren first described it. The description in the architect's document was tantalizing in its incompleteness. An anchor shard stabilizes connection between separated systems. In the context of the resolution, it anchors the coherence field so that the four bearers can maintain the resonant state at distance from each other, if necessary. Without the anchor, the other three shards must be in direct physical proximity for the resonance to hold. This is dangerous at the depths, where the accumulation's disruption effect is strongest. Anchor shards are rare because the bonding condition is unusual. Most shards bond to bearers during the standard assessment disk process. Anchor shards bond in response to a specific type of experience that the dungeon recognizes as relevant, the experience of being the person who connects others who would not otherwise be connected. He had reread this section of the document several times. It described a shard that formed in response to a person's pattern rather than their attributes. Someone whose repeated experience was one of bridging, of being the link between things that could not otherwise link. This was not a profile that matched combat-focused entrants. It was not a profile that matched explorers or resource hunters or faction builders. It was the profile of someone whose value to others was connective rather than direct. He thought about Fenwick carrying the Level 1 record upward, about Marin distributing the briefing documents to new arrivals, about the courier network itself. He queried the shard. What is the profile of the person who maintains the information flow between entrants in the warden depths? The shard's surface data he had not consciously organized. The courier network's key node was Fenwick. Fenwick had been doing the Level 1 to Level 2 run for 2 years. Before that, he had been the primary information conduit between the plateau and the northern section entrants who had previously had no access to Marin's trader knowledge. Before that, he had been the person who connected the first generation of Level 2 entrants to the craftsman Orvith on Level 3, establishing the supply chain that was now standard. Fenwick, who had been underground for longer than almost anyone Cale had encountered, whose shard he had never seen, who had the resigned good humor of someone who had made peace with a role that was necessary but not obvious. He found the Deepwalker's courier in the Level 1 plateau 2 days later, when he made the supply run that had been scheduled before Cale came to Level 2. "Your shard," Cale said when he had found him in Marin's pavilion. "What type is it?" Fenwick looked at him with the expression of someone who has been asked a question they have answered before and found the answer complicated. He reached into his collar and produced a shard on a cord that was tucked against his chest rather than worn visibly. It was unremarkable in color, a pale gray with something in it that was not exactly luminous, but had a quality of depth, as if the translucent interior was larger than the exterior should allow. "I bonded to it 4 years ago," Fenwick said. "I've never found a classification for it. The interface couldn't identify the type. Varys called it unclassified." Cale looked at the shard. The mapping shard in his pocket was warm, not the warmth of a connection being surfaced, something more definitive. "It's an anchor shard," Cale said. Fenwick looked down at it, then up at Cale. "How do you know?" "Because you are the person who has been connecting everyone in this dungeon to everyone else for 4 years, and you did not know that was what you were doing." He looked at the shard. "And because when I look at it, the mapping shard responds as if it has found something it has been looking for." The pavilion was quiet. Marin, who had overheard this from behind the table, said nothing. She had the expression of someone who has seen a thing that confirms a pattern they had already suspected. Fenwick looked at his shard for a long time. "Unclassified," he said again. "I've been down here 4 years and Varys never told me." Varys operates on the modern documentation. The anchor shard is in the original architectural documents. Varys may not have had the classification. Cale paused. Or the dungeon may have been waiting for the moment it was relevant. Fenwick sat down on one of Marin's supply crates. He looked like a man having a conversation with an assumption he had held for a long time and finding it substantially incorrect. "What does an anchor shard do?" Cale told him. "All of it. The resolution and the accumulation and the architect documents and the three other types." He did not simplify it or present it in a way that would make it easier to accept. He presented it as it was. Fenwick listened in the way he had observed people listen when the information was genuinely new and they were taking all of it in rather than sorting it as it arrived. When Cale finished, there was a silence that lasted almost a minute. "4 shards," Fenwick said finally. "4. I'm the 4th. "Yes." Another silence. "I'm a courier." "You are the person who connects people who would not otherwise be connected. The shard is the formalization of that. What you do is what it is designed to enable." Cale held his gaze. "I am not asking you to stop being a courier. The network you maintain is valuable, and I have used it today to send records upward that will help future entrants. What I am asking is whether you are willing to eventually descend with us." "Not now. When you are ready. When we are ready." Fenwick looked at the shard in his hand. He turned it over once. The gray depth of it caught the plateau's crystal light and held it for a moment before releasing it. "Tell me more about what level 3 looks like," he said. Cale sat down on the crate beside him and told him everything he knew and everything he suspected and everything the shard had indexed that was relevant. The level 3 smell, the large space, the amber crystal arch and what it might mean. Fenwick listened, and the anchor shard turned slowly in his hand, and the 4 of them, counting Davin and Lyra still on level 2 waiting for Cale's return, were now a complete set for the first time in 381 years. Chapter 17. What 3 years builds. Cale spent the day before descent reviewing what 3 weeks on level 2 had produced. The index had grown significantly, not just in volume but in quality. The data from level 2 was richer than level 1 data in the specific way that a more complex system produces richer data, more interactions between elements, more feedback loops, more places where understanding one thing changed the interpretation of 3 other things that had previously seemed unrelated. The Gloam colony behavior, for example, had turned out to be connected to the hanging pale distribution in a way that was not obvious until the index held enough data from both organisms to make the link visible. The Gloam colonies avoided chambers occupied by hanging pale organisms, not consistently enough to be an absolute rule, but consistently enough to be a strong tendency. The reason was probably chemical. The filter mechanism of the hanging pale extracted something from the ambient air that the Gloam colony required for the signal propagation between its individual units. In chambers where the pale was active, the Gloam's distributed intelligence was impaired. The colony stayed away. This had practical implications. A chamber with a hanging pale was a chamber where the Gloam was less likely to enter. Moving quickly through such a chamber was therefore doubly safe. The pale's field effect threshold was high enough that brief transit was safe, and the Gloam's impaired function meant reduced colony presence. He wrote this up and added it to the level 2 orientation document that would go upward with Fenwick's next courier run. He also reviewed the Deepwalker's contribution to the joint record. Karath had been as good as her word. The Eastern Section data they had provided was detailed and reliable, and had filled gaps in his mapping that would have taken several additional days to close. He had reciprocated with the Central Section survey and the hanging pale threshold data and the Gloam behavioral profile, and what they had built together was significantly better than what either of them could have built alone. This was the principle he was developing more confidence in with each level. Not the principle of cooperative survival, which was obvious. The principle of cooperative documentation. The record that 2 groups with different data built together was not just the sum of their separate records. It was something qualitatively different because the overlap points where two independent observations confirmed each other produced certainty, rather than just data, and the contradiction points where they did not agree identified exactly where more investigation was needed. He thought about this in the context of the resolution and the four shards. The architects had not simply needed four capable people. They had needed four people whose knowledge domains complemented each other in a specific way. The mapping shard bore the overall record, but the record was only as good as what it could observe. Davin's fire affinity gave access to thermal phenomena. Lyra's stone affinity gave access to structural properties of material. Fenwick's anchor shard connected separated observations into a coherent whole. Together, they could observe things that none of them could observe alone. The accumulation at the bottom of the dungeon was, according to Aren, unstructured. The architect's hypothesis was that a sufficiently organized coherence field could interrupt the accumulation's growth pattern by imposing structure on it. The four shards in resonance produced that coherence field. But Kale was beginning to think the resonance was not just about the four shards. It was about the four records, the four different ways of understanding the dungeon that the four bearers would bring to the deep levels after a long descent. They needed to descend together, or at least in coordination. They needed each of them to build their understanding of every level through their own perceptual framework. Not as a team observing the same things together, but as four parallel observers whose independent records the anchor shard could eventually synthesize. He told Fenwick this during their second conversation on level 1 and watched Fenwick work through the implications. The anchor shard doesn't just connect people, Fenwick said slowly. It connects what they know. I think so. The architect document describes the anchor's function in the resonance as synthesizing the output of the other three shards. I originally interpreted that as a technical function of the field resonance. I now think it is also a function of the descent. The anchor bearer needs to understand what each of the other three bearers understands in order to synthesize it, which means I need to descend through every level with each of you, or in sequence. Following each of us through the levels you have not covered, absorbing the different frameworks. He paused. You have been underground for 4 years. How many levels have you personally descended to? Fenwick was quiet for a moment. Level 3. Briefly. I went down to establish the original contact with Orvith and came back up. I have been on level 1 and level 2 since then. Then you have the same starting point as us. You are behind Davin and Lyra in terms of personal attribute development, but the anchor shard is not primarily an attribute-dependent shard based on the architect's documentation. Its function in the resonance is connective rather than combative or structural, which means I need to develop a different kind of capability. Understanding, the same as me but through your particular perceptual framework. Kale looked at the anchor shard still visible at Fenwick's collar. What does it do when you use it actively? I have never used it actively. I did not know how. I did not know what it was. Try something for me. Think of a moment in your 4 years here when two pieces of information from two different sources connected in a way that suddenly made something clear that had not been clear before. Fenwick thought. After a moment, something changed in his expression, the quality of a memory arriving with unusual vividness. 2 years ago. Marin mentioned that the cave skitter population had been declining in the western section of level 1 for 3 months. The same week, Karath's courier mentioned that the Gloam colony on level 2 had expanded significantly. I put the two pieces together and realized the colony was moving through the passage between levels and hunting cave skitters on level 1 as a supplementary food source. I warned the plateau and Marin restructured her harvest projections accordingly. Did the shard feel different when you made that connection? Pause. Yes. Warmer. That is the shard being used actively. You have been using it for 4 years without knowing it. You connected a level 1 population decline with a level 2 colony expansion, because your shard synthesized two observations from two independent sources into a third piece of knowledge that neither source contained individually. Cale met his eyes. That is exactly the function the architects designed it for. Fenwick sat with this for a long moment. He looked down at the shard. Then he looked up with an expression that was doing several things at once, processing something large, adjusting to a revised understanding of 4 years, and arriving at a question that was both obvious and difficult. What happens if the resolution fails? The accumulation reaches the surface. In 40 to 60 years, the third expansion covers 400 kilometers of inhabited territory. Cale said this flatly because the flatness was more useful than any other register. It happened twice before. The architects built this dungeon to prevent it happening a third time. And we are the ones who are going to prevent it. We are the ones who are positioned to try. Whether we succeed depends on things we do not yet know. He looked at the level 3 passage at the far end of the descent slope. Which is why we keep descending and keep learning. Fenwick looked at the passage for a long moment. Then he said something that Cale filed in the index not as data about the dungeon, but as data about the person who would be synthesizing everything they learned. 4 years underground is a long time to be doing something important without knowing why. You were doing it anyway, Cale said. Yes, Fenwick said. I suppose I was. He tucked the anchor shard back inside his collar. He picked up his courier pack and held it for a moment, and then he set it down. He looked at Cale. I need a week to hand the courier route to someone else and brief them on the system. After that, I am ready to descend. Cale nodded. A week was a very small cost for what it bought. We will be on level 3. We will leave markers at the entry point. I know the marking system, Fenwick said. I built it. Of course he had. Chapter 18, Level 3, The Open Dark. Level 3 was the first level that felt genuinely dangerous in the way that danger is different from difficulty. Level 1 had been manageable with care. Level 2 had required competence. Level 3 required something more, a quality of attention that did not relax. Not because everything on Level 3 was immediately threatening, because the level had a quality of scale and depth that made relaxed attention feel like a failure of basic responsibility. The entry chamber was enormous. Cale had registered the smell of large moving air at the Level 3 passage entrance on Level 2. What produced that smell was a chamber that was approximately 300 meters in diameter with a ceiling that he could not see clearly enough to estimate. The crystal here was a different type again. Deep violet blue, cooler in tone than the amber of Level 2, and producing a light that had a directional quality, coming from specific nodes distributed across the chamber walls rather than from the consistent network of veins the upper levels had. Between the nodes, the walls were in relative darkness, and the center of the chamber was lit by a single large node overhead that was bright enough to produce shadows. Actual shadows. He had not seen shadows since arriving in the Warden depths. It's like being outside, Lyra said quietly. It was not like being outside, but it had an openness that the upper levels had not had, and Cale understood what she meant. Davin was looking at the shadows with the expression he had when his combat shard was doing something the rest of him had not caught up to yet. He had a hand near the shard without touching it. Something is using the dark space between the light nodes, he said. Cale followed Davin's attention to the wall sections between the violet nodes. He looked carefully. He let his perception work at the edges of what was visible rather than the center of the lit area, which was where the instinct wanted to look, at the edges, where the shadow was deepest, there. Movement, not large, not fast, but present, a shifting of the shadow that was not consistent with air movement or light variation. Something in the dark between the nodes was watching them from the chamber edge. How many? Cale said very quietly. I count 5 points of movement, Davin said. Maybe 6. They are very still when I look directly. They move in the peripheral movement response. A hunting behavior adapted to prey that used direct observation as a detection method. He thought of the deep crawler on level 1 and the eye contact response. These creatures had the inverse behavior, stillness when directly observed, movement in peripheral vision. The implication was that they hunted prey that used peripheral detection rather than frontal attention. "Do not look at them directly," Cale said. He turned his face toward the chamber center and addressed Davin and Lyra without shifting his eyes to them. "Look at the center node. Give them no peripheral movement cues. Walk to the center of the chamber slowly and stop." They did this. The peripheral movement at the walls ceased as soon as they walked. The creatures, whatever they were, had a response to movement too, stillness while the prey moved. They were waiting. He stood in the center of the chamber and looked at the overhead node and thought about what he was looking at. Creatures that used stillness when observed and stillness when their prey moved. They hunted from ambush in darkness. They had been aware of the 3 entrants from the moment they entered the chamber and had taken up positions rather than immediately attacking. "They are assessing us," he said. "Or waiting for a better moment," Davin said. "If they were waiting for a better moment, they would have won already. We walked from the entry passage to the chamber center without combat readiness. If they hunted on movement alone, they would have attacked when we were walking." He kept his eyes on the overhead node. "They are intelligent." "Level 3 fauna is meant to be more sophisticated," Lyra said. "Yes, but sophisticated in a specific way. They use the lighting architecture of this chamber as cover, which means they understand the lighting architecture. Which means they have been in this chamber long enough to learn it and adapt to it." He paused. "They are not randomly distributed between the nodes. They are positioned to cover all exits." The silence in the chamber was significant. The peripheral shapes at the walls had not moved. "What do we do?" Davin said. He thought carefully. They were in the center of a chamber with 6 points of ambush positioned between them and every exit. Combat was Davin's domain, and Davin's fire affinity would be effective here. The violet-blue crystal produced a different ambient chemistry than the amber of level 2, but fire was still fire, and light was their best tool for eliminating the darkness that these creatures relied on. But a combat engagement in the chamber center with 6 ambush positions was a different calculation than the 11-minute gloam dispersal. "We sit down," Cale said. A pause. "We what?" Davin said. "We sit down. We make no aggressive movements. We demonstrate that we are not prey." He lowered himself to the chamber floor. "Ambush predators optimize for prey behavior. We are not behaving like prey. Prey does not voluntarily make itself more vulnerable in the center of a territory it does not know. Prey moves quickly and defensively and looks for exits. We are sitting in the middle of their territory without apparent concern." Lyra sat down immediately. Davin took 3 seconds longer and then sat down with the expression of a person who was not entirely convinced, but recognized that they were not in a good position to argue. They sat in the center of the chamber. 1 minute passed. 2. The peripheral movement at the walls had gone completely still. At the 3-minute mark, one of the shapes at the east wall moved, not the ambush movement of something approaching prey. A different quality, the careful repositioning of something that was uncertain. It moved into the edge of the node light and stopped there. Cale looked at it directly. It was tall, bipedal with the general organization of a humanoid, but with proportions that were not human. Limbs that were too long relative to the torso. Hands that had too many joints visible when it moved. A head that was broad at the crown and narrowed to a pointed lower jaw. Its skin or surface was the same deep violet blue as the crystal nodes, not as a color, but as a material quality. It absorbed the light around it differently from the way organic tissue does. It was looking at him with eyes that were the particular amber of the level 2 crystal. It had level 2 amber eyes in a level 3 body. He filed this immediately. The amber eyes were not decorative. They were functional, amber spectrum perception in a violet-blue environment. These creatures could see in both spectra. They were not native to level 3 alone. They moved between levels. "Hello," he said. Davin made a very small sound that was not quite a word. The creature at the east wall looked at him. It made a sound that was not a human sound, but that had the structural quality of language. He could not understand it, but the structure was there, repetition of certain sound patterns, variation in emphasis that corresponded to the emotional register of the speaker. "I cannot understand you," Kale said. He kept his voice level and quiet. "But I am going to assume you are saying something meaningful and respond as though you are." The creature made the sound again. "We are descending," Kale said. "We intend to pass through this level. We do not intend to stay permanently. We would like to understand this level, and we will not disturb what does not need disturbing." A pause. Then the creature made a third sound, shorter than the others. It stepped back from the edge of the node light and returned to the shadow. The peripheral movement at the other wall positions settled and did not resume. They remained seated for another 10 minutes. Nothing approached them. Nothing moved from the walls. Then Kale stood up and walked to the level 3 passage onward, which was at the south wall of the chamber, and Davin and Lyra followed him, and the creatures in the dark between the nodes watched them pass without moving. "You talked to it," Lyra said when they were clear of the chamber. "I do not know if it understood me," Kale said, "but the act of speaking is itself a signal. Something that speaks is not prey. Prey does not communicate with its predator." He was writing in his notes already. "I need to find a way to learn their language." "How?" Davin said. "Repeated exposure, the same approach as everything else." He looked at the passage ahead of them. The violet-blue glow was present here too, but mixed with something new, a green undertone in the crystal that he had not seen on any previous level. One thing at a time. He kept walking and kept writing, and the mapping shard held everything, and level 3 opened around them in the dark, and the light and the spaces in between. Chapter 19. Orvith and the Third Level. The craftsman Orvith was nothing like what Kale had expected. He had built a mental model based on second-hand descriptions from Marin and the Deepwalkers. An older man, experienced in the dungeon's deep grammar, isolated by choice and approached by entrants who needed things he was uniquely able to provide. This model was not wrong exactly. It was incomplete in ways that mattered. Orvith was young. Younger than Kale by perhaps 2 years, which put him at approximately 24. He was not isolated by the temperamental preference of a craftsman who wanted to work alone. He was isolated by the specific circumstance of someone who had come to level 3 for reasons that had nothing to do with the conventional entrant arc, and had found a reason to stay that was similarly unconventional. His workshop occupied the third chamber of level 3's eastern section, a space he had adapted over what turned out to be 2 years of residence into one of the most extensively modified environments Kale had seen in the dungeon. Crystal formations had been shaped into tool storage. The water channel ran through a series of deliberately constructed basins that he used as part of his bonding process. The walls had been worked by a stone affinity tool, not Orvith's own work, but something he had commissioned from a previous entrant who had come through and moved on into a series of shallow shelves that held materials in an organization that had its own logic. His shard was at his right wrist, and it was unlike any of the 4 types Kale had cataloged. It was a dark amber that pulsed very slowly, deeper than the level 2 amber, more like the color of something that had been burning for a long time and had reached a steady state. When Orvith's hands moved near it, the pulse quickened slightly. "Making shard," Orvith said when Kale looked at it with obvious attention. "Not in the architect's original list. It is a craft affinity that bonds to people who are going to spend their time building things rather than descending." He said this without any particular weight on it. It was a statement of fact rather than an apology or a limitation. "I came down 3 years ago with a full descent plan. I got to level 3 and started making things, and the plan became irrelevant." "What kind of things?" Lyra asked. He gestured at the shelves. The objects there were varied, tools and shapes that were not quite familiar, equipment that incorporated crystal fragments in ways Cale had not seen, several items that he could not immediately identify as belonging to any category he had encountered. Whatever comes up, whatever people need and cannot find on the surface or on the upper levels. The bonding process allows me to incorporate dungeon properties into surface materials and surface properties into dungeon materials. It is more versatile than it sounds when you have had 2 years to explore the combination space. Marin mentioned boots, Cale said. Boots, yes. Basic bonded leather from level 1 hides, the most common thing I make. He looked at Cale's boots, the ones Marin had given him from his first trade. Those are mine. You got them from Marin. Yes, they have held up very well. They will. Bonded leather from level 1 hide resists the specific degradation mechanisms of the first 3 levels. He paused. On level 4, the degradation mechanisms change. If you are descending to level 4, those boots will need supplemental bonding. Come see me before you go down. Cale made a note. What can you tell me about level 4? Orvith looked at him with the expression of a craftsman encountering someone who asks good questions. Not much. My knowledge of level 4 is entirely second-hand. I have 17 customers who have passed through level 3 on their way to level 4, and a handful of them have come back up and told me things. He moved to one of the shelved areas and produced a wrapped object that he opened to reveal a notebook. Not bonded hide, something finer. I keep records of what people tell me. Cale looked at the notebook and felt the mapping shard pulse with warm recognition. You have been building a record of customer reports. It seemed useful. People tell me things when they are getting equipment. They are in the mindset of preparation and they think about what they encountered and what they will need next. He handed the notebook to Cale. You can read it. I ask only that you add what you learn from level 3 before you leave. The notebook had the quality of a thing that had been built incrementally over 2 years by someone with a craftsman's eye for what would be useful later. Each entry was dated in terms of dungeon cycles rather than surface time, and attributed to the reporting entrant with enough identifying information to assess their reliability. The entries were not narrative. They were systematic observations organized by category, with explicit distinction between what the reporter saw and what they inferred. Cale rated in 2 hours. He took notes on his own hide sheets as he read because the cross-referencing with his existing index was too valuable to defer. The notebook described levels 4 through 6 in enough detail to give a preliminary structural understanding of each, along with creature profiles for the fauna that the reporting entrants had encountered. Level 4 was characterized by the absence of crystal and the presence of a bioluminescent organism that covered large sections of floor and wall in a mat that produced green light. The green was not a separate crystal type. It was biological. This was consistent with Lyra's observation that the dungeon's deeper levels showed increasing biological influence over the environmental conditions. Level 5 had crystal again, but the crystal was primarily structural rather than luminescent. The light on level 5 came from a thermal source that no one had been able to locate. The stone itself was warm enough to produce a faint infrared glow that the reporting entrants had only been able to perceive because their extended dungeon residents had adjusted their perception enough to detect it. Level 6 had not been entered by anyone who then returned to level 3. The deepest confirmed level 6 data was from a single entrant who had looked down the level 6 entry passage and described a smell that was similar to what Cale had described smelling at the level 3 passage entrance from level 2. Large moving air. Very large. He set the notebook down and looked at Orvith. You have been building a picture of the dungeon below you without descending. I cannot descend, Orvith said, not with bitterness, with the same factual quality he had used to describe his shard. The making shard optimizes for creation in a fixed location. My capability scales with the time I spend in the same space working. Every time I move significantly, I lose accumulated resonance with the local crystal and material conditions. If I descend to level 4, I will lose 2 years of resonance with level 3 and take months to rebuild it on level 4. The net loss is too great. So you stay and build the record. And make things that help people go deeper than they could otherwise, which is its own form of descent. He looked at the notebook. Your index is more complete than anything in that notebook, I suspect. Different mechanism, but the same impulse. The same impulse, Cale agreed. He handed the notebook back. We will add level 3 data before we leave, and I will send written records up through the courier system after each level. Fenwick's system. Fenwick is with us now. He will be descending when he finishes handing the courier route to a replacement. Orvith looked at him with the craftsman's evaluating expression. Fenwick is descending. He has an anchor shard. He has been using it for 4 years without knowing what it was. A pause. Then, Fenwick's information synthesis. That is the anchor function. Yes. Orvith sat back and looked at the ceiling of his workshop for a long moment. The making shard pulsed at its slow, steady rate. I wondered sometimes if there was a reason the information flowed as well as it did in this dungeon. Most dungeons people tell me about have much worse information sharing between levels. The Warden Depths has an unusually functional knowledge network for an entrant-populated dungeon. Because the anchor shard has been actively maintaining it for 4 years, Cale said. Fenwick did not know that was what he was doing, but the shard was doing it regardless. Intentionality without intent. Orvith turned this over. There is a concept in making that is similar. When I bond materials together, I do not always know what properties the bonded object will have. The bonding reveals the properties. The material knows things about itself that I discover in the process of working with it. Cale looked at the making shard. He thought about the 4 shards and about what they might reveal about themselves in the process of descending through 300 levels. When we come back from level 3, he said, I would like to spend time here talking about what you know about the deep material properties of the dungeon. Your customer records go to level 6. The architect's documentation addresses the deep levels. There may be connections between what you know and what I know that neither of us has seen yet. Orvith nodded. When you come back. He said this not as a doubt about whether they would come back, but as a craftsman confirming the timeline for a project. I will be here. Outside the workshop, the level 3 passage continued into the violet, blue, and green dark. The creatures with amber eyes were present somewhere in the outer chambers. The shadows between the crystal nodes held the particular quality of things that were paying attention. Cale had 3 more weeks of level 3 to map. He went to begin. Chapter 20, The Creatures Between Levels. On the 12th day of level 3, Cale learned the first word of the creature's language. He had been building toward this incrementally since the first chamber encounter. His method was the same method he applied to everything: systematic observation from safe distance, pattern identification, hypothesis formation, and testing. The creatures, which he had named level 3 sentience in his notes for lack of a better term, appeared in the entry chamber and in 2 of the outer eastern chambers. They did not appear in the workshop section where Orvith worked, which was not a coincidence. Orvith had been on level 3 for 2 years. The sentients had presumably developed an understanding of his presence similar to his understanding of theirs, a stable feature of the level that required no escalating response. What Cale had been observing for 12 days was the following: the sentients moved between levels. He had confirmed this on day 4 when he tracked 2 individuals through the level 2 connection passage, and confirmed their presence in the upper level by their eye glow amber in the level 2 light. They went up in small groups of 2 to 3 and returned alone or in different combinations. They used both the main level passages and a network of secondary passages that Cale had begun mapping but which were different in character from the main routes. Narrower, more irregular, clearly not designed as entrant passages, but as something older. The secondary passage network was one of the most significant things he had found on Level 3, and he was not yet certain of its full extent. On day 12, he was in the eastern section's second chamber doing a count of crystal formation growth when one of the sentients entered the chamber from the secondary passage. Not from the main entrance. From a crack in the eastern wall that was too narrow for a person to pass through, but apparently not too narrow for a sentient, whose proportions allowed for different movement mechanics than a human body. It stopped when it saw him. He stopped when he saw it. They were approximately 6 meters apart. This was closer than he had previously been to an individual sentient in a non-chamber center context. He was aware of his heart rate and did not try to suppress it because suppression was a form of attention that reduced available cognitive resources. He let his heart do what it was doing and kept his thinking clear. The sentient was looking at him with the amber eyes. Its posture was not the stillness of ambush. It was the stillness of assessment. He recognized the quality from his own assessment behavior and filed the resemblance as significant. "I've been trying to understand your language," Kale said quietly. "I do not know enough yet." The sentient made a sound, short, 2 components. The first was a mid-range resonant tone, and the second was a brief stop that had the quality of a period. He had heard that sound before. He queried the index. The shard surfaced the moment, day 6, the entry chamber, when he had sat down in the chamber center, and one of the sentients had made that 2-part sound before the others ceased their peripheral movement. He had filed it then as possibly a signal to the group. Not a question, not a warning, a statement. "You said that in the entry chamber on day 6, he said, after we sat down. The sentient made the sound again. He thought about the context. They had sat down. They had made themselves non-threatening. The sound had followed. Context, acknowledgement, recognition, something in the register of acceptance. He had read it tentatively as a signal to the group, but it might have been addressed to them. "I am going to guess that sound means something in the category of understood or acknowledged," he said. "I may be wrong, but I am going to proceed as if I am approximately right and correct my understanding as more data becomes available." He made the sound himself, or an attempt at it. The tonal component was manageable. The stop was more difficult because the sentient's physiology for producing it was clearly different from his own, and what he produced was a softer version of the stop that he suspected was either wrong or had a slightly different register. The sentient was very still. Then it made the sound back to him. The same 2 components. Then it made a new sound, 3 components instead of 2, the middle component being a variation of the tonal element. He wrote both sounds in his notes with a system of notation he had developed over the previous 12 days, lines for tonal components with relative height indicating pitch, dots for stops, connecting marks indicating the speed of transition. He was building a phonetic transcription system for a language that had not been documented before. When he looked up, the sentient was still there. "What does the 3-part version mean?" he said. He was aware this was not a useful question in context. He asked it anyway because talking was the practice and the practice was what built the index. The sentient made the 3-part sound again and then looked deliberately at the secondary passage it had come through and then back at Kale. He looked at the secondary passage, then at the sentient. "You came through there." The sentient made the 2-part sound. He stood up slowly and walked toward the secondary passage. He stopped at the entrance and looked into it. It was narrow and it curved after a few meters, which meant he could not see where it went. The crystal inside the crack was a different type from the chamber crystal, smaller formations more tightly packed, almost fibrous in texture, and producing a light that was a different shade of the violet blue, darker and more directional. "Where does this go?" he said. The sentient made a new sound. 4 components. He wrote it down. It moved past him into the crack, turning sideways and moving through with the ease of something whose skeleton was organized for this specific motion. At the first curve it stopped and looked back at him. He was not going to fit. His shoulders were too wide for the crack's minimum point. He looked at it and then at the sentient and then at his notes. "I cannot follow. My body does not work the way yours does." The sentient made the two-part sound. Then it moved back out of the crack and stood in front of him again. It appeared to be considering something. Then it did something he had not seen any of the sentients do before. It reached toward him. Slowly, with one of the long jointed hands extended, not reaching for him, reaching past him. It touched the chamber wall to his right with two fingers and held the contact for approximately 5 seconds and then withdrew. The wall where it had touched was warm, not significantly, just above the ambient temperature. He could feel it from where he stood. He pressed his palm to the same spot. The warmth was there, and it had a faint crystal resonance quality, not the shard's resonance but the dungeon's own ambient resonance in a localized form. Like a message in a frequency he was only beginning to be able to detect. He held his hand there and let the mapping shard do what it did with information his conscious mind could not fully process. The index built something new, not a map element, a key. The sentient had pressed that spot, and the spot had a property that was stored in the secondary passage network in the same way that the channel network was a property of the water system. The secondary passages were connected to something, not to the main level structure, to something older, the same something that Lyra had identified as the organizing intelligence behind the central section's chamber proportions on level 2. He stepped back from the wall and looked at the sentient. "You know what this dungeon was before it was a dungeon." The sentient made the two-part sound. He was no longer uncertain about its approximate meaning. "I need to learn your language," he said. "I am going to spend time in this chamber every day for the rest of our time on level 3. Will you come back?" The four-part sound. The new one. He did not know what it meant yet, but the sentient was still there when he looked up from his notes, and it was still there an hour later when Davin came to find him and found him sitting cross-legged on the chamber floor with a sentient sitting opposite him in a posture that was different from any posture Davin had seen a sentient take before. Forward inclined, attentive, the amber eyes steady, and the long hands folded across its knees. "You're having a conversation," Davin said from the chamber entrance. "I am having the beginning of a conversation," Kale said. "Come in slowly, sit against the west wall, do not look at it directly until I tell you it is appropriate." Davin came in slowly and sat against the west wall. The sentient looked at him and made the two-part sound. "I told you," Kale said very quietly to Davin. "Understood, acknowledged, something in that category. You learned a word. I learned one word and I am working on 4 others." He turned back to the sentient. "Start again." The sentient made the 4-part sound. He wrote it down and began the process of understanding what it meant. The index held everything. The patience that was a practice held the rest. Outside the chamber, level 3 continued in its violet, blue, and green dark, full of things that had never been documented, and a secondary passage network that connected to something older than the dungeon itself. And somewhere below level 3 the accumulation was growing toward a surface that had no idea it existed. There was so much to learn. Kale kept writing. Chapter 21. The Grammar of Amber Eyes. The sentient's name was not pronounceable with a human mouth. Kale established this on day 14 of level 3 after 12 days of daily sessions in the second eastern chamber. The sentient's name was a 4-component sound with a tonal quality in the third component that required a resonance in the chest cavity that human anatomy could produce only in a limited and approximate way. What Kale could produce was close enough that the sentient recognized it as an attempt and responded to it. He filed the sentient's name in the index as a phonetic approximation and referred to it in his written notes as Vel, which captured the tonal shape of the first 2 components. The sessions had produced something he had not anticipated. They were bidirectional. Vel was learning from him as much as he was learning from Vel. The sentients had apparently encountered spoken human language before, since individual words produced recognition responses, but they had not previously encountered a human who was deliberately learning their language rather than trying to communicate in their own. Vel's engagement with the sessions had a quality that Cale read as genuine interest rather than accommodation. By day 14, he had a working vocabulary of approximately 40 words and a partial grammar. The grammar was the harder part. The language was not structured the way human languages were structured. It was not primarily sequential. Individual sounds carried multiple simultaneous layers of meaning that depended on the speaker's physiological state, the ambient light quality, and contextual factors that Cale was still working to fully catalog. A sound that meant acknowledgement from a calm speaker meant something closer to warning from a speaker whose shard or biological equivalent was in an elevated state. He described it to Davin as a language where the same word in a different key meant a different thing. Like music, Davin said. Like music, where the notation tells you the notes, but not which instrument is playing them, and the instrument determines the meaning. That does not simplify things. No, but it is elegant. He looked at his notes. Human languages evolved for environments where meaning had to survive transmission over distance between speakers who could not see or hear each other clearly. They became precise in sequence because they had to be robust against degradation. The sentience language evolved in an environment where the speakers are always close and always visible, and share a great deal of ambient physical context. The language is compressed because it does not need to carry context that the environment already provides. Davin considered this. They were in the workshop with Orvith, who had been listening with the quiet attention he brought to conversations about materials and properties. Can you ask Vel about the secondary passages? I have been building toward that. I wanted enough vocabulary to be confident the question would be understood before I asked it. The secondary passages are clearly significant to the sentience, and asking about something significant before you have a basis of communicative trust tends to produce closure rather than disclosure. Orvith looked up from the piece he was working on. You approach linguistic contact the same way you approach mapping. I approach everything the same way, Cale said. Build the foundation before the structure. He asked Vel about the secondary passages on day 17. He asked it by using his working vocabulary to describe what he had understood so far, that the secondary passages were different from the main level architecture, that they were older, and that the sentients used them in ways that the main passages were not used. He then asked the four-part sound that he had tentatively identified as the word for origin or source. Where do these passages come from? Vel was quiet for a long moment. The amber eyes moved to the wall that contained the secondary passage entrance, and then back to Cale. Then Vel made a sound that was new. Not one of the 40 words in Cale's working vocabulary. A long sound with multiple tonal components that had the quality of something important being said carefully. He wrote it down and looked at the notation, and tried to parse it with the grammar he had built. The first component was close to the word for deep in terms of tonal pattern. The middle section was a compressed cluster he could not fully separate into individual components. The final component was unambiguous. It was the word for before, or earlier, or the state of something that preceded the current state. Deep. Something. Before. From deep. From before, he said aloud. He looked at Vel. The passages are from something that was deep before the current structure existed. Vel made the two-part acknowledgement sound and then added a third component that Cale had recently identified as an intensifier. Very deep. Very before. The index connected this to everything Lyra had said about the organized stone in Level 2's central section, and to Aren's description of the dungeon's construction around something that was already there. The secondary passages were not part of the dungeon the architects built. They were part of whatever had been here before the architects built around it. Something had built the secondary passages. Something that moved differently from human beings, and that had been here for a very long time before anyone came to contain what was in the deep rock. He spent the rest of day 17 with Vel going through the components of the long sound he had been given, trying to separate them. By the end of the session, he had parsed 6 of the 9 components into approximate meanings. The full sentence, to the degree he could reconstruct it, was something like, "The passages are from the ones who shaped this place in the deep time before the stone was as it is now." The ones, plural, a people or a group who had shaped the secondary passage network before the geological processes that had formed the current cave structure had fully settled. Incredibly old. He thought about the crystal bridges on level 1, and the water channel network, and the carved basins in the chambers, and the organizational logic of level 2's central section, and the amber-eyed creatures who moved between levels using passages that predated the dungeon by geological timescales. The sentients were not fauna native to level 3. They were the descendants of the ones who had shaped this place. He did not tell Vel he had reached this conclusion. He wrote it in his notes and flagged it as inference rather than confirmed and continued the vocabulary sessions. But the mapping shard was very warm in his pocket for the rest of the day. On day 18, Lyra came to the session for the first time. She sat against the west wall where Davin usually sat, and she looked at Vel and Vel looked at her, and the stone affinity shard on her wrist pulsed once with a warmth that was neither amber nor gray but something in between. Vel made a sound Kale had not heard before. He wrote it down and turned to Lyra. "What did your shard do?" "It recognized something," she said quietly. She was looking at Vel with an expression that was not quite awe but was the intellectual equivalent of it. "The stone affinity. Vel's physiology has a stone resonance. Something in the biological structure." She looked at her wrist. "The shard is responding to it the way it responds to natural crystal formations that have been shaped by an organizing intelligence." Shaped by an organizing intelligence. He looked at Vel and then at his notes and then at the secondary passage entrance in the east wall. "Vel," he said carefully, "the ones who made the passages, are you descended from them?" He assembled the question from his working vocabulary as precisely as he could. It came out approximate, more like the deep before shapers. "Are they your before people?" Vel looked at him for a long moment, then made the 2-part acknowledgement, then the intensifier. Then a new sound that his grammar parsing identified as something in the category of self or us or we. "Yes. Very yes. We." The sentients were the descendants of the architects of the secondary passage network. They had been in the warden depths since before the dungeon existed. They had been here when the accumulation began to grow. They had watched the human architects arrive and build around the problem that they had been watching for much longer. The dungeon had been built around people who were already here. He spent the walk back to Orvith's workshop, thinking about what that meant for everything he thought he understood about the warden depths and its purpose. It meant the dungeon was not primarily a human project. It was a human addition to something that had been here for a very long time. The water channel network was the sentient's work. The secondary passages were the sentient's work. The organizational logic of the cave spaces was the sentient's work. The human architects had arrived and built the shard bonding system, and the progression structure, and the level designations on top of an infrastructure that was already ancient. And the accumulation that the dungeon was built to contain was the thing the sentients had been watching grow since before the first human entrant had ever descended. They were not fauna. They were the original wardens. He understood the dungeon's name differently now. Chapter 22. What Fenwick Brought Down. Fenwick arrived on level 3 on the 22nd day of Kale's residence there. He came down from level 2 with a pack that was significantly larger than a courier's standard kit, and with the particular quality of a person who has changed their understanding of what they are doing in the world. He had spent the intervening week handing the courier route to a woman named Brescia, who had been doing informal information work on level 1 for 2 years, and had the organizational instinct for it. He had briefed her for 3 days on every aspect of the route, and then spent 2 days watching her run it herself and correcting the parts that did not transfer from description to practice as cleanly as he had hoped. Then he had descended. He looked at level 3 with the expression of someone who knew intellectually that a place was different, but was still having to recalibrate their physical understanding of what different meant at this scale. "The entry chamber," he said. "Yes," Cale said. "It's very large." "Yes." Fenwick turned in a slow circle and looked at the violet, blue, and green dark and at the shadows between the light nodes. He was quiet for a long moment. "Then there is something in the shadows." "Yes, do not look at them directly. They are not immediately threatening if you do not exhibit prey behavior. Move toward the center of the chamber and sit down." Fenwick moved toward the center and sat down. He did this with the practical acceptance of someone who had learned over 4 years that the dungeon's logic was its own, and that the sensible response to an instruction from someone who understood that logic better than you did was to follow the instruction and ask questions after. They sat together in the center of the entry chamber, and Cale told him about the sentience, and about Vel, and about the 17 days of vocabulary sessions, and what he had learned. He told him about the secondary passages and the deep before shapers, and what it meant for the history of the dungeon. He told him about Orvith, and the making shard and the workshop records, and the fauna profiles for levels 4 through 6. Fenwick listened in the way his anchor shard apparently enabled, completely, without losing any thread. When Cale finished, Fenwick sat with the information for a moment, and then said something that demonstrated exactly why his shard was architecturally necessary for the resolution. "The sentients know what the accumulation is," Fenwick said. Cale looked at him. "That inference came from what I told you just now. The deep before shapers watched the accumulation grow before the human architects arrived. The sentients are descended from the deep before shapers. The sentients have been in this dungeon for the entire period of the accumulation's growth. They have been watching it for longer than the dungeon has existed." Fenwick met his eyes steadily. "The architect's document describes the accumulation's properties from an analytical perspective, from observations and measurements, but the sentient's knowledge of it would be experiential and multigenerational. They might know things about it that the architects did not. The mapping shard was very warm. This was the synthesis function. This was what the anchor shard did to information. It connected not the individual data points, but the implications that the data points together created. Cale had the data. He had been accumulating it for days. Fenwick had heard the data once and extracted an implication that Cale had not fully formed. "I need to ask Vel about the accumulation," Cale said. "I have been building toward it, but I set it aside because I did not feel the vocabulary was sufficient. You are right that this is a priority. Can the vocabulary support the question?" "Approximately." He thought about what he had available, the words for deep and before and below, and the words for growth and not structure, and the intensifiers. He thought about the grammar. "I can ask whether the deep shapers knew the deep not structure thing that grows below. That will be understood. And if Vel knows, then we may have access to 300 years of direct observation of the accumulation from a people who have been watching it for much longer than anyone else." Fenwick looked toward the shadows between the light nodes. "Then that is the most important conversation in this dungeon right now." Cale agreed. He stood up and helped Fenwick to his feet, and they went through the level 3 chambers to the second eastern chamber, where Vel was present on most days at the time they had established as regular. Vel was there. It looked at Fenwick and made a sound Cale had not heard before. Not the acknowledgement. Something longer with a tonal quality that his grammar parsing associated with significance or rarity. He thought about the anchor shard. He thought about what Vel's physiology might register about a shard whose function was connective synthesis. He thought about what a people who had been watching a thing for centuries might make of the person whose role was to be the link between everything. Vel, Kale said carefully in the sentient language. This person. His shard connects separate knowing into one knowing. You have a word for that. Vel made a sound immediately. No hesitation. As if the question had already been answered before it was asked. Kale wrote it down and looked at the notation. He had not heard this word before. It was not in his 40-word vocabulary. But the components were recognizable, a form of the word for deep, a form of the word for one or unified, and the tonal marker he associated with importance or necessity. Deep unifier. Deep one. Or more literally, the one who makes deep separated things into one thing. Vel had a word for what Fenwick was. The sentients had encountered an anchor shard before. He looked at Fenwick. Fenwick had not understood the exchange, but he had been watching it with the focused attention of the anchor shard operating in its passive mode. What did it say? Fenwick asked. It has a word for you already, Kale translated it. Deep unifier. Fenwick looked at Vel. Vel looked at Fenwick. The anchor shard at Fenwick's collar pulsed once with a warmth that was visible even in the violet-blue light. Vel made the acknowledgement sound. Then, with careful deliberateness, it reached out and touched the center of the chamber floor with 2 fingers. The floor where it touched glowed very briefly. A deep amber warmth against the violet-blue crystal. Then it faded. What was that? Fenwick said quietly. Kale looked at his notes and then at the spot and then at Vel. He assembled the question in the sentient language. What did you just do to the floor? Vel made a response that took him 3 minutes to parse because it used 3 words he had not encountered before. When he had worked through it, he sat back and looked at the chamber ceiling for a long moment. It marked the floor, he said. The mark will persist. It is a form of the secondary passage language, a notation in the stone itself. He looked at the faded spot. Vel just wrote something in the floor. What did it write? As close as I can translate, this place was visited by a deep unifier who came to understand. Fenwick was very quiet. Then, they have been waiting for someone to come and understand. For a very long time, Kale said. And apparently they have a way of recording it when it happens. He thought about the secondary passage network and all the chambers it connected, and whether those chambers also had notations in their floors. Whether the entire network was a record of encounters, of waiting, of things written in the stone for people who might eventually learn to read them. He added this to the index and began planning how to ask Vel to teach him to read stone writing. There was always more to learn. This was not a limitation. This was the nature of the work. Chapter 23, The Sentient Account. Kale asked Vel about the accumulation on the 25th day. He had spent the 3 days since Fenwick's arrival building the vocabulary for the specific components of the question. The concept of the accumulation, as the architects described it, was not a concept that translated directly into the sentient language, because the sentient language had been developed by people who had been observing the accumulation directly for much longer than the human architects had. The sentient language had more words for what the accumulation was than the architect's document had descriptions of it. This was the first significant thing Vel told him when he asked the question. He had used the phrase deep, not structure, that grows, and Vel had corrected him. Not harshly. With the patience of a teacher who is not surprised that a student is using an imprecise term and simply provides the precise one. The precise term in the sentient language had 5 components. He wrote them down and worked through the grammar. The closest approximation he could build in the language he was thinking in was the deep old that was before structure. Not structure, before structure. The accumulation was not the absence of structure. It was the condition that had existed before structure developed, before stone organized itself into the patterns that made caves and crystal and geological formation possible, before the kinds of organization that made life possible in this material layer of the world. The accumulation was a remnant of something that predated the organizational logic of physical matter. It was not growing by consuming structure. It was growing by reverting structured material to its pre-organizational condition. When Cale understood this, he sat very still for a long time. The architects had described the accumulation as incorporating surrounding material. Incorporating was the wrong frame. Reverting was what it was actually doing. Every piece of structured material that the accumulation touched was not being added to the accumulation. It was being returned to the state the accumulation itself was in. Unformed. Undifferentiated. The state that matter exists in before the forces that create organization have acted on it. The implication was significant. The architect's proposed resolution was also described in terms that were now clarified. A coherence field large enough to interrupt the accumulation's growth pattern. What that meant in the sentient framework was a field of organized structure strong enough to resist the reversion pressure, not to add structure to the accumulation, to maintain the structure of the surrounding material against the accumulation's reversion effect, like a pressure boundary. He relayed this to Fenwick that evening and watched Fenwick synthesize it in the way the anchor shard enabled. The resolution is not about changing the accumulation, Fenwick said. It is about protecting the structure around it from the accumulation's effect, a boundary condition rather than a transformation. Yes, which changes the requirements. The architects described needing a coherence field large enough to interrupt the growth pattern permanently. But if the growth pattern is reversion, then interrupting it permanently means maintaining a boundary that the accumulation cannot cross. Not once, continuously. Fenwick looked at him steadily. A boundary that must be maintained. Yes, by the four shards in resonance. Yes, that is not a single event. That is a permanent installation. Cale had been sitting with this implication since he had first worked through it. The architect's document uses the word resolution, which implies completion. I think the architects may not have fully understood the nature of what they were addressing. Or they understood it and chose a term that made the mission legible to the entrant population who would need to attempt it. They built a dungeon to grow defenders, and then told those defenders the goal was to resolve the problem, Fenwick said, knowing that the actual goal was to establish a permanent boundary, which requires people who are willing to stay at the depth where the boundary needs to be maintained. The conversation that followed was the most important one they had in the warden depths up to that point, not because what was said was surprising, because it was not. Because both of them had understood on some level since Aren's first description that the resolution was not an adventure with an end point, it was a commitment to a function. The dungeon was a recruitment mechanism. What it was recruiting for was not a battle, it was a vigil. They sat with this for a long time. Then Cale said, "We should tell Davin and Lyra before we go further." "Yes," Fenwick agreed. "And we should ask Vel whether the sentients have been maintaining a partial version of this boundary on their own." He had not thought of this. The warmth of the anchor shard function visible through Fenwick's collar was the answer to his expression. They have been here since before the accumulation began to expand significantly. If they understood what it was, they would have developed a response to it. The secondary passages run through every level, Fenwick said. If the sentients are using those passages, they are present at every depth. They are not just observers, they are doing something. Cale added this question to his list for the next session with Vel. It moved to the top of the list. He reorganized the entire preparation accordingly. The conversation with Davin and Lyra happened the following morning. He told them everything, the sentient account of the accumulation, the reversion mechanism, the boundary condition interpretation of the resolution, and the implication that the boundary would need to be maintained rather than established once. He told them without softening or simplifying. Davin absorbed it in silence. He had the quality of someone whose relationship to difficulty had been calibrated by years of work that was physically demanding and dangerous, and who processed the emotional component of hard information more quickly than the intellectual component, because he had more practice with the former. When he spoke, it was to the practical point. We are committing to staying at the deep levels indefinitely. If the boundary interpretation is correct, yes. And if we do not, then there is no boundary. The accumulation continues expanding. In 40 to 60 years, it reaches the surface. Another silence. I understood this was a significant undertaking, Davin said. I did not understand it was permanent. None of us did. The architect's framing did not make it clear. Cale looked at him directly. You are allowed to change your decision based on this information. The information has changed. A decision made on the old information is not binding. Davin looked at his combat shard. The ember glow. 4 years of work accumulated in that glow. He looked at it for a long moment and then looked up. I did not come here by accident. The dungeon bonded me to a fire affinity combat shard. I have been here for 4 years. Things that happen to me here rather than on the surface do not feel like accidents. He met Cale's eyes. My answer is the same. Lyra had been quiet throughout. She had the quality of someone who makes decisions completely and then does not revisit them. When she spoke, she said only, "The stone on this level is already stressed by the accumulation's reversion pressure. I can feel it in my shard. If we do not establish the boundary, the stress will increase until the stone fractures at every level above the boundary zone. Level 1, Level 2, everything." She looked at her wrist. My answer is also the same. Cale looked at Fenwick. Fenwick looked at all three of them and then at the violet-blue ceiling of Orvith's workshop above their heads. I spent 4 years connecting people without knowing why. Now I know why. He reached up and touched the anchor shard through his collar. My answer was the same before I descended. It has not changed. 4 of 4. Complete and confirmed. He wrote the date in his notes and added, "Team composition confirmed with full information. All parties in agreement. Mission understood as permanent vigil rather than single resolution event." Then he closed his notes and said, "We need more time on level 3. I need to finish the language work with Vel. I need to understand the sentient account of the boundary they have been maintaining, and we all need to develop further before we descend." They had time. They had made the commitment that made the time feel different from how it had felt before. Not a wait, a preparation. Chapter 24, Stone Writing. The sentient notation system was not an alphabet. Cale established this on his second session, with Vel focused specifically on the stone writing. He had gone in expecting something analogous to written language, characters or symbols that corresponded to sounds or concepts in the spoken form. What he found instead was a system that was organized along entirely different principles. The notation was multidimensional. A single mark in the stone was not a flat symbol. It had depth in the literal sense. The mark went into the stone to a variable degree, and the depth was part of the meaning. It had orientation, the angle at which the mark was made relative to the stone's natural crystal lattice changed what category of meaning the mark conveyed. And it had texture. The tool or appendage used to make the mark left a characteristic surface quality that a stone affinity reader could detect by touch, even if the mark was too small or faint to see clearly. This was a writing system that could only be read by someone who could perceive all 3 dimensions of the mark simultaneously. Lyra's stone affinity shard made her the best candidate for learning to read it. Cale could only read the visual component, which gave him 1 dimension out of 3. It was better than nothing, but it was significantly less than complete. He brought Lyra to the next session. Vel observed Lyra's stone affinity shard with the amber eyes for a long moment, and then made the sound that Cale had begun associating with recognition or identification. Then Vel went to the chamber wall and made a mark, a single test mark with 1 finger at chest height. Then it stepped back and looked at Lyra. Lyra went to the mark and pressed her palm flat against it. Her shard pulsed. She held the contact for approximately 10 seconds and then pulled her hand back. It means arrival, she said. Something arriving from outside the known territory. Vel made the acknowledgement sound. Kale looked at his notes. He had made a visual notation of the mark's appearance. It was a shallow curved line with a slight deepening at one end. He could see the curve and the deepening. He could not see the angle relative to the crystal lattice or feel the texture. What he had was the outer shell of the meaning. "Can you describe what you are reading?" he said to Lyra. "The non-visual components." She thought about how to describe it. "The angle tells me it is an incoming direction rather than an outgoing one. The texture tells me it is new information rather than established fact. Those two components together with the visual shape give you new information arriving from outside." She paused. Without the angle, it could mean departure. Without the texture, it could mean a known arrival rather than a new one. He looked at the mark again. The same visual symbol. 3 different readings depending on information a visual-only observer could not access. Then the notation system encodes context that the spoken language carries through tonal variation into the physical material of the mark itself. "Yes," Lyra said. "That is exactly what it is doing." He spent the rest of the session working with Vel and Lyra together, with Vel making marks and Lyra reading them, and describing the full meaning to Kale, who built a partial notation system that included color-coded markers for the dimensional components he could not perceive directly. It was a workaround rather than a solution, but the workaround was functional. By the end of the session, he had a partial reading ability for 30 marks. The marks included several that were relevant to their mission in a way that made the mapping shard very warm throughout the session. The mark for the deep old before structure was a compound of 4 components that required contact reading to parse correctly, but that once parsed was unambiguous. The mark for boundary or limit, or the place where reversion stops, was a specific angular orientation that Lyra described as feeling like a held breath in the stone. And there was a mark that Vel showed them at the end of the session, pressing Lyra's hand to a section of the chamber floor that Kale had not examined carefully before. The floor in that section was covered in marks. Not a few, hundreds, laid over each other in layers that Lyra had to separate carefully, pressing her shard to different depths of stone to read different temporal layers. The marks were a record, multiple generations of record. The oldest marks at the deepest layer were so worn that even Lyra's shard could only catch fragments of meaning. The newest marks on the surface layer were the kind she had been reading in the session. Between the oldest and newest was perhaps 300 years of notation. She read for a long time. Kale watched her face and watched the shard pulse at her wrist and wrote what she told him as she read it. The record was a sentient account of the accumulation's behavior over the period covered, roughly 300 years. The accumulation had begun its current phase of expansion approximately 340 years ago, somewhat before the human architects had arrived to build the dungeon around it. The sentients had been maintaining what the stone notation called the held breath, the boundary that kept the reversion effect contained below a certain depth. They had been doing this through a collective practice involving the secondary passage network and the specific stone marking system, and a form of coordinated resonance between sentients that Kale could not yet fully understand. The held breath was weakening, not suddenly. Gradually over the 300 years of the record, each generation of sentients was doing the same work the previous generation had done, but the work was becoming harder. The accumulation's reversion pressure was increasing. The held breath was holding, but it was holding less easily. The human architects had arrived approximately 280 years into this gradual weakening. The architects had seen the accumulation and understood it analytically and built the dungeon to grow defenders who might eventually provide a different approach to the boundary problem. The sentients had permitted this. They had worked with the architects. The water channel network that Kale had mapped on Level 1 was built to sentient design specifications and was part of the held breath infrastructure. He read this last piece 3 times when Lyra described it. "The channel network," he said, "is part of their boundary system." She lifted her hand from the floor. "The water carries a compound that the sentients introduced, distributed through the channel network across every level. It is part of how they maintain the held breath across the full depth of the dungeon. The channel water compound that improved endurance. The one he had discovered on level 1 and used to help Davin after the deep crawler bite. He had thought it was an incidental property of the water's interaction with the root systems of the level 1 plants. It was not incidental. It was deliberate, part of a system that had been designed by people who had been managing the boundary problem for 3 centuries before any human entrant arrived. He sat with this for a long time. Then he asked Lyra to find the most recent mark in the floor record, the newest entry, the last thing a sentient had written there before they arrived on level 3. She pressed her hand to the floor and searched carefully. Then she found it and held her shard to it and read it. "It says," she said slowly, working through the full 3-dimensional meaning, "it says, the deep unifier has arrived with ones who map and make fire and hold structure. The held breath will be given new shape." They both looked at each other. "When was it written?" Kale asked. She pressed her shard deeper to read the temporal texture of the newest mark. "Recently. Within the last month. Within the last month. Before they arrived on level 3, someone had written this before they came down from level 2. They knew we were coming," Kale said. "They have been watching the dungeon for 300 years. Lyra looked at the floor. They saw the shard types assembling. They knew what it meant. He looked at the hundreds of marks covering the chamber floor and thought about 300 years of waiting recorded in stone that required a stone affinity shard to read. 300 years of a people holding a boundary against something that was slowly pushing back against them. Waiting for the deep unifier to arrive with ones who map and make fire and hold structure. He stood up and went to find Vel. There were questions that had just become significantly more urgent. Chapter 25, A Partnership of 3 Centuries. Vel confirmed everything the floor record had indicated, and then added what the floor record had not been long enough or precise enough to contain. The confirmation came in the form of a session that lasted most of a day, and required Kale to use his entire working vocabulary, and to build approximately 20 new words in real time from context and partial grammar rules. Vel was patient with this in the way of someone who has been waiting for a conversation long enough that its difficulty does not reduce their investment in having it. The sentients had made an agreement with the human architects 280 years ago. The agreement had 3 terms. First, the architects would build the dungeon-level structure and the shard bonding system to recruit and develop human defenders. Second, the sentients would provide the channel network infrastructure and maintain the held breath boundary for the duration of the recruitment period. Third, when human defenders of sufficient development and the correct shard configuration arrived, the sentients would teach them the held breath practice so that the human defenders could take over the primary boundary maintenance, and the sentients could reduce their investment. The agreement had not been completed in 280 years because the correct shard configuration had not arrived in a combination that could be taught the held breath practice. Individual shards arrived. Combat shards had arrived many times. Structure shards occasionally. Mapping shards very rarely. The anchor shard had arrived once before, approximately 60 years ago, but without the other types present. The boundary had been maintained entirely by the sentients for 280 years of waiting. 280 years, Davin said when Kale relayed this in the evening. He said it the way you say a number that is so large it requires a moment of silence to become real. They have been maintaining the boundary alone for 280 years. While the held breath weakens, Kale said, their account suggests the weakening is significant now. Each generation is smaller than the one before it because the sentient's reproduction rate has declined as the boundary maintenance demands more of their collective energy. They are doing the equivalent of holding a door closed against increasing pressure, and it is costing them more with each generation. Lyra was looking at her shard. The stone stress I noticed on level 2. The material pressure. I thought it was the accumulation's direct effect. It is partly, but part of it is also the weakening of the held breath. The sentients are maintaining the boundary at deep levels, but what they can hold at the upper levels is diminishing as their numbers and energy decline. What you felt on level 2 was the upper limit of the boundary losing integrity. If the boundary fails before we establish the new one, Fenwick said, in the way the anchor shard made synthesis visible, the simple direct statement of the implication from multiple data streams. Then the reversion pressure is no longer contained at all. The accumulation expands at an accelerated rate. Cale looked at his notes. The architects estimated 40 to 60 years to the surface based on the accumulation's expansion rate at the time of their assessment. That assessment did not account for the possibility of the sentient boundary failing. If that fails, the timeline compresses. How much? Davin asked. I do not know. I need to ask Vel what the sentient's estimate of their remaining capacity is. He paused. I should have asked this already. I was building the vocabulary foundation before the strategic questions. I need to compress that timeline. How long to get what you need? Fenwick said. 4 more days of intensive sessions. I can work with Vel 6 to 8 hours a day if Vel is willing. The vocabulary I have built is sufficient for the boundary practice questions. What I have been waiting on is sufficient grammar to be certain the answers I receive are being understood correctly. He stopped. I have been applying level 1 patience to a level 3 urgency. That is an error. He corrected the error the following morning. The 4-day intensive sessions with Vel produced a working understanding of the held breath practice that was sufficient to evaluate what was required and what they currently lacked to perform it. The practice involved the following: a sustained resonance state generated by the 4 shard types simultaneously in the secondary passage network at a specific depth. The secondary passages were the architecture of the held breath. They were not just the sentient's travel network. They were designed as resonance conduits, shaped to carry the specific frequency of organized matter energy that opposed the accumulation's reversion pressure. The 4 shard types that the architects had introduced into the bonding system were not chosen randomly. They were chosen by the human architects in consultation with the sentients to match the resonance requirements of the secondary passage network as closely as a shard could match a sentient's natural biological resonance. The match was not perfect. Shards were external. The sentient's biological resonance was intrinsic, but the architects had calculated that 4 highly developed shards of the correct types in sustained resonance would be sufficient to substitute for the sentient collective's diminishing capacity. The critical word was developed. Development level mattered enormously. A weakly developed shard could not sustain the resonance frequency required. The architect's estimate of level 100 equivalent capability was the minimum threshold for the resonance to hold long enough to matter. They were currently between level 1 and level 3 equivalent capability. They had a very long way to go. Cale reported this to the team and then said, "We need to descend faster than I had planned. The sentient boundary is weakening. We do not have the luxury of the extended observation period I was planning for each level." How fast? Lyra asked. I had been planning 4 to 5 weeks per level, for the upper levels where the fauna is manageable without full mastery. I think we can reduce to 3 weeks if we prioritize strategic understanding over complete documentation. He looked at his notes. Not everything I learn on a level is equally valuable for the descent. I have been treating all data as equally worth the time it takes. That is the correct approach for building a comprehensive record. It is not the correct approach for an urgent descent. You are going to triage, Fenwick said. Yes. Essential information for survival and navigation at each level. Strategic information about the accumulation and the boundary. Information about the sentience and the secondary passage network. Everything else gets abbreviated. The index still records it, but I do not pursue it to the depth I have been pursuing things. He looked at the team. We will still document, we will still send records upward, but we move. Davin made a short sound that was close to relief. Good. Cale looked at him. I have been patient, Davin said. I understand the value of patience. But I have also been underground for 4 years, and I am ready to go deeper. Cale thought about Davin's 4 years. About the entrant who had been fighting his way down level by level for longer than Cale had been in this dungeon at all. About the combat shard that had been developing all that time and the capability that represented. Then we move, he said. We finish level 3 in 1 more week. Then level 4. 3 weeks per level until we reach a depth where the fauna requires longer preparation. We assess as we go. He turned back to his notes, and the mapping shard was warm with the urgency of a situation that had just become clearer and more demanding simultaneously. The held breath was weakening. The sentients were diminishing. The accumulation was growing. They needed to be ready faster than planned. He began planning how to be ready faster. Chapter 26, Level 4, The Green Dark. The bioluminescent mat that covered Level 4 was alive in the most literal sense, and it had opinions about being walked on. Not aggressive opinions. More like the mild, persistent response of something that registers contact and routes resources to the contact point to address it. When Cale stepped onto the mat for the first time, the section under his boot shifted very slightly, and the green glow at that section brightened. And then the brightness moved outward in a slow pulse that dissipated 3 meters from his foot, and then the mat returned to its ambient state. He stood still and watched this happen 3 more times as Davin and Lyra and Fenwick stepped onto the mat behind him. The mat was not the floor. It was on the floor. Beneath it, the stone was standard dungeon stone, but the mat was thick enough in most areas that the stone was not visible, and the mat's surface was the operational floor. It was slightly yielding underfoot in a way that was not unpleasant, but that was constantly reminding you that you were standing on something that was responding to your presence. The crystal on this level was absent from the walls and floor, but present in the ceiling in a form that Cale had not encountered before. Long filaments rather than veins or nodes, hanging from the ceiling in curtains that were not quite solid and not quite fluid. When the air moved, the filaments moved, and they made a sound that was at the threshold of hearing, a high continuous tone that was felt more than heard. No violet blue here, no amber. The only light was the bioluminescent mat's green glow and the faint silver white of the crystal filaments overhead when they caught the green light at the right angle. "It is beautiful," Lyra said. She said it with the tone of someone who is surprised to be saying a thing and checks it for accuracy before allowing it. Yes, Cale agreed. He was already writing. The first practical discovery of Level 4 was that the mat communicated, not in the sentient language, not in any language, but the pulse that moved outward from a contact point was not just a localized response. It traveled. The pulse from his entry step had reached somewhere ahead of them before it dissipated, and whatever was ahead of them had responded. He could see the response as a faint brightening in the mat about 40 meters ahead. Something had been informed of their arrival. "The mat is a signaling system," he said. "Ours to something else's," Fenwick said. He was looking at the brightening ahead. His anchor shard was doing something at his collar. The pale gray depth of it was faintly visible even in the green light. Yes, whatever is ahead was informed we are here the moment we stepped onto the mat. He looked at the brightening. It was moving. Slowly but definitely, the concentrated glow was relocating. Something responding to the signal was moving toward the source. We should be visible and non-threatening. Visible is not a problem in here, Davin said. He was looking at his own boots on the matte surface, watching the pulse pattern. His combat shard's ember glow was suppressed in the green light, not extinguished but reduced to something that was visible only if you were looking for it. The mat makes us a lighthouse. Yes, which is useful. A signaling system that announces our presence removes the ambush variable. If they know we are here, they do not need to ambush us. He watched the brightening approach. Whatever uses this system is not a creature that relies on surprise. It uses the mat as a communication medium. That suggests intelligence of some kind. The thing that came toward them was not a sentient. Kale established this immediately when it came close enough to see clearly. It was smaller. The proportion of a large dog, but bipedal in a different way from the sentients, using the forward-inclined posture of something that was comfortable running on all four limbs, but had developed the option of upright movement. Its surface was the same green as the mat, not colored green, bioluminescent in the same way and at the same frequency. When it moved across the mat, its footfalls produced the same pulse patterns theirs did, and the mat responded to it with the brightening behavior, which meant it was a native of this level in the functional sense rather than a visitor. It stopped approximately 5 meters from them and looked at them. Kale looked at it. He assembled what he knew about Level 3 and the communication approach that had worked with the sentients and applied the principle rather than the specific method. The specific method was language. The principle was, demonstrate that you are not prey and that you are aware of the other's presence and willing to communicate. He crouched down to reduce his height and looked at the creature steadily. Not the peripheral avoiding look of the Level 3 sentient protocol. Just direct eye contact at a non-threatening height. The creature made a sound. A short, complex sound that was nothing like the sentient language, but that had the quality of structured communication rather than animal warning. He made a neutral sound back. Not mimicking, just producing a sound that was in the same general register and complexity to indicate that he had a response mechanism. The creature was still. Then it pulsed. Its own bioluminescence brightened briefly in a pattern that moved from its extremities toward its center and faded. Then it looked at the mat between them. He looked at the mat between them. The mat was showing a pattern in the green glow that was not the standard contact pulse. It was more complex, multiple brightness nodes arranged in a specific spatial pattern. It's speaking through the mat, Lyra said very quietly. He looked at the pattern. Then he pressed his hand flat to the mat's surface and felt the mat respond. The pulse that traveled outward from his palm was larger than a footfall pulse and slower, which he guessed was because the surface area of his palm was larger than a boot toe. The mat responded to the difference. The creature watched his hand on the mat with attention. He pressed his palm in a slow rhythm. 3 pulses equally spaced. The creature looked at the pattern in the mat between them. The pattern changed. It was no longer multiple nodes. It was 3 nodes equally spaced. It was reflecting his rhythm back at him in the mat's visual medium. It's translating, Fenwick said. He had come to crouch beside Kale. The anchor shard at his collar was now clearly visible in its pulse. You produce a pattern in one medium. It renders the equivalent in another medium. That is what it does. He looked at the 3 nodes and then at the creature and pressed his palm twice. The mat showed 2 nodes. He pressed 4 times. The mat showed 4 nodes. The creature was producing each translation within 1 second of his palm press. He sat back on his heels and thought about this. The mat was the communication medium for this level and its inhabitants. The Level 4 creatures were not linguistically sophisticated in the way the sentients were. They were translation specialists. They mediated communication through the mat's signaling system. The mat was not just bioluminescent floor covering. It was a communication infrastructure similar to the sentient's secondary passage network, but visual and tactile, rather than resonance-based. He thought about Orvith's notebook and the reports from Level 4 that described the mat covering most of the floor and the creatures that moved across it. None of the reports had mentioned this communication mechanism. He was not surprised. The entrants who had come through Level 4 before him had been primarily combat-focused. They had not sat down on the mat and pressed their palms to it and waited to see what happened. He pressed his palm in a more complex pattern. Not a number. A rhythm with variation. Long, short, long. Short, short, long. Long. The creature went very still. Then it pressed its own forefoot to the mat's surface and produced a translation of his pattern in a brightness distribution across the mat's surface between them that was more sophisticated than the simple node mapping it had been doing. The pattern was accurate. It had captured the variation. Then it produced its own pattern and looked at him. He pressed his palm to the mat and tried to reproduce what it had produced. He got close but not exact on the first attempt. The creature watched his attempt and produced a correction, the same pattern it had generated slowly, so he could observe the difference between what he had done and what it had meant. He tried again, closer. The creature produced the two-component sentient acknowledgement sound. He looked at it sharply. It knew the sentient acknowledgement sound. The sentients and the Level 4 creatures communicated. Of course they did. The secondary passage network connected every level. The sentients traveled the passages. They would have established communication with every intelligent species on every level. He made the acknowledgement sound back at the creature. It brightened fully. Its entire surface lit in the green bioluminescence for half a second, and then returned to ambient. He thought this might be the Level 4 equivalent of the sentient intensifier. Very yes. Very acknowledged. He turned to the team. This level has a communication system that uses the mat as its medium. The creatures here are translation specialists who mediate communication through the mat. The sentients have established prior contact with them. He paused. We are going to spend at least part of our 3 weeks on this level learning the mat pulse system. Davin looked at the creature, which was still crouched on the mat looking at Kale, with what was arguably the expression of something that had just found a thing it did not know it was looking for. Can it help us find the secondary passage nodes on this level? It was the right question, the kind of question that demonstrated why Davin was more than a combat shard. He thought in complete systems when given the time to do so. Yes, Kale said. That is exactly what I am going to ask it. He turned back to the creature and pressed his palm to the mat in the rhythm the creature had used and watched the mat translate his pulse. This was going to require a different kind of patience from what he had practiced before, not the patience of sustained observation from a fixed point. The patience of a conversation conducted at the speed of a tactile signaling system through a medium that was itself alive and responsive. He settled into it the way he settled into everything, completely and without reservation. Chapter 27, The Pace of Descent. They spent 3 weeks on Level 4. It was the budget Kale had set, and he held to it precisely even though 3 weeks was not enough. 3 weeks was not enough because Level 4 was significantly more complex than the upper levels, and because the mat pulse communication system was a completely new perceptual domain that required time to develop even basic proficiency in. He left Level 4 able to conduct simple exchanges with the Level 4 creatures, whom the sentient notation system named with a compound mark that Lyra translated as the ones who translate between. Enough for navigation and negotiation and the most essential strategic questions. Not enough for the depth of understanding he had achieved with Vel on Level 3. This was the new normal. He had adjusted his expectation of what leaving a level would feel like. On Level 1, he had left with what he judged to be a thorough understanding of the level's ecology, politics, and infrastructure. On Level 2, he had left with comprehensive coverage of about 70% of the level's relevant features. On Level 3, he had left having understood the sentient account deeply, but having mapped only the eastern and central sections in full. Level 4, He left with a functional orientation and a strategic map, and a communication ability that would be useful if they needed to return. The index held everything. Every partial understanding was complete in the index, even if it was not complete in his active working knowledge. He had learned to trust this. The shard would surface relevant information when it was needed without requiring him to consciously maintain every thread simultaneously. The index was the foundation. He was the navigator on top of it. Their attribute development was accelerating. The dungeon's progression system responded to engagement with the environment, and their engagement with each level was intense, even within the compressed timeline. By the time they left level 4, Kale's body had reached 16, his endurance 18, his reflex 15, his mind 21, his perception 18, and his spirit 13. The numbers were becoming less remarkable individually and more remarkable in combination. The reflex improvement that he had predicted would come from reduced cognitive load in understood environments was real and ongoing. The cleaner his decision trees, the faster his responses. Davin's combat shard had developed significantly. The fire affinity output at full activation was nearly twice what it had been on level 1 by his own estimate, and had developed nuance beyond simple fire production. Directed heat fields that could be sustained at low output for extended periods. A thermal sensing ability that operated at the edge of perception, and gave him awareness of living things in adjacent spaces, and a recently developed technique he called compression, concentrating the fire output into a very small area at extremely high temperature, rather than spreading it broadly at moderate temperature. This last was particularly useful for the harder biological structures of level 4's fauna. Lyra's stone affinity had deepened in ways that were difficult to describe in attribute terms, because they were qualitative rather than quantitative. She had developed the ability to read the stress state of stone across a volume that extended approximately 3 meters from her in all directions without requiring palm contact. The mapping shard had provided data. The stone affinity shard had been building a structural understanding of the dungeon from the inside that was complementary to the visual and observational understanding Kale was building from the outside. Fenwick's development was the most interesting to observe because it was the least visible. The anchor shard did not produce dramatic physical effects. What it produced was increasingly evident in the quality of synthesis Fenwick could perform. Connections between information from multiple sources that were not simply logical but structural, revealing implications that were not accessible from any single data stream. He had correctly identified 6 strategic insights during their level 4 residence that neither Kale nor anyone else on the team had reached independently. All of them derived from connecting observations that seemed unrelated in isolation. The level 4 creatures had confirmed that the secondary passage network ran through their level as well, not a secondary confirmation, a detailed one. They had communicated through the MAT pulse system the locations of the 5 secondary passage nodes on level 4 and their relationship to the held breath boundary infrastructure. 2 of the nodes were in areas the level 4 creatures avoided, which was consistent with the nodes being at the boundary stress points where the held breath was most strained. Kale had visited both nodes. He had pressed his palm to the stone near each one and let Lyra read the structural state with her shard. Both were showing significant stress. The analogy he had developed for thinking about it was a rope under too much tension, still holding, but showing the specific kind of where that meant failure was a matter of, when rather than whether. He sent this information upward with his level 4 documentation. The strategic notes went above the general orientation material in a separate section, headed with a simple notation, priority for descent decisions. He had begun structuring his upward communications with more explicit priority signals, as the strategic situation became clearer. Future entrants needed the orientation information. Future shard configuration groups needed the strategic assessment. He did not know if another group of the correct shard configuration would ever assemble. He was aware this was the scenario where his team failed before completing the boundary installation. He planned for it anyway. The documentation was the backup plan. If they failed and the held breath failed before another team could form, the documentation would at minimum ensure that the failure was understood rather than mysterious. On the last day of Level 4, he spent 2 hours in the Mat Pulse session with the Level 4 creature he had been working with most closely. He had not given it a name. It had given him one. In the Mat Pulse language, the name was a specific rhythm that he had practiced until he could reproduce it accurately, which was the Level 4 equivalent of being addressed directly. He thought of the name as a recognition function rather than a designation. In the session, he asked the question he had been building toward for several days: had any human entrants with shard configurations similar to his team's ever passed through Level 4 before? The creature's response was complex and required several translation exchanges before he was confident he had it correctly. The answer was that 3 previous mapping shard bearers had passed through. All 3 had been alone. 2 had gone deeper than Level 4 and not returned. 1 had turned back at Level 5. No previous mapping shard bearer had come through with a full 4 shard team. He filed this in the index. He also filed the implication they were doing something that had not been done before, not for lack of trying, for lack of the correct assembly. They descended to Level 5 on the morning of the 22nd day of their Level 4 residence, 1 day ahead of the 3-week schedule, because Fenwick had synthesized the available information and determined that the stress at the Level 4 boundary nodes had increased measurably in the last 5 days, and that waiting an additional day would not meaningfully improve their preparation, while it would allow the stress to increase further. Cale agreed with the synthesis. They descended. Level 5 stone was warm. Chapter 28. The Warm Stone. The warmth of Level 5 stone was the first thing, and it was not comfortable warmth. Comfortable warmth suggests welcome. The warmth of Level 5 stone was the warmth of something that was working hard, the specific temperature that machines generate when they are running at high sustained output, or that muscles generate when they have been contracting continuously for too long. The stone was doing something, and the warmth was a byproduct of whatever it was doing. Lyra identified what it was doing within the first 2 hours of their descent into Level 5. She was doing the peripheral structural reading that she now performed continuously as a low-level habit, scanning the 3-meter radius around her for stress information without needing to consciously direct the shard. She stopped in the 3rd chamber of Level 5's northern section and put her hand flat to the floor and held it there for a long time. Then she looked up. "The stone on this level is not passive," she said. "On the upper levels, the stone has the passive stress of the accumulation's reversion pressure acting against the held breath. Here the stone is actively responding to that pressure. It is doing something that I can only describe as reinforcing itself." "Self-reinforcing under reversion pressure," Cale said. He was writing. "Is this natural or designed? I do not know. Both seem possible. Stone that has been under sustained pressure for long enough might develop structural responses to that pressure the way biological material does. Or the sentience might have cultivated this property in the stone on this level as part of the held breath infrastructure." She lifted her hand. "The warmth is the stone's energy expenditure. It is actively maintaining its own organization against the reversion pressure. Which means Level 5 is closer to the accumulation than Level 4. Much closer. In terms of what the stone is experiencing, the levels are not just physical distance. They are different positions in the gradient of the accumulation's reversion pressure." She looked at the floor. "The stone here is fighting." The stone above this is not yet at the point of needing to fight. Below this, it will be worse. Cale thought about the sentience account of the held breath and its weakening. He thought about the boundary nodes on level 4 showing stress. He thought about the architect's level structure and what it meant that level 5 stone was already actively reinforcing itself. The boundary is not at the deep levels, he said slowly. The architect's documents describe the accumulation as being near level 230. The sentient held breath as being maintained from below. But if the stone on level 5 is already self-reinforcing against reversion pressure, then the accumulation's influence extends much higher than the described boundary depth. Fenwick was listening with the synthesis quality active, his anchor shard visible at his collar. The boundary contains the primary body of the accumulation, but the reversion pressure propagates upward through the stone beyond the boundary. The held breath slows this propagation. As the held breath weakens, the propagation reaches higher. Level 4 boundary nodes under stress. Level 5 stone self-reinforcing. How high does it currently reach? Cale said. He was asking both Lyra and himself. I can only read this level directly, Lyra said. But if level 5 is in active response, then level 4 is in passive stress, and level 3 is in early passive stress. She paused. Level 2 showed early passive stress in the central section when we were there. Level 2, Davin said. The stress you felt on level 2 was the leading edge of the accumulation's influence reaching that high. Yes, she looked at the warm floor. The held breath is failing faster than the sentients told us. Or they underestimated how high the propagation had already reached when they gave us their account. Cale made a decision. Fenwick. Yes. Write an upward communication today. Priority designation. Level 4 boundary nodes under active stress. Level 5 stone in self-reinforcing response. The held breath boundary appears to be failing higher and faster than the sentient account estimated. Any entrant teams with the relevant shard types currently in the upper levels should consider descending immediately. Fenwick produced his own writing materials. He had been keeping his own records since descending, which was appropriate. The anchor shard synthesis function required a record to draw on. Is there any such team currently in the upper levels? I do not know. The documentation I sent upward has been circulating for months. Other entrants will have read it. Whether any of them have the relevant shard types in the right development stage is not something I can know from here. Cale paused. But the information should be available. That is all we can do. Fenwick wrote. His handwriting was different from Cale's, more compressed, less visual detail in the descriptions, but with a precision in the logical connections between statements that produced documents that were easier to use for decision-making than Cale's more comprehensive records. He had developed a complementary documentation style without anyone suggesting he do so. The anchor shard organized information the way that worked for the anchor shard. They spent 3 weeks on level 5. The fauna here was different from everything above it in a fundamental way. It had all adapted to the self-reinforcing stone and the reversion pressure gradient in ways that made it more durable and more difficult to understand from first principles. The crystal filaments from level 4 were absent here. The bioluminescent mat was present in some chambers, but thinner and less comprehensive. The primary light source was the stone's own thermal emission, the infrared glow that the level 6 report in Orvith's notebook had suggested was present from level 5 onward. Cale's perception had developed enough by now to register the infrared glow directly, not comfortably. It was at the edge of his perceptual range and required active attention. But it was there, a faint warmth-shaped image of the world overlaid on the standard visual. It made the level 5 chambers look different from everything above, softer edged, the stone itself contributing to the picture in a way that made the distinction between walls and air less absolute. He spent 2 weeks developing the ability to navigate by the infrared overlay. and 1 week working on the fauna documentation and the secondary passage nodes, which on level 5 were significantly harder to access than on the levels above because the self-reinforcing stone had in some cases grown around the secondary passage entrances in a way that required Lyra's stone affinity to open without damaging the integrity of the held breath infrastructure. 2 of the level 5 secondary passage nodes were already non-functional, not stressed, inactive. The reversion pressure had overwhelmed the self-reinforcing response in those sections, and the stone around the nodes had reverted to an undifferentiated state that retained the shape of the node structure, but had lost the resonance properties that made the node functional. This was the first direct evidence of the held breath failing that they had observed rather than inferred. He stood in front of the first non-functional node with Lyra and let the observation settle into the index with the weight it deserved. 2 of the secondary passage nodes on this level are non-functional, he said. He was writing. The boundary is not just weakening, it is failing at specific points. The held breath has gaps. Lyra pressed her palm to the non-functional node stone. The sentients have not been able to maintain this node, she said. It failed some time ago, months at minimum based on the degree of reversion. They may not know. He looked up. The secondary passage network connects them across levels. If the nodes are how the sentient resonance is distributed, the non-functional nodes are breaks in their network. They may have compensated elsewhere or may be unaware of the specific failures. He wrote a note to ask Vel this question when they next had contact. Fenwick added it to the priority communication going upward. They descended to level 6 on the morning of the 23rd day. Chapter 29, Depth Sickness. Davin noticed it first because the combat shard was a physiological instrument as much as an offensive one, and he had been monitoring his own internal state as a professional habit for 4 years. He mentioned it on their 3rd day on level 6 not as an alarm but as a data point. Something is interfering with the shard's output modulation, he said during their evening assessment in the small camp they had made in the most structurally stable chamber they had found. Not the power output, the modulation. The fine control. I can produce fire, but the precision of the technique I developed on level 4 is degraded. Kale looked at him. What does it feel like? Like trying to thread something with slightly numb fingers. The capability is there, but the interface is less responsive. He looked at his shard. I wanted to monitor it for another day before mentioning it, but it has not improved, and I think you should know. Lyra, Kale said. She had been listening with her eyes closed, which was the posture she used when reading ambient structural data. The stone reading is fine. The active structuring is slightly less precise, similar to what Davin is describing. Not impaired, approximate where it was exact. He looked at Fenwick. The synthesis is slower, Fenwick said. Not wrong, but there is a fraction of a second before connections complete that was not there on level 5. It is small. I would not have noticed if I was not specifically monitoring. Kale assessed himself. Mind 21. Perception 19. The index connections were normal. The writing was normal. The observation quality was normal. But there was something at the edge of his awareness that he had been registering and not naming. A slight thickness to the thinking that was usually transparent, not impediment. Wait. Depth sickness, he said, or the leading edge of it. The reversion pressure at level 6 is high enough to begin affecting shard function. He wrote in his notes. This is the accumulations disruption effect that Aren described as affecting combat-focused entrance at depth. We are experiencing it at level 6. Aren described it as defeating entrance before they could engage the mechanism at the relevant depth. We are not yet defeated, but we are feeling it. He thought about their attribute levels. Level 6 was not where they had expected to begin feeling this effect. They were between level 10 and 15 equivalent capability by his estimate. The disruption should not be significant until considerably deeper. The held breath is failing, Fenwick said. He had made the connection from Davin's observation to Lyra's, to the non-functional nodes on level 5 to the overall boundary degradation faster than the rest of them. The disruption effect is propagating higher because the boundary is no longer containing it at the design depth. We are feeling at level 6 what the architects estimated would only be felt at level 50 or below. Cale sat with this. It was the implication of the non-functional nodes made physical. The disruption effect was not where they had planned for it to be. What is the disruption effect doing to us? At current levels, Davin said carefully, it is reducing precision without eliminating function. I can still operate effectively. I am less refined. As we descend further, if it scales, function reduction, then capability impairment, then the kind of cognitive disruption the architects described as defeating combat-focused entrance. Davin looked at the ember of his shard. I am not at any of those levels yet. I notice this. The mapping shard is specifically resistant to the disruption, Cale said. He was writing rapidly. I notice the weight, but I am not impaired. This is consistent with Aren's description. The mapping shard's index structure creates a resistance framework. He looked at the team. The resistance framework can be shared. I have not tested this, but the architect's document describes the anchor shard as capable of distributing properties of one shard across the team in resonance. Fenwick looked at him. You want me to attempt a partial resonance? A test resonance, not the full held breath installation. A short duration connection between shards to see if the mapping shard's disruption resistance can be distributed. He met Fenwick's eyes. You have been building the anchor shard's synthesis function for 6 months. You synthesize information across multiple sources. Can you synthesize a shard property across multiple bearers? I do not know, Fenwick said. I have never attempted it deliberately. The anchor shard has been working deliberately for 6 months, Cale said. You have been its navigator. Navigate. Fenwick was quiet for a moment. Then he reached up and held the anchor shard in his palm and closed his eyes. The depth gray of the shard was visible even in the dim infrared light of the level 6 camp. It pulsed, slowly at first, then with increasing frequency. Cale felt something, not dramatic, a warmth that was not the mapping shard's specific warmth but something in the same register, like a frequency being added to a note he had been hearing as single for 6 months. He looked at the mapping shard in his pocket. Its glow had changed, not brighter, more diffuse, as if the light was distributing rather than concentrating. Davin sat up straighter. Something changed. The modulation, Lyra said. It is better, not back to level 5 precision, but significantly better than 30 seconds ago. Fenwick opened his eyes. He looked exhausted in a way that was different from physical exhaustion. I can do it. It costs me considerably. He took a breath. The anchor shard is connecting our shards at a low level, sharing the mapping shard's resistance structure across all 4. It is stable, but I cannot maintain it indefinitely. How long? Cale said. Several hours at a time. Then I need to rest the connection. He looked at his shard. It is practice, the same as everything else here. The more I do it, the better it will become. Cale wrote everything that had just happened in exact detail, the disruption effect appearing at level 6, the resonance test, the distribution of resistance, the cost and duration. Then he wrote the revised plan. We do not descend to level 7 until Fenwick can sustain the connection for 6 hours without significant fatigue, he said. This is not a timeline I can estimate. It depends on how quickly the anchor shard's connection capacity develops with practice. He looked at the team. Level 6 is where we train the resonance function, not the full held breath installation, the partial connection. When Fenwick can sustain it reliably, we descend. How long will that take? Davin asked. I do not know. I will not guess. He closed his notes. We have something we did not have 2 hours ago, evidence that the resonance mechanism works. We have the anchor connection demonstrated at a small scale. Every hour of practice from here is working toward the full-scale installation. He looked at the infrared warm walls of their level 6 camp and at his team and thought about the held breath and the non-functional nodes and the disruption effect that was higher than it should have been. The timeline had compressed again, but the capability was developing to meet it. That was the balance he had been managing since level 1. He thought it would keep being the balance until the end. Chapter 30. What the Index Knows. Kale began a new practice on level 6 that he had not done on any previous level. Each evening before sleep, he queried the mapping shard's index deliberately and asked it to surface the most important connection it had made during the day that he had not already consciously noticed. This was not a capability he had known the shard possessed until they reached level 6. The connection surfacing he had experienced before was always triggered by a relevant observation or a specific query. On level 6, he discovered that the shard was capable of something more: proactive synthesis. If asked to surface its most significant new connection of a given period, it would identify what it considered the highest priority link in the accumulated data that the conscious mind had not yet extracted. He thought this capability had probably existed since bonding, and that he had simply not thought to ask for it directly. The shard answered questions. He had not asked this question before. He asked it now because the disruption effect and the compressed timeline meant he could not afford to let important connections remain unnoticed in the index. The first evening's query produced a connection he had entirely missed. The shard surfaced it as a warmth that was more concentrated than usual, then produced the associated data in the way it always did, bringing forward the relevant observations and letting the connection between them become visible. The observations were the secondary passage node failure pattern on level 5, the timing of the non-functional nodes, and the records Vel had given him of the sentient collective's generational decline. The connection, the sentient collective's decline, was not simply a function of the held breath demanding more energy from a smaller population. The decline was accelerating because the non-functional nodes were creating feedback stress on the functioning nodes. Each failed node redistributed its boundary maintenance load to the adjacent functioning nodes. Those nodes were then under higher stress and more likely to fail. The failure pattern was not gradual, it was cascading. He sat up from his sleeping position when this became clear and wrote it by infrared light. Then he queried the shard again. Given the cascade pattern and the current rate of non-functional nodes, estimate the time to critical failure of the held breath boundary. The shard did not produce a number. It was not that kind of instrument. What it produced was a range. The data was insufficient to produce a confident estimate, but the pattern was consistent with acceleration, and the cascade mechanism meant the estimate that had previously been 40 to 60 years was almost certainly wrong. The floor of the estimate was much lower. He woke Fenwick. Fenwick listened to the cascade analysis with his eyes open and the anchor shard doing what it did. After 2 minutes, he said, "How many non-functional nodes have we confirmed?" 2 on level 5. I have not been able to assess nodes on level 6 yet because we have not mapped the secondary passage locations on this level. And below level 6, we do not know. No. Fenwick was quiet. Then, the sentience account to you was from their perspective at level 3. They know the nodes at their level. They may not know the state of nodes on levels 5 and 6 where their population density is lower. The decline may be worse below their main habitation zone, and they do not have complete information about it. Kale sat with this. They told us the held breath was weakening. They did not tell us it was cascading because they may not know it is cascading. Yes. Which means their estimate of remaining capacity was based on their directly observed data and their extrapolation. Their extrapolation did not include the cascade mechanism. Yes. He looked at his notes, the cascade analysis, the non-functional nodes, the disruption effect reaching level 6. Everything pointed in the same direction. "We need to be faster than fast," he said. "The resonance training," Fenwick said. "How quickly can I develop the connection capacity?" "I do not know. Practice increases capability. The rate of increase is not something I can predict from 6 months of anchor shard development history." He thought about what Orvith had said about the making shard and accumulated resonance with a fixed location. The anchor shard might have a similar property. The more connections Fenwick made, the more easily connections formed. The growth might not be linear. It might accelerate. "Practice more," Fenwick said. It was not quite a question. "Practice as much as you can sustain without depleting yourself below functional levels. The connection cost appears to decrease with repetition. If the decrease is significant, we may be able to compress the level 6 training period considerably." Fenwick lay back down and closed his eyes, and a moment later his shard was pulsing in the slow rhythm that Cale had come to recognize as the anchor shard in low-intensity active connection mode. He was practicing in his sleep, or the equivalent of it. The shard was practicing while Fenwick rested. Cale looked at his notes, and then at the index query he had written, and then at the team sleeping in the infrared warm chamber. They had come further faster than he had initially planned, and the situation was more urgent than the initial estimate had described, and they were not yet close to the depth they needed to reach. He thought about level 230 and the 190-plus levels between their current position and the operational depth. He thought about the cascade mechanism and what it meant for how much time they had. He thought about the choice he had made on level 1 to understand rather than to rush. He thought about whether that choice had been correct given what he now knew. He decided it had been. Not because the outcome was assured, but because the understanding he had built on the upper levels was what had identified the cascade mechanism. A less thorough approach would have missed the non-functional nodes on level 5, or failed to connect them to the generational decline, or failed to extrapolate the cascade. The understanding was not separate from the speed. The understanding was what made the right kind of speed possible. He thought about this, and then wrote it in his notes, and then asked the shard its evening query one more time. The connection it surfaced was unexpected. It connected the secondary passage network's resonance conduit function with the MAT pulse communication system from level 4, with the stone writing notation system, with the channel water distribution network. 4 separate infrastructure systems across 4 different levels, all maintained by different groups, all serving different immediate purposes. But all, the shard suggested, operating at the same underlying frequency. The frequency of the held breath boundary. He looked at this connection for a long time. The MAT pulse system, the stone writing, the channel water, the secondary passages, all of it running at the same frequency, all of it part of the same boundary infrastructure. The sentients had not just built secondary passages. They had built a multi-layered boundary system using every medium available to them across every level of the dungeon. The water, the stone, the communication systems of allied species on the lower levels. The boundary was not just the sentients doing something. It was the entire dungeon doing something. Every species that the sentients had contacted and brought into communication was also, in some way, participating in the held breath. The cascade was not just sentient node failures. The cascade was the entire multi-layered system weakening simultaneously because all the layers were interconnected. This was the most important thing the shard had ever shown him. He was absolutely certain of it. He wrote until his hand ached. He wrote until the infrared glow of the level 6 stone shifted in the way that marked what passed for morning here. He wrote, and the index held what he wrote, and he thought about the total architecture of the held breath boundary, and about what it would take to reinforce not just the sentient nodes but the entire interconnected system. The task was larger than the architects had described, but the architecture they needed to work with was also richer than the architects had described. He was going to need to understand that architecture completely before he could know what the 4 shards would need to do at the boundary depth. He added 40 more levels to his mental estimate of the time required to understand what they were descending toward. Then he began planning how to learn what he needed in the time available. That was the work. It had always been the work. He was ready to keep doing it. Chapter 31. The Architecture of the Held Breath. The full picture of the held breath took Kale 11 days on level 6 to assemble. He did not assemble it alone. He assembled it the way the most important things in the Warden depths had been assembled, through the layered contributions of people whose perceptual frameworks were different from his own. Lyra, read the stone. Fenwick synthesized the data streams. Davin tested the boundary nodes with the thermal sensing his combat shard had developed, which turned out to be precisely the right instrument for measuring the resonance frequency of the boundary infrastructure, because the held breath operated in a thermal register that no other shard type in the team could detect directly. Davin had not known this about his shard until they were on level 6. The thermal sensing had developed as a combat tool, an awareness of living heat signatures in adjacent spaces. On level 6, he had pressed his palm near one of the secondary passage nodes and felt the node's resonance as a thermal pattern rather than a temperature. Not warmth. A frequency. The same way a musical instrument produces a note that is felt in the body as vibration rather than heard simply as sound. He described it to Kale in the careful language of someone translating a sensory experience that does not have good existing vocabulary. It is like a held note, he said. A very low note, very steady. And the steadiness is the thing. When I feel the intact nodes, the note is steady. When I felt the failed nodes on level 5, the note was absent, not diminished, gone. And on this level, Davin had gone to 3 of the level 6 secondary passage nodes before this conversation. He had checked each one with the thermal sensing before Kale had told him what to look for. One is fully intact, one is at approximately half resonance, one is at perhaps a quarter. He paused. And I found something else. A 4th node location, not in the secondary passage network, in the main level structure, in the floor of the central chamber. Kale looked at his notes. He had no record of a 4th node. The secondary passage network on level 6 had 3 confirmed nodes based on the level 4 creature's guidance and the sentient account. A 4th in the main level structure was not consistent with what he understood about the held breath architecture. Show me, he said. The central chamber of level 6 was different from any chamber Kale had been in before. Not in size. Not in the quality of light, which was the infrared stone warmth of the level plus a faint supplemental glow from a crystal type he had not yet catalogued. A deep red-brown that was less luminous than any previous crystal, but somehow more present in the visual field, as if it occupied more perceptual space than its actual light output would suggest. The difference was in the floor. The floor of level 6's central chamber was carved, not by the sentient's finger pressure notation, not by anything that had the quality of organic creation. These were precise geometric patterns cut into the stone at depths that Lyra had measured at exactly 9 millimeters throughout, maintaining that depth with a consistency that exceeded what any hand tool could produce. The patterns were not decorative in any aesthetically legible way. They were functional in the way that circuit diagrams are functional, meaningless to someone who does not know the system they describe and immediately coherent to someone who does. He did not know the system they described, but the mapping shard did. It had been building toward this for 31 days. Every piece of information it had indexed about the held breath infrastructure, the channel network, the secondary passages, the stone writing notation, the matte pulse communication system, all of it had been accumulating in the index as separate observations connected by partial links that he had been conscious of but not fully resolved. The floor of the central chamber on level 6 was the resolution point. He stood at the center of the carved floor and let the shard do what it had been preparing to do. The warmth was intense enough to be almost uncomfortable, not painful, the way a very bright light is uncomfortable before your eyes adjust. The shard was making connections at a rate and density that exceeded anything he had previously experienced from it, surfacing data and linking it to other data, and linking those links to further links in a cascade of synthesis that ran for approximately 4 minutes while he stood still and let it happen. When it was done, he sat down on the carved floor and looked at his hands and then at his notes, and then at the team who had arranged themselves at the chamber entrance during the 4 minutes, and watched without speaking because they recognized what was happening. "The held breath is not a barrier," he said. His voice was careful with the precision of someone stating something that they want to get exactly right. "It is a resonance field. The secondary passage network is the skeleton of it. The channel water is the circulatory system. The mat pulse network on level 4 is the nervous system of the lower section. The stone writing notation is the memory. All of it is one system." He paused. "The carved floor is the generator, or one of the generators. Each level has a central chamber with a carved floor. I did not know to look for it on the upper levels because I did not know what I was looking for, but they are there. Aren's chamber on level 1. The central convergence disk, that is a generator. The assessment chamber on level 1, also a generator. Every node in the held breath system feeds back to the carved floor generators on each level. The generators maintain the resonance frequency that the entire system runs on." Davin was looking at the carved patterns on the floor. "And the 4th node I found is the generator node for this level. It is not in the secondary passage network because the generators predate the secondary passage network. The sentients built the secondary passages to connect to the generators. The generators were already here." Lyra was at the chamber entrance with her palm flat against the wall. Her shard was pulsing steadily. "The generators are older than the sentients," she said. She was reading the stone. "I can feel the age in the material. The carved floor is from the deep before time, the same age as the stone writing that Vel showed us." "The deep before Shapers," Fenwick said. "Yes." Kale looked at the carved floor beneath him. "The ancestors of the sentients, the ones who shaped this place before the current geological structure was fully settled. They built the generators. The sentients built the held breath infrastructure that connects the generators. The human architects built the dungeon-level structure and the shard bonding system on top of both." He looked up. "There are 3 layers here, not 2. And the resolution, as the architects described it, is a human-designed addition to a sentient-maintained system that runs on infrastructure built by the ancestors of the sentients in a time before the dungeon existed." The silence in the central chamber had the quality of a very large thought settling. "We need to understand how the generators work," Fenwick said. He was the one who most reliably identified the next necessary action from a synthesis of the current situation. "Yes, and we need to find out whether the generators are functioning on the levels above. If they are, then the cascade failure is about the sentient-maintained layer rather than the foundational layer. If the generators themselves are beginning to fail, then the problem is significantly more fundamental." He looked at the carved floor and at the deep red-brown crystal nodes set at intervals in the chamber walls, which he now understood were not decorative accent crystal, but the interface points between the generator and the secondary passage network. He began to map the carved pattern. It took him 4 hours. At the end of 4 hours, he had a complete notation of the level 6 central chamber floor that was the most complex single piece of documentation in the mapping shard's index. He looked at the completed notation, and then asked the shard the question that the notation made possible. "What is the generator's resonance frequency, and how does it relate to the shard types the architects introduced into the bonding system?" The answer was the warmest the shard had ever been. The resonance frequency of the generator was exactly matched by a specific combination of the 4 shard types in the correct proportional output ratio. The architects had not designed the 4 shard types to approximate the sentient collective's biological resonance. They had designed them to match the generator frequency precisely. The sentient collective was itself an approximation of the generator frequency using biological means. The shards were a more precise match than the sentient biology was. The architects had known this. They had designed shards that could do what the generators required better than the people who had been maintaining those generators for centuries, which meant that 4 fully developed shards of the correct types in resonance would not just establish a boundary. They would restore the generator network to full function. They would reinitialize the entire held breath system at the original design frequency, rather than the diminished frequency the sentient maintained version had been running at for 3 centuries. He sat with this for a long time. Then he called the team to the center of the floor and told them what the shard had shown him. When he was done, Davin said, "We are not just here to stop the accumulation." "No," Kale said. "We are here to restart a system that has been running on degraded power for 300 years and is approaching failure. The accumulation is the symptom. The failing generators are the condition. And once we restart the generators, the held breath reinitializes at full strength. The reversion pressure from the accumulation is contained. The cascade failure stops. The sentient collective is no longer bearing the boundary load alone. The system runs as it was originally designed." "Permanently," Lyra said. "With maintenance, the way any system requires maintenance. But yes, the generators are designed to be self-sustaining once initialized at the correct frequency. The shards initialize them. The generators maintain themselves." Fenwick was very still in the way of someone whose anchor shard was working at full capacity. Then he said, "We do not need to stay at the deep levels permanently." Kale looked at him. "If the generators are self-sustaining once initialized, we do not need to maintain the resonance ourselves. We initialize the system and the system maintains itself." He met Kale's eyes. The architects did not design a vigil. They designed an initialization event. The room was very quiet. "We were wrong about the permanence," Kale said slowly. "The sentient account described a permanent boundary maintenance because that is what the sentients have been doing. Manual maintenance of a system that should have been running automatically. We interpreted their account of manual maintenance as the design requirement. It was not. It was the workaround they developed when the system lost its initialization." Kale sat with this for a long time. Then he began writing very quickly. Chapter 32, Upward Communication. He wrote for most of that night, not the usual documentation, not the orientation records for future entrants or the strategic assessments with priority designations. This was a different kind of writing, the attempt to capture a complete understanding in a form that another person could receive without the 6 months of accumulated context that the understanding had required to develop. He had been sending records upward since level 1. He had been careful about those records. He had written for the hypothetical reader who might need the information he was providing. But he had always known that the complete picture was held in the Mapping Shards Index, and that the written records were useful summaries rather than the whole. This night he attempted the whole. He wrote the history of the dungeon as he now understood it, the deep before Shapers and the generators, the accumulation as a pre-structural remnant rather than an active threat, the sentients as the descendants of the Shapers, maintaining an inherited system with biological approximations of the tool required. The human architects arriving and understanding the problem analytically, and designing a shard bonding system that was precisely tuned to the generator frequency, without apparently knowing the generators existed. The 3-century gap between that design and its implementation. The cascade failure of the sentient, maintained layer. The initialization event that was needed rather than the vigil that had been assumed. He wrote the generator architecture as he had mapped it from the level 6 central chamber floor. He wrote the resonance frequency in the phonetic notation system he had developed for the sentient language, because that system was better suited to capturing frequency relationships than any other notation he had. He wrote the proportional output ratios that the shard combination needed to achieve to match the generator frequency. He wrote a complete account of the held breath system from foundational generator layer through sentient maintained layer through the dungeon's entrant focused level structure. 3 layers, 3 different groups who had contributed to the system without any of them having full knowledge of what the others had built. When he was done, he read it back. It was the longest thing he had written in the dungeon. 32 pages of bonded hide in his smallest legible hand. He folded it and sealed it and labeled it with a notation he had not used on any previous communication, complete architectural account. Read before descending past level 10. He gave it to Fenwick in the morning. This goes up with the highest priority you can give it, he said. Above the cascade assessment, above everything. Fenwick looked at the package. It was notably heavier than any previous upward communication. Brescia is running the courier route. She will get it to the surface traders. I need it to reach someone specific. If there is another team assembling with the relevant shard types, they need this before they commit to the descent. He paused. If there is no such team forming, then it needs to reach someone on the surface who will understand its significance and hold it for the right person. Who on the surface would understand this? He thought about this. He had not had contact with the surface since arriving. He had no network there. But Marin did. Marin had been connected to surface traders for years, and surface traders had networks. Marin. The document goes to Marin with the specific instruction that she reads it completely and then holds it for any entrant team that assembles with a mapping shard bearer and either a combat fire affinity or a structure stone affinity. Fenwick nodded. He took the package with the care that the anchor shard appeared to extend to important information, regardless of Fenwick's conscious direction of it. The shard recognized significance in objects that carried significant knowledge. He had noticed this before. It was not a designed function as far as the architect's document described, but it had been developing in Fenwick for months. There is something else I need to send up, Cale said. He produced a second package, smaller. A single folded hide sheet with a notation in the stone writing system that Lyra had taught him, and that he had been practicing since level 3. Not a complete notation. His stone writing ability was still limited to the 30 marks he had learned from Vel. But the relevant mark was one of those 30. The mark for the generator. The deep before structure that maintains frequency. He had pressed it into the hide using a method Lyra had helped him develop. A bonded crystal stylus that carried enough stone affinity resonance to make the mark functional rather than purely visual. The mark in the hide would be readable by a sentience touch the way a carved stone mark was readable. This goes to Vel, he said. Through the secondary passage network. Vel knows how to use the passages. If there is a sentient presence near the level 1 or level 2 secondary passage nodes, Vel can receive this. What does it say? We found the generators. We understand the initialization requirement. We are descending to the generator depth. He had not yet established what the generator depth was. The level 6 generator was at level 6. But the initialization event would need to happen at a specific depth where all the generators were within the resonance field simultaneously. The architecture of the carved floor suggested the field propagated upward from the initialization point rather than downward. The lowest generator was the key. The initialization happened from the bottom. He did not know where the lowest generator was. He knew that it was somewhere below level 6 and above whatever depth the accumulation occupied in its current state. He knew that finding it was the next necessary task. Fenwick sent both packages upward through the systems he had maintained and handed over with the professional care that had defined his 4 years as a courier. Then they went back to mapping level 6. They had been on level 6 for 12 days. 11 remained in their 3-week budget. He used 10 of them to complete the generator architecture documentation and to train the partial shard resonance with Fenwick. The resonance training had been progressing faster than he had predicted. Fenwick's anchor shard was doing what he had theorized, developing connection capacity through practice at an accelerating rate. By the end of their level 6 residence, Fenwick could sustain the partial connection for 9 hours with acceptable fatigue cost. This was above the 6-hour threshold he had set for level 7 descent. The 11th day he spent on a single task, learning to read the carved floor patterns, not just the level 6 pattern. He queried the mapping shard for every carved surface he had observed on every previous level and found that the index had them all. The assessment chamber disk, Aren's convergence disk, several floor sections in the sentient accessible chambers on level 3 that he had noted as unusual but not connected to anything. The generator architecture was present on every level. He had been walking over it for months without knowing what it was. He spent the day with the level 6 pattern and the index representations of the upper-level patterns and developed a partial reading ability for the generator notation system. Not complete. The notation system of the deep before shapers was not the same as the sentient stone writing he had learned from Vel, though they shared certain foundational elements. The generator notation was older and more compressed. Each mark carried more information than the sentient marks did, and required a different kind of reading that was less about touch and texture, and more about spatial relationship between marks. He could read approximately 1/3 of the level 6 floor pattern by the end of the day. The third he could read told him the generator's initialization requirements, the proportional shard output ratios he had already derived from the shard's index connections, and one additional piece of information he had not anticipated. The initialization required all generators to be active simultaneously, not sequentially, simultaneously. The held breath was not initialized level by level. It was initialized as a complete system in a single coordinated event. Every generator from the topmost to the deepest had to reach the correct resonance frequency at the same time. He sat with the implications of this for a long time. Then he went to find the team and explain what simultaneous initialization across an unknown number of levels would require. The conversation that followed was the most technically complex they had conducted, and it ended not with a solution, but with a clearer picture of the problem, and a list of what they needed to know before a solution was possible. They descended to level 7 the following morning with the clearest understanding of their mission's actual requirements that they had possessed at any point since Aren's initial briefing, and with significantly more questions than answers. Chapter 33, The Language Beneath Language. Level 7 had no light, not reduced light, not the faint infrared of level 5 or the dim thermal glow of level 6. Absolute darkness. Cale had experienced darkness before in his life on the surface, but always with the knowledge that light was available somewhere nearby, and that his eyes would adjust to whatever minimal ambient source existed. In level 7, his eyes adjusted for 10 minutes and found nothing to adjust to. The darkness was complete, and it was not a condition that would change if he waited longer. Davin's combat shard produced light. This was not a capability he had developed deliberately. It was a property of the fire affinity at the development level he had reached. Sustained low-output thermal emission was indistinguishable from visible light production at the wavelengths the eye could detect. He had been able to do this since level 5, but had used it sparingly because the thermal emission was also the held breath resonance carrier that Fenwick used for the partial connection. Producing visible light meant producing resonance signature, and on the upper levels that had the potential to attract things they were not prepared for. On level 7, producing light was not a choice. It was a necessity. Davin set his shard to the minimum output that produced workable visibility, a warm amber glow that extended approximately 4 meters in all directions from his position and faded to nothing beyond that radius. They navigated level 7 in this bubble of amber light, with the darkness pressing against its edges in a way that Kale registered consciously as a presence rather than simply an absence. The mapping shard adjusted. He had not known it would adjust, but it did. In the complete darkness, the shard's indexing function shifted from primarily visual to primarily non-visual, drawing on air current data and stone resonance, and the thermal mapping Davin's shard provided, and the structural readings Lyra's shard produced, and Fenwick's ambient anchor shard sensitivity. The index became a multi-sensory record rather than a primarily visual one. He noticed that his perception was operating differently in the dark, not worse. Differently. Things he had been registering at the edge of awareness in the lit levels became central. The quality of the air, the micro variations in temperature, the sound that stone made when it was under differential pressure compared to the sound it made when the pressure was uniform. Level 7 stone made sounds he had not heard on any previous level, not loud sounds, almost nothing sounds, the kind of sounds that are at the threshold of detection even when you are listening for them specifically. He described them in his notes as the stone thinking. This was not precise. He knew it was not precise. But it was the closest approximation he had for the quality of the sound, purposeful vibration rather than incidental vibration, the difference between a voice and a footfall. On the third day of level 7, he realized the stone was producing the generator frequency, not the level 7 generator specifically, the frequency that was present in the level 6 carved floor, the frequency that was present in every generator. The stone of level 7 was vibrating at the held breath frequency in the same way that Davin's shard was producing the held breath resonance carrier through its thermal emission. The entire material of level 7 was participating in the held breath at a level that the upper levels were not. He told Lyra. She put her palm to the floor and held it there for a long time. The stone is not just resonating at the frequency, she said when she lifted her hand. The stone is producing the frequency. There is a source in the material itself, not a passive resonance, an active generation. She looked at her shard. The stone on level 7 is a generator. Not just the carved chamber floor, all of it, the entire level, every chamber. She put her palm back to the floor. It is exhausted. The stone is producing at far below its intended output. It is still generating, but barely. He thought about the cascade failure. The sentient maintained layer failing from the top down as nodes lost function. The generator layer, had it been failing from the bottom up? Was that why level 7 stone was exhausted rather than the robust active generation he would have expected from the deepest level they had reached? The generators are failing too, he said. Not just the sentient maintained nodes. The generators themselves are failing. Lyra looked at him. Her face in Davin's amber light had the expression of someone arriving at a conclusion they do not want to have arrived at. Yes, from the bottom up. The reversion pressure is highest at the bottom. The generators closest to the accumulation are the most stressed. The exhaustion I am feeling in level 7 stone is the exhaustion of the generator that is closest to the source of the problem. He wrote this, and then sat with the full picture it created. The cascade was running in both directions simultaneously. The sentient maintained layer was cascading from the top down as nodes failed and redistributed load. The generator layer was failing from the bottom up as the accumulation's reversion pressure overwhelmed the foundational architecture. The two failure fronts were moving toward each other. When they met, the held breath would fail completely. He queried the shard. Given the exhaustion level in Level 7's generator material and the cascade failure rate in the sentient layer as observed from Level 6 downward, estimate the time to meeting of the two failure fronts. The shard did not give him a number. It gave him a range that was considerably smaller than any previous estimate. Not decades, not years. The floor of the estimate was in months. He called the team to a stop in the middle of whatever chamber they were traversing and told them what he had found. The darkness around Davin's amber bubble pressed in while he spoke. When he was done, Davin said, "How many months?" "I do not know precisely. The shard's estimate has wide uncertainty because the failure rate is not linear. It is accelerating on both fronts, and the acceleration is itself accelerating." He looked at his notes. "The only number I can give you is a minimum. At the current rates, the minimum time to complete failure is 4 months. Silence. 4 months, Lyra said. At minimum. The actual time could be longer if the acceleration rate slows for reasons I cannot currently model. It could also be shorter." He put his notes down. "What this means for us is that we cannot spend 3 weeks on Level 7. We cannot spend 3 weeks on any level from here forward. We need to find the lowest functional generator and initiate the simultaneous initialization as quickly as our development level allows." "Are we developed enough?" Fenwick asked. It was the central question, the one he had been avoiding thinking about directly because the answer was uncertain, and the uncertainty was the kind that could not be resolved without attempting the thing. "I do not know," he said. The architect's document specified Level 100 equivalent capability as the minimum threshold. "We are between Level 15 and 20 equivalent currently. That is a significant gap." "Then we cannot do it now," Davin said. "No, but we also cannot spend the years that the original plan required. We need to find a middle number. The minimum development level at which the initialization has a reasonable probability of success." He looked at each of them in the amber light. "The generators are failing from below. If we can find the lowest functional generator, we may be able to prioritize its reinforcement first, not the full initialization. A targeted stabilization of the lowest generator to slow the upward cascade while we continue developing." "Is that possible?" Lyra asked. "I do not know. It is the next question to answer. And to answer it, I need to understand the generator architecture on the levels below this one." He picked up his notes. "We move faster. 1 week per level from here. We map what is essential and we descend. The documentation we send upward continues. The shard holds everything. We move." He had said something similar before. Move faster. The pace had been adjusted before, and the adjustments had been correct, and the correctness had been established by what the adjustments allowed them to discover. He trusted this process. He trusted it because it was the only thing he had that was reliably producing results. They moved. Chapter 34, Levels 8 through 12. The 5 levels between 7 and 12 were the fastest Kale had moved through any consecutive stretch of the dungeon. 1 week per level. 7 days of intensive mapping and strategic assessment, and fauna documentation, and generator architecture, reading, and partial shard resonance training, and whatever communication with the level's inhabitants was achievable in the available time. Then descent. He kept a running record of what each level contributed to the overall picture, rather than the comprehensive level-by-level documentation he had produced on the upper levels. The index held the comprehensive record. The written notes became strategic summaries, what was learned here that affected decisions on lower levels. Level 8's contribution, the generator on this level was at 60% function. The carved floor was intact. The sentient maintained node on this level was non-functional. The level's fauna was adapted to complete darkness like Level 7, but had developed a pressure-sensing ability that operated through vibrations in the floor. Moving carefully across Level 8 required a different kind of attention, not stillness but smoothness. No abrupt changes in pressure. No stops and starts. Continuous fluid motion. His reflex had improved from practicing this. By the end of level 8, it was 17. The smoothness requirement had forced a quality of motion that was more continuous than anything he had practiced before, and the continuity had transferred to his general movement economy in ways that the mapping shard registered as distinct capability improvement. Level 9's contribution. The generator was at 40% function. Critically, the carved floor on level 9 showed a pattern he had not seen on any previous level. 2 of the generator marks were altered, not damaged, deliberately changed. Someone had added marks to the original deep before notation using a tool that was different from whatever had made the original marks. The additions were in the sentient notation style, not identical to the stone writing Vel had taught him, but in the same family. The sentients had modified the level 9 generator. He spent 2 days on level 9 trying to read the modifications. His generator notation reading ability had developed through consistent practice across levels 6, 7, and 8, and he could now read approximately 60% of any given pattern. The sentient additions he could read more completely because they were in a style closer to what Vel had taught him. The modifications were an attempt to boost the generator's output, to compensate for the accumulation's increasing reversion pressure. The sentients had been doing maintenance on the generators, not just the secondary passage nodes. They had been working on the foundational layer too. The modifications were ancient by dungeon standards, several centuries of stone reading age. The sentients had been trying to maintain the generators since before the human architects arrived. The modifications had partially worked. Level 9's generator was at 40% rather than the lower number it would have been without the sentient additions. The modifications were also showing their own stress. The added marks were beginning to lose coherence at their edges. The sentient additions were failing along with everything else. This was important. He wrote it in large letters at the top of the level 9 summary. The sentients have been modifying the generators. The modifications are part of the failing system. Any initialization event must account for the modified notation, or the initialization frequency will not match the current generator state. He sent this upward with the level 9 summary. The upward communication was now a weekly practice regardless of what level they were on. He had established a communication cache at the level 6 secondary passage node that a sentient courier could access. Vel had confirmed receipt of his stone writing message and had begun routing upward communications through the sentient network as well as the human entrant courier system. 2 parallel channels. He had built redundancy into the upward record. Level 10's contribution. This was the level where his attribute assessment produced the number he had been watching for. He stood in level 10's carved floor chamber and let the dungeon's assessment wash over him, and found afterward that his combined attribute profile was equivalent by his estimation to level 35 capability rather than the previous level 20. The jump was larger than any previous single-level assessment had produced. The faster descent was working, not just covering ground faster. The intensity of engagement with each level was producing faster development than the more leisurely pace of the upper levels had. He had known this was possible, but had not known the magnitude. The dungeon's progression system rewarded engagement quality as well as engagement duration. Moving through levels quickly with full attention was more developmentally productive than moving through them slowly with partial attention. He revised the capability threshold estimate. The architects had specified level 100 equivalent capability as the minimum for the initialization. His current pace of development suggested that level 100 equivalent was achievable in significantly less time than he had originally projected. Not in 4 months, but also not in years. Level 11's contribution, the first contact with a species that knew about the generators directly. They were not the sentients. They were not the level 4 translators. They were something new that he had not encountered before. They occupied level 11 in large numbers, and they communicated through a medium he had never considered: modulated air pressure. Not sound, pressure. Sustained pressure variations rather than rapid oscillations. They communicated at frequencies too low to hear as sound, but that could be felt against the skin as the air around them changed density in controlled patterns. He spent 3 days developing a basic vocabulary for pressure communication, with assistance from Fenwick, whose anchor shard turned out to be sensitive to the pressure modulations in a way that allowed him to detect and distinguish patterns that Cale's perception missed. The basic vocabulary was sufficient to ask the question that mattered: "Do you know the carved floors?" The response was immediate and complex. He did not understand most of it. What he understood was the component that translated to, "We maintain them." Level 11's residents were generator caretakers, a different species from the sentients, but fulfilling an adjacent role. Their maintenance work was different, not sentient stone writing additions, but a physical caretaking. They cleared debris from the carved marks. They applied a biological secretion to the carved surfaces that Lyra identified as having a mineral reinforcing property. They had been doing this for what the pressure language component he understood as long time suggested was an extremely extended period. They were not part of the held breath system itself. They were janitors for the system's physical infrastructure. He spent half a day trying to communicate gratitude to them. He was not certain he succeeded, but the attempt felt correct. Level 12's contribution: they found the boundary, not the held breath boundary, the boundary of the accumulation's direct influence. They found it because Lyra put her palm to the floor in the 12th level's first chamber and pulled her hand back immediately as if the floor had burned her. "Something below this level is pulling at the stone's organization," she said. Her shard was pulsing with an irregularity that he had not seen from it before. "Not the pressure I have been feeling. Something active. The stone's organization is being actively contested below this floor." He looked at the floor. He looked at Davin. "Thermal sensing." Davin pressed his hand to the floor. Then he pulled it back with the expression of someone who has put their hand on something unexpected. "There is a frequency below this floor, not the generator frequency, something else, something that is the opposite of a note." He met Cale's eyes, like silence with intention. "The anti-note, the reversion frequency, the accumulation's characteristic resonance, which was not a resonance at all but the absence of resonance, the state of matter that preceded the capacity to resonate. They were at the upper edge of the accumulation's direct influence. They were at level 12. He had expected this boundary to be near level 230, based on the earliest information he had received. He was at level 12. The cascade had progressed considerably further than anyone had estimated. He wrote this in the summary with the same large letter notation he had used for the level 9 generator modification discovery. The accumulation's direct influence reaches level 12. Previous estimates of level 230 were based on information that is now significantly outdated. The held breath boundary has failed above level 12. He sent it upward. Then he descended to level 13. Chapter 35, The Depth of the Problem. Level 13 was where Cale stopped being certain that he was thinking clearly, not from the disruption effect, not from the anti-note frequency of the accumulation's influence. Those were present, and they were significant, and Fenwick's partial connection was working to distribute the mapping shard's resistance framework across the team, which was the only reason any of them were functioning as well as they were. The uncertainty about his thinking was coming from a different source. It was coming from the information itself. There is a quality of problem that is too large to be held in working memory without losing something essential at the edges. He had encountered this quality of problem before in his life on the surface, in graduate school, when he had been attempting to model systems that had more variables than the model could accommodate. The solution on the surface had been to simplify the model, to accept that some variables would be treated as constants or ignored entirely. He could not ignore variables here. Every variable was potentially the one that the initialization would fail without. He was trying to hold simultaneously the generator architecture across all observed levels and the extrapolated architecture on the levels below. The cascade failure rates for both the sentient maintained layer and the foundational generator layer. The sentient modification history that had altered the generator state on at least 2 observed levels and possibly more. The partial shard resonance development and its relationship to the initialization requirements. The accumulation's direct influence now confirmed to reach level 12, with all the implications that had for the timeline. The level 11 caretaker species and their maintenance function, and how that function related to the initialization. The stone writing notation and the generator notation, and how they related to each other. And the pressure language vocabulary he was still developing, because it might be the only way to communicate with whatever species occupied the deeper levels. It was too much to hold at once. The mapping shard held it. That was the shard's function, and it performed the function without apparent limitation. Every piece of information in the index was available when he queried it. The connections between pieces were visible when the shard surfaced them. The problem was not that the information was unavailable. The problem was that he was the person who had to decide what to do with it, and decisions required a kind of clarity that a very large and complex picture could work against. He told Fenwick this on the second day of level 13 during a rest period. Fenwick listened and then said, "You are describing a navigation problem." "What do you mean?" "You are trying to see the whole map at once. That is not how maps work. You navigate a map by looking at where you are and where you need to go and identifying the next step. You do not need to hold all the other steps simultaneously. The map holds them." He looked at the mapping shard. "You have the map. Use it the way a map is used." Kale considered this. "I have been trying to maintain active awareness of all the implications simultaneously, because the initialization requires all of it. The initialization requires all of it to be available at the moment of the initialization, not continuously available in your conscious awareness now." Fenwick's anchor shard was pulsing steadily at his collar. What is the next step? He thought about this. He cleared the full picture from the front of his mind and looked at the question. What was the next step? "Find the lowest functional generator," he said. "The initialization starts from the bottom. If I know where the lowest functional generator is, I know where we need to be." "Yes. And to find the lowest functional generator, I need to descend to it and identify it. I cannot find it from above by inference because the cascade failure rates on the 2 fronts are different, and I do not have enough data on the lower levels to extrapolate the generator state accurately." "Yes. So we continue descending, as quickly as possible, 1 week per level. We gather what information is essential at each level. We look for the lowest functional generator. When we find it, we stop and develop until we can initialize." "That is the next step," Fenwick said. Kale sat with this. It was not simpler than what he had been doing, but it was clearer. The navigation metaphor was correct. The shard held the map. He navigated. He picked up his notes and wrote the next step at the top of the level 13 summary in large letters, and then descended to the level 13 central chamber to read the generator. The level 13 generator was at 22% function. The carved marks were still legible, but showing the stress of the accumulation's direct influence in a way that none of the upper-level generators had shown. The marks were not worn smooth by time. They were disrupted at their edges by a force that was pulling at their organizational structure. The anti-note frequency of the accumulation was working directly against the generator marks. He read the 22% that was still functioning. It told him what the level 6 generator had told him about initialization requirements, and added one piece of information specific to the lower levels. The initialization frequency on the lower generators was not identical to the upper generators. The frequency shifted with depth. The shift was systematic and predictable from the generator notation if you could read enough of it to identify the pattern. He read enough to identify the pattern. The frequency shift meant that the shard resonance output required for initialization was not fixed. It was depth-dependent. The 4 shards in resonance would need to produce a frequency that changed as the initialization propagated upward from the lowest generator. Not a single note, but a rising note that matched the generator frequency at each level as the initialization field moved upward. This was more complex than a single resonance event. This was a sustained and modulated resonance across a frequency range that corresponded to the depth gradient from the lowest generator to the surface. He sat with this for a long time. Then he thought about the musical metaphor Davin had used for the generator frequency. A held note. A very low note. Very steady. The initialization was not a held note. It was a chord that changed as it moved. A chord that started at the lowest generator's frequency and modulated upward through every generator's frequency as the field propagated. And the 4 shards were the 4 voices of the chord. He thought about what that meant for the development requirement. The architects had specified level 100 equivalent capability as the minimum. He now thought this was not about raw capability. It was about the precision of the modulation. A shard at lower development could produce the resonance at a fixed frequency. Modulating that resonance across a changing frequency gradient required a development level where the output was fine enough to follow the gradient without losing coherence. This was a different requirement from what he had understood, and it suggested that the development level required was achievable faster than the level 100 equivalent implied. Because precision development was not the same as raw power development, and precision developed faster with the quality of engagement they were currently achieving. He revised his estimate of the development required, and found it was meaningfully closer to their current level than the previous estimate had been. He also noted that none of this analysis had been possible without the depth of understanding he had built on the upper levels. The navigation metaphor was correct for operation. The thorough preparation was what made the navigation possible. Both things were true simultaneously. He stopped treating them as attention and filed them as complementary. Then he descended to level 14. Chapter 36, Resonance Practice. Fenwick could sustain the full team shard connection for 14 hours by level 15. This was not the initialization resonance. It was the partial connection that distributed the mapping shard's disruption resistance across the team. The initialization would require something considerably more demanding. But the partial connection practice was developing the foundational capacity that the initialization would draw on, and the development was following the accelerating curve that Cale had predicted. Each week of practice produced more development than the previous week. He tracked the development carefully. The anchor shard's connection capacity was the single most important variable in the initialization equation, and he gave its development more attention than any other metric. Fenwick reported on it each evening during the team assessment period. Duration sustained, precision of the frequency matching, recovery time needed after disconnection, and a qualitative assessment of the connection's quality that Fenwick described in terms of the anchor shard's warmth during the session. The warmth was an indicator the architect's document had mentioned, and that Fenwick had been monitoring since his first deliberate connection attempt on level 6. A warm connection was a high-fidelity connection. A cool connection was imprecise. The warming trend over the weeks of practice was consistent and measurable, and gave Cale a proxy metric for connection quality that supplemented Fenwick's qualitative reports. Davin's fire affinity output had developed a modulation capability that he had been deliberately practicing since the level 13 discovery about the frequency gradient. He could not yet sustain a modulated output across the full gradient range. He could sustain a two-step modulation for approximately 3 hours before the precision degraded. This was the starting point. He practiced the two-step modulation daily during their transit through each level, keeping his shard in active modulation state whenever the terrain and fauna situation permitted. Lyra's structural perception had developed into something she was beginning to call structural hearing. Not metaphorically. The stone affinity shard on level 15 was producing an awareness of structural changes in the surrounding material that arrived as a sensory input she perceived as sound even though no acoustic signal was present. The structural hearing gave her an ambient awareness of the held breath frequency state in the surrounding stone that was continuous rather than requiring palm contact. She was walking through the dungeon hearing the generator frequency in the walls and floors, and could identify immediately when the frequency changed or degraded without needing to stop and assess. This was invaluable for the descent. The structural hearing had identified 3 generator locations that were not in the secondary passage network, and that he would not have found without her because they were in the main level structure rather than the passages, and he had been prioritizing passage-adjacent areas for generator assessment. 2 of the 3 were non-functional. One was at 31%. His own development was harder to assess from the inside. Mind had reached 23. Perception 21, Spirit 16. Body had reached 18 and Endurance 20 and Reflex 19. The numbers were becoming less individually meaningful and more meaningful in combination. The dungeon's progression system appeared to be producing synergistic effects at higher development levels where improvement in one attribute accelerated development in related attributes, rather than each developing independently. The most significant development was one that had no attribute number, the quality of his relationship with the mapping shard's index. In the first weeks after bonding, the index had felt like a database, something he could query for stored information. By level 15, it felt different. It felt like an extension of his own thinking rather than a separate record he consulted. When he observed something, the index did not just store the observation. It immediately related the observation to everything relevant in the existing record and presented the relationship as part of the observation itself. The distinction between observing and understanding had collapsed. He did not observe a thing and then understand it. He observed and understood simultaneously. This was, he thought, what Mind 23 and 6 months of intensive observation practice felt like from the inside. He tested this on level 15's generator. The generator was at 34%. The carved marks showed the sentient modification additions that he had first seen on level 9, but more extensive. Multiple rounds of modification spanning different periods. He could read the chronological layering because each generation of modification was in a slightly different stylistic variation of the sentient stone writing. He counted 4 distinct periods of modification over what his reading of the stone's age suggested was approximately 200 years. He read the complete generator notation in one extended session of 6 hours, not just the 60% he had been able to read on previous levels. The complete notation. His reading ability had crossed a threshold he had not specifically marked, but that was clearly significant. The generator notation was now legible to him in its entirety. The complete level 15 generator told him 4 things he had not known. First, the initialization event was designed to be triggered from above the generator layer, not from within it. The 4 shards in resonance would not need to be positioned at the lowest generator. They would need to be positioned at the level immediately above the lowest generator. The resonance field propagated downward from above. Second, the lowest generator was specifically marked in every generator's notation as a reference point. The marking was a coordinate system. He could read the coordinate from the level 15 generator and calculate the approximate level of the lowest generator. Third, the initialization was self-amplifying once started. The first generator to reach resonance would amplify the field that initialized the next generator downward, and that generator would amplify the field for the one below it, cascading downward rather than requiring the four shards to sustain the full initialization load simultaneously. The shards triggered the cascade. The cascade self-amplified to completion. Fourth, the lowest generator had a specific notation that indicated it was the primary generator, the original. Every other generator was a harmonic of the primary. The primary set the base frequency. The harmonics followed. He sat with the four revelations for a long time. Then he wrote them and marked them all in the priority notation and called the team. "We do not need to reach the lowest generator," he said when they were assembled. "We need to reach the level above it, and from the coordinate system in the notation I can calculate approximately where that is." He showed them the calculation. The coordinate system was elegant in the way deep before things were elegant. It was built from the same frequency principles as everything else in the held breath architecture. So the calculation required understanding the architecture rather than an external reference system. The lowest generator was at approximately level 40. They were at level 15, 25 levels to descend. At 1 week per level, that was 25 weeks, just under 6 months. In the context of a 4-month minimum timeline to complete failure, that was too long. But the self-amplifying cascade mechanism changed the development requirement. They did not need to sustain the full initialization. They needed to trigger the cascade. A cascade trigger had a lower development requirement than a full sustained initialization, considerably lower. He revised the development requirement estimate for the cascade trigger and found that their current development level was within meaningful range of the threshold. Not close enough yet, but close enough that the gap between their current capability and the required capability might close before they reached level 40 if the accelerating development curve continued. "We might be able to do this," he said. He had not said this before. He had described the mission as achievable in a qualified way. He had described the requirements as within reach in a theoretical way. He had not said the direct thing. The team received it with the particular quality of people who have been working towards something for a long time without allowing themselves to believe it would work, suddenly finding that belief within reach. Davin said, "Tell me what the trigger requires." Cale told him. The modulated resonance from the 4 shards at the correct frequency for the level they were positioned on when they triggered. Sustained for the time required for the first generator to reach full resonance and begin the cascade. The shard's index estimate was approximately 12 minutes of sustained resonance at full team output. 12 minutes. Davin looked at his combat shard. He had been practicing the 2-step modulation. The full gradient modulation. Can I develop that in 25 levels? At the current rate of development, yes, with significant practice at each level. Cale met his eyes. "It will require that you practice the modulation during every transit period where the fauna situation allows, not resting the shard between practice sessions except what is necessary for function." "Understood." Davin looked at the ember of his shard, then at the ceiling of level 15 in the near absolute dark. "Then let us get to level 40. Chapter 37. The Ones Who Remember. On level 19 they found what Cale began thinking of as the archives. He had not been looking for them. He had been in the secondary passage network conducting a generator node assessment when the passage widened unexpectedly into a space that was too large to be a node and too specifically organized to be a natural formation. The walls were covered floor to ceiling in the deep before generator notation, not the functional marks of a generator. Documentation. Record. The same notation system in a documentary rather than operational form. He brought the team. Lyra ran her palm across the lowest layer of marks and stood for a long time with her eyes closed and the stone affinity shard making its steady pulse. Then she said, "These are old, older than the generators themselves." She moved her palm slowly. "They are a record of why the generators were built." He had not considered that the deep before shapers might have left a record of the reason. He had been working backward from the function. The function was the held breath. The purpose of the held breath was to contain the accumulation. He had assumed the accumulation was the original condition, always there, always growing, and the generators had been built in response to it. He had been wrong. Lyra read for 2 hours. He sat beside her and wrote what she reported as she read it, building the account in the notation he had developed for things that did not translate cleanly into either language he was fluent in. The account in the archive walls described the following: the accumulation had not always been growing. It had not always been the threat it currently was. The deep before shapers had known the accumulation for a very long time before it began its current phase of expansion. It had been present in the deep rock for as long as their records extended. It was the state of matter that predated organization. The organized material of the world existed in dynamic equilibrium with the unorganized state represented by the accumulation. This was natural. This was how the world worked. The equilibrium had been disturbed, not by the accumulation, by something done to the organized material above the accumulation. An event at the surface that had created such a significant disruption in the organized material layer that the equilibrium between organization and pre-organization had shifted. The accumulation was not growing because something was wrong with the accumulation. It was expanding because the organized layer above it had been weakened, and the pre-organizational state was flowing into the weakness the way water fills any available space. The generators had been built not to contain the accumulation, but to repair the organized layer, to restore the equilibrium that had been disrupted. The held breath was not a barrier. It was a healing response. It was the deep before shapers' attempt to restore the organized material layer to a state of integrity sufficient to re-establish the equilibrium. They had not completed this work before whatever had disrupted their civilization enough to reduce their descendants to the sentients who now maintained a diminished version of the original system. Kale sat with this for a very long time. The initialization was not a barrier installation. It was not even a cascade that reinforced the held breath. It was the completion of a healing process that the deep before shapers had started and not finished. He told the team. The silence that followed was different from previous silences, not the silence of people absorbing a difficult implication. The silence of people recognizing that the thing they were doing was significantly more significant than they had understood it to be. The surface disruption, Fenwick said. He was synthesizing. Whatever caused the original disruption in the organized layer is what the generators were built to address. Do the archives say what the disruption was? Lyra was still at the wall. She moved her palm to a different section and read for another 10 minutes. The archive describes the disruption as an event, something that happened at the surface or just below the surface. It does not specify what. The notation is in a form I cannot fully read, the oldest marks in this section. She traced them with her fingertips, but the location it describes for the disruption point is clear. There is a coordinate. She described the coordinate. Kale translated it into the level depth system he had been using. The disruption point was at the surface, or very close to it. The organized material layer had been damaged at the surface level by whatever event had occurred, and the damage had propagated downward over the centuries since, allowing the pre-organizational state to flow upward into the weakened zone. He thought about the surface. 400 kilometers of inhabited territory above the dungeon. He thought about what kind of surface event could damage the organized material layer across 400 kilometers deeply enough to shift the equilibrium between organized and pre-organizational states. He did not know. The archive did not say. But the healing that the initialization would trigger was not just the containment of the accumulation. It was the repair of whatever the surface event had done to the organized material layer. The generator's full function would strengthen the organized layer from below the way a splint strengthens a broken bone from outside. "This changes what we are doing," Davin said. "Not the how, but the what." "Yes," Cale said. "We are not preventing a catastrophe. We are completing a repair that was started before our civilization existed." He looked at the archive walls and at the age of the marks and thought about the deep before shapers working on this problem in a time so distant. It was recorded in a notation system that no human being had ever read before he had learned to rate it. Working on a problem and not finishing it. Leaving behind an architecture that their descendants had maintained imperfectly for centuries, and that a species they had never anticipated would eventually provide the precise tool needed to complete what they had started. He thought about the mapping shard, about the dungeon reading him correctly on level 1, about the architects designing shard types that were precision tools for a machine they did not know they were designing tools for. He thought about the first entry in the mapping shard's index, a cave skidder in the entry antechamber of level 1, walking the warm path between two stone formations, demonstrating a behavioral pattern that connected to the water channels and the held breath infrastructure and the cascade failure and the archives in a secondary passage on level 19. The index held everything. He had just found the most important thing it had been building toward. "We continue," he said, "but now we know what we are completing." He took out his notes and began writing, and the archive walls surrounded them with their deep before account of a problem so old it had become the world's oldest unfinished task. Chapter 38, Level 25. Level 25 was where Davin achieved the full gradient modulation, not in a training session, in a combat engagement. The fauna on level 25 was unlike anything above it in the dungeon. The darkness was absolute, as it had been since level 7, and the creatures that occupied it had been adapting to the darkness and to the accumulation's influence for the full depth of the dungeon's existence at this level. They were organized in a way that was coherent rather than instinctive. They communicated, they planned, they used the terrain. Not the way the sentients were organized, more like the way a military unit was organized: hierarchy, roles, coordinated execution. He had been warned by Lyra's structural hearing. She had been developing this capability for 10 levels, and it had become precise enough to give the team approximately 90 seconds of warning before a coordinated approach began. On level 25, the warning arrived and they had 90 seconds to position. He organized the positioning. Davin to the widest point of the passage where his fire output would have the largest area of effect, and where his back was protected by stone. Lyra at the passage wall where her structural perception would give her information about movement through the stone itself, if the creatures used that approach. Fenwick behind Cale, with the connection sustaining the disruption resistance, and monitoring the anchor shard for any synthesis input that would update the situation assessment. He was at the passage entrance because his perception and index gave him the best environmental reading of anyone on the team, and because the passage entrance was where the first contact would come and first contact information was the most valuable. The engagement lasted 7 minutes. Not a long engagement by the standards of what he had been reading about in Orvith's notebook and in reports from deeper entrants. 7 minutes was short for a coordinated fauna engagement on a deep level. It was short because Davin's fire output had developed to a point where even the more durable deep-level creatures found sustained exposure unsustainable, and because Lyra's structural intervention was providing an environmental advantage that disrupted the creature's terrain use. and because Fenwick's connection was maintaining team function at a level that should not have been possible given the disruption effect at this depth. At minute 4 of the engagement, Davin did something the team had not seen before. He modulated the fire output, not in the two-step pattern he had been practicing, but in a continuous sweep across the full frequency gradient he had been building toward, not deliberately. The combat situation had created an immediate tactical need for a modulation pattern that the two-step could not provide, and his shard had done what it could do. The modulated output swept across the frequency range in approximately 8 seconds, and then cycled back to the base frequency. The creatures in the engagement zone responded as if the frequency shift was as significant as the heat output. Several of them stopped coordinating and moved individually, which was the significant sign. The frequency modulation had disrupted their communication mechanism the same way sustained eye contact had disrupted the Level 1 Deepcrawler's behavioral script. He noted this in his real-time index while maintaining his own position. The frequency modulation had both a thermal effect and a disruption effect on organized systems. This was not a combat detail. It was a core property of the shard's output that was relevant to the initialization. After the engagement, he asked Davin to reproduce the modulation deliberately. Davin thought about it for a moment and then produced the sweep again. Slower this time and more controlled. The full gradient range from the base frequency up through the depth shift frequencies he had been practicing. It was clean. It was sustained. It was the modulation the initialization required. "How long can you hold it?" Kale said. Davin held it. 12 minutes. 14. 15. At 16 minutes, the precision started to degrade slightly at the upper end of the range and he stopped. 16 minutes at full gradient, he said. His voice was the voice of someone who has done something physically demanding and is assessing the cost. "The initialization trigger requires 12 minutes, Kale said. They looked at each other. "We may be ready," Davin said carefully. "You may be ready for your component," Kale said. "The trigger requires all 4 shards in resonance. Your fire modulation is the carrier frequency. Fenwick's connection is the distribution mechanism. Lyra's structural output is the anchor that prevents the field from dissipating into the surrounding stone rather than propagating through the generator. My mapping shard's index resonance is the frequency reference that the other 3 calibrate against. Can we do all 4 simultaneously?" "We have been doing all 4 simultaneously in the partial connection practice. The initialization is the partial connection at full output and full gradient rather than at maintenance level." He thought about the development level assessment. "We need to know if our combined capability is sufficient for the threshold. Not just Davin's modulation, all 4. "How do we find out?" Lyra asked. "We attempt a full connection at full output in a safe chamber." He looked around level 25. This was not a safe chamber by any metric. When we reach level 39, the level immediately above the estimated primary generator position, we attempt the full connection as a test. We sustain it for as long as we can maintain it. We measure the result against the initialization requirements. If it is sufficient, we proceed to the initialization. If it is not, we know precisely what is insufficient and we can target further development. "And if it is sufficient, we initialize immediately," Fenwick said. "If the test indicates readiness and the generator state on level 40 is functional enough to receive the trigger." "Yes," he looked at his notes. "We are at level 25, 14 levels to descend. 14 weeks. They had begun descending before the cascade failure front could reach them. The cascade was now a race. He was aware of the race. He was aware of it every day when he queried the shard for the latest cascade rate estimate based on the generator state data from each new level. He had stopped sharing every estimate with the team because the estimates were getting worse, and sharing deteriorating estimates weekly was a tax on the team's ability to focus on the work that was their actual response to the deteriorating situation. He shared the ones that required action. He did not share the ones that were simply informative in a way that produced anxiety without guidance. He filed this decision in his notes as well. Documentation of what he chose not to say and why was as important as documentation of what he said. A record of decisions required a record of the decisions that information management required. They rested for half a day on level 25 and then descended. Chapter 39. What remains? By level 32, the cascade had reached level 8. He knew this from Fenwick's upward communications and the responses coming back down through the dual-channel system he had established. Vel was routing sentient network information downward to their position, and the information was precise in a way that the human courier channel could not be. The sentient network had been monitoring the cascade failure since before Kale had entered the dungeon. Their monitoring data was old and accumulated and specific. The level 8 generator had failed completely, not at 20% or at 10. At 0. The level 8 generator was producing no resonance at all. The level 8 carved floor was, according to the sentient report, actively reverting. The deep before notation marks were losing their organizational structure as the pre-organizational state flowed up from below and worked against the carved patterns. He thought about the level 11 caretakers who had been clearing debris from the carved marks and applying their biological secretion to maintain the generator surfaces. He hoped they had moved upward. He had no way to know. The generator failure at level 8 meant the initiative had collapsed past the halfway point of the levels they had already descended. The cascade was running through the generator layer faster than through the sentient maintained node layer. This was the reverse of what he had expected. He had expected the sentient layer to fail first because it was the more recently built and less robust layer. The generator layer was older and had been showing exhaustion rather than active failure. But the generator layer was failing faster because the reversion pressure was not just flowing upward through the stone. It was being concentrated. The failed generators were not simply non-functional. They were creating zones of increased reversion pressure immediately above themselves, zones where the organized material layer was being actively eroded. Each failed generator was a point of accelerated failure for the next generator above. The cascade in the generator layer was a different mechanism from the cascade in the sentient node layer. He had not understood this distinction until level 32. He had been modeling the two cascades as independent phenomena running at independent rates. They were not independent. Each generator failure was amplifying the node failures above it, and each node failure was reducing the sentient collective's capacity to slow the generator failure below it. A coupled cascade. Both systems failing together faster because they were failing together. He wrote the coupled cascade analysis and sent it upward immediately. Priority designation. He also wrote his revised estimate of the timeline to complete failure. Not months, weeks. He looked at the estimate for a long time before he wrote it. He confirmed it twice with the shard. He thought about whether sharing it with the team was the right decision. He decided it was, not because there was something they could do differently. Because they had a right to the accurate information. And because he had committed at the beginning of this mission to giving them accurate information. He told them that evening. Davin took it with the stillness of a person who has been in dangerous situations often enough to know that stillness is the most useful response to new information about danger. Lyra closed her eyes and held them closed for 30 seconds and then opened them and looked at the level 32 walls with her structural hearing engaged. Fenwick was already running the numbers with the anchor shard. 7 levels, Fenwick said. At 1 week per level, 7 weeks. Yes. The timeline to failure. 4 to 6 weeks at the revised rate. He said it directly. We are almost certainly not going to reach level 40 before complete cascade failure using the 1 week per level pace. Then we change the pace, Davin said. "What pace is sustainable?" Davin looked at Fenwick. Fenwick looked at the anchor shard state. The connection capacity had been developing, but it had a cost floor. Below a certain rest period the connection degraded, and degraded connection produced degraded disruption resistance, and degraded disruption resistance at level 32 was not a tolerable condition. 3 days per level, Fenwick said. With the current connection capacity, not less. Below 3 days the rest requirement is not met. 3 days per level. 7 levels at 3 days was 21 days, 3 weeks, within the revised cascade window. He looked at each of them. 3 days per level means we are in transit and essential mapping mode only. No extended fauna studies. No generator documentation beyond what is necessary to confirm the state and the coordinate for the initialization calculation. No secondary fauna contact. He paused. The index records everything we observe regardless of what we stop to document. We will have a complete passive record of every level we pass through. The active record will be minimal. He waited to see if anyone objected. No one did. Then we move at 3 days per level beginning tomorrow, he said. We eat during transit. We sleep in whatever the most defensible available space is at the 3-day mark. We do not stop for anything that is not an immediate threat to function. He looked at his own notes and then closed the notebook for the first time since level 1 and put it in his pack. The shard held everything. The shard had always held everything. The notes were the redundant record. He did not need to write the redundant record when the primary record was the only thing between them and the failure of the entire held breath system. He would write again when this was over. Move, he said. They moved. Chapter 40, Level 39. They reached level 39 in 19 days. Not 21. 19. Not because they cut corners or abandoned the 3-day pace, but because 3 days per level turned out to be faster than they had been moving even before the compressed timeline. The speed of movement was not about how long they spent on each level. It was about how much of each level they covered during that time. With a focused mission profile, they covered more of each level in 3 days than they had been covering in 7 with a broader documentation objective. The mapping shard was indexing continuously, regardless of pace. The passive record of the levels below 32 was richer than any record he had made actively on the upper levels, because his observation skills had developed to a level where passive observation captured more than active documentation had done 6 months earlier. The index was complete, even if the notes were not. Level 39 was the designated preparation level. The level above the primary generator. The place where the test resonance would happen and where the initialization trigger would be attempted if the test confirmed readiness. It was also the most hostile environment he had experienced in the dungeon. The disruption effect at level 39 was not the background pressure of level 12 or the noticeable weight of level 13. It was active interference. The anti-note of the accumulation's reversion frequency was audible here in the same way that Lyra's structural hearing made the generator frequency audible to her. He could hear it, not with his ears, with his entire cognitive architecture. A sustained pulling at the organization of his thinking that the mapping shard was working constantly to resist, and that Fenwick's connection was distributing resistance to, but that could not be entirely blocked. He thought in complete sentences. He assembled observations correctly. He drew connections accurately, but each of these operations cost more than it had on the levels above. The thinking was not impaired. It was taxed. Like running normally at altitude, the mechanics are the same, but the oxygen is thinner and everything costs more. Fenwick was sustaining the connection continuously on level 39. No rest periods. The rest periods that had been essential on the upper levels were being suspended here because the disruption effect without the connection was not survivable at functional levels for any of them except Kale. Fenwick was accepting the full cost of continuous connection on his own. Cale had pointed this out. Fenwick had acknowledged it and said, "The anchor shard's function is to sustain connection between separated systems under conditions of disruption. This is those conditions." He had said it with the matter-of-fact quality that the anchor shard appeared to lend to statements about its own function. "I was built for this level." They found the level 39 central chamber on the first day. The generator was at 8% function. The carved marks were barely legible. He read what he could and confirmed the coordinate for the primary generator on level 40. The coordinate was consistent with his previous calculation. The primary generator was directly below them. On the second day, he organized the test resonance. They positioned in the central chamber in the arrangement described by the architect documentation for the resonance state, equidistant, facing the center of the chamber, shards active. Not the casual arrangement of the partial connection practice. The formal arrangement of the intended function. He looked at the team. Davin with his shard at active state, the ember glow steady and deep in the disruption-heavy air. Lyra with her palm to the chamber floor and the stone affinity shards gray-amber pulsing in the rhythm of the structural hearing. Fenwick at his position with the anchor shard fully engaged, the gray depth of it brighter than he had seen it in the 6 months of practice. He looked at his own shard in his palm. The warmth was there, and it was everything the shard had accumulated since level 1, and it was pointed like a compass needle toward the primary generator below them. "We hold for 12 minutes if we can," he said. "If the connection degrades before 12 minutes, we stop and assess. If we reach 12 minutes, we assess the generator state below and decide whether the trigger proceeds." He put the shard against his palm. Fenwick initiated the connection. The warmth was immediate and total, not the partial warmth of the practice sessions. The full team resonance was qualitatively different from anything they had achieved before. He was aware of Davin's fire modulation as a sound rather than a sensation. He was aware of Lyra's structural perception as a texture in the information that the index was processing. He was aware of Fenwick as the architecture that made the other 2 awarenesses possible. He was aware of himself as the frequency reference that all 3 were calibrating against. They were one instrument, 4 voices, 1 chord, 12 minutes. At minute 4, the disruption effect pushed back, not metaphorically. The anti-note of the accumulation's reversion frequency found the resonance field they were producing and worked against it the way a current works against a swimmer. He felt the connection flex, not break, flex. Fenwick was compensating. The anchor shard was doing precisely what it was designed to do, holding the connection between separated systems under conditions of disruption. At minute 8, Davin's modulation reached the upper end of the gradient range and the sound in the resonance changed. Not degraded, changed, deepened. Something below them was responding. The primary generator, he could feel it through the shard. Not the 8% function state that the level 39 generator was showing. Something from below. Something that was at more than 8%. Something that was at considerably more than 8%. The primary generator was not failed. The primary generator was waiting. At minute 12, he let the resonance release. The team came out of the resonance state with the careful movements of people who have been very still for a long time and need to re-establish their relationship with ordinary physics. He assessed them quickly. Fenwick was exhausted. Davin's fire affinity was at low output, the modulation having taken its toll. Lyra had her eyes closed and was still in the structural hearing state that she used when processing. "The primary generator," he said. "How strong is it?" Lyra opened her eyes. "Full function," she said. Her voice was steady with the quality of someone reporting a fact rather than reacting to it. "Level 40's primary generator is at full function." He sat with this. The primary generator had not failed. Everything above it had been cascading toward failure for months, and the primary generator had maintained full function, because it was primary, because it was the source of the held breath frequency, because the system's foundational element was the last to go. We did not need to hurry for the generator, Fenwick said. He was working through the synthesis. The cascade was real and urgent, but the primary generator would not have failed before we arrived regardless. It is self-sustaining in a way the secondary generators are not. Then we had more time than we thought. For the generator, not for the organized material layer above the failed generators. The cascade failure is still real. The reversion zones in the failed generator areas are expanding. The surface damage is still accumulating. We had more time to reach the primary generator. We did not have more time overall. He accepted this. The urgency had been real even if the specific threat to the primary generator had been overstated by his understanding of the cascade. The 19 days of 3-day per-level transit had been necessary not to reach the generator before it failed, but to limit the expansion of the reversion zones in the upper levels. The test resonance reached the primary generator, he said. The generator responded. 8% function in level 39's generator and a 12-minute full team resonance was sufficient to produce a response from the primary generator on level 40. Which means, Davin said. Which means we are ready, Cale said. We descend to level 40 tomorrow. We position above the primary generator. We initiate the full trigger. The cascade self-amplifies upward. He looked at each of them. We complete what the deep before Shapers started. The level 39 central chamber was very quiet. The disruption effect was present. The anti-note was there. But underneath it, far below, the primary generator was responding to the resonance they had just produced. It had been waiting for 381 years. It would wait one more day. He looked at his shard. The warmth was steady and complete, and the index held everything, and he thought about the cave skidder in the entry antechamber of level 1 walking its warm path between two stone formations, and how long a road it was from that observation to this chamber, and how necessary every step of it had been. Tomorrow they would take the last step. He would sleep first. Rest was the preparation that made the work possible. He closed his eyes. Chapter 41. The Primary Generator. Level 40 did not look like the bottom of anything. Cale had been building a mental image of the primary generator's location since the archive chamber on level 19. He had imagined something that matched the significance of what it contained, a space that announced itself. A chamber whose proportions communicated that this was the foundational layer of a system that had been sustaining the organized material of the world for longer than recorded history. What he found was a passage, not a chamber. A passage approximately 3 meters wide and 2.5 meters tall, running in a gentle curve that prevented him from seeing either the beginning or the end of it from any single point. The crystal here was not the violet blue of level 3 or the amber of level 2 or the deep red-brown of level 6. It was clear, absolutely clear, without the tinting or the opacity or the directional quality of any crystal he had encountered on any previous level. The clear crystal produced no light of its own. It transmitted light. Davin's fire glow passed through the crystal walls without distortion and emerged on the other side still warm and amber, illuminating a corridor of perfect transparency that showed the stone behind the crystal as a layered record of geological time. He stood at the passage entrance and looked at it. The mapping shard was entirely still, not the warmth of connection being made or information being surfaced. Complete stillness. The stillness of an instrument that has arrived at the place it was built to come to and is waiting. The passage, Lyra said beside him. She had her structural hearing engaged and her eyes half closed. The passage is the generator, not a chamber with a carved floor. The entire passage. The walls and the ceiling and the floor, all of it is carved. I can hear it. The notation is in everything here. He looked at the clear crystal walls with this new understanding. What he had taken for the natural layering of geological material was notation. Deep before marks in a medium that was completely transparent, rendering the marks invisible to standard visual observation, but legible to structural perception, and presumably to whatever perceptual mode the deep before shapers themselves had used. "How long is the passage?" he said. "I cannot tell. The structural hearing does not give me distance the way sight does. What I can tell is that the frequency is not diminishing with distance. Whatever is at the far end of the passage is producing at the same frequency as what is here at the entrance." "Full function," Davin said. He had his shard at the low active state he used for thermal sensing. "The thermal frequency of this passage is the cleanest I have felt in the dungeon. On any level, it is not just intact, it is." He paused. "It is young." Kale looked at him. "Young." The other generators felt like something that had been running for a long time, old machinery. The frequency was right, but there was a quality of wear to it, the effort of sustained operation over centuries. Davin looked at the clear crystal. "This feels like it was made yesterday." "The frequency is fresh. It is not effort, it is ease." He absorbed this. "The primary generator is self-renewing." "Something like that. Yes." He stepped into the passage. The change was immediate and it was not physical. Nothing changed in the air temperature or the quality of the light or the feeling of the stone beneath his boots. What changed was the disruption effect. The anti-note of the accumulation's reversion frequency that had been a constant cognitive tax since level 13 was simply absent inside the passage. Not reduced. Absent. The primary generator's frequency was so dominant in this space that the anti-note had no room to propagate. He could think, completely and without cost. The thinking that had been effortful for weeks was effortless again. The team followed him into the passage. He watched each of them register the same change. Fenwick's expression was the most visible response. The sustained effort of maintaining the connection under disruption had been on his face for weeks without either of them acknowledging it. A tightness around his eyes and a quality of concentration in his posture that he held even during rest periods. Inside the passage, it was gone. He looked like himself on level 1. Like someone who was carrying what they were designed to carry without strain. They walked the passage for approximately 300 meters before it opened into a space. Not a chamber. The passage did not end in a chamber. It ended in a point. The walls and ceiling converged toward a single location, and at that location the clear crystal was denser than it had been throughout the passage, dense enough that it had become translucent rather than transparent, and in the translucent crystal at the convergence point, there was something that was not crystal and was not stone and was not empty. It was present. He had no better word for it. Present. Occupying the convergence point with a quality of being there that was different from the way objects are there. It did not have edges exactly. It had the impression of edges. The difference between a thing that occupies space and a thing whose influence occupies space. The mapping shard pulsed once. Strong. Clear. Not the warmth of connection. Recognition. "What is that?" Davin said quietly. "I think," Kale said with the care of someone who is being very precise about the limits of their knowledge, "that is the primary generator itself, not the carved notation, not the passage, the source." "Is it alive?" Lyra asked. "The deep before shapers built it." "Whether it is alive in any sense they or we would recognize, I cannot determine from here." He looked at it. The shard was still, not pulsing, not warm, still. "What I can determine is that the initialization trigger needs to happen here, in this passage, with the team arranged between the entrance and the convergence point." He turned back to look at the team and at the passage length behind them. 300 meters of clear crystal and deep before notation. The most complete generator he had found in the entire dungeon. The foundational element of a system that had been keeping the world's organized material intact against the oldest possible force. "We rest," he said. "One full sleep period. We eat completely. We assess our shard states and we identify anything that needs preparation before the trigger." He looked at each of them. "Then we do it." Fenwick was looking at the convergence point with the anchor shard fully engaged. The connection was running, but without the effort it had required on the upper levels. In this passage, the connection was like breathing at sea level after weeks at altitude. "The connection is stable here," he said. "I can sustain it without cost. Then you sustain it during the rest period. Maintain the team coherence while we sleep." He looked at him. "Can you do that?" "Here." "Yes." Cale nodded. He found the section of the passage wall that offered the most stable position for sleeping and sat down against the clear crystal and felt the passage's full function frequency all around him, like something that had been waiting specifically for this moment to be useful. He slept better than he had slept since arriving in the Warden depths. When he woke, the convergence point was exactly as it had been. Present. Edges that were impressions. The shard still and waiting. Fenwick sitting across the passage with his eyes closed and the anchor connection a warm and steady thing between all four of them. "Ready," Cale said. The others woke. They ate. They assessed. Davin ran through the gradient modulation twice and confirmed full precision across the complete range. Lyra pressed her palm to the passage floor and reported the generator notation as fully legible and in the condition it needed to be in. Fenwick described the connection as the cleanest it had been since the first time he had established it on level 6. Cale queried the shard for the initialization protocol one final time and confirmed that every parameter in the index matched the requirements derived from the generator architecture documentation. Then he looked at his team. 3 people who had descended 40 levels in the company of someone who approached every new thing in the world as a system to be understood rather than a threat to be defeated. 3 people who had each developed capabilities that were precisely suited to this moment, not through any destiny he believed in, but through the specific choices each of them had made about how to engage with the dungeon they were in. He did not make a speech. He was not a person who made speeches. "From the entrance to the convergence point," he said. "Equal spacing. Shards active from the moment we take position. The trigger starts when I say begin. 12 minutes minimum. We hold until the cascade starts. When the cascade starts, we will feel it. Fenwick will recognize it through the anchor connection." "What does it feel like when the cascade starts?" Davin asked. "I do not know, but I believe the shard will know." He looked at the mapping shard in his hand. "It has known everything else." They took their positions. Chapter 42, begin. The passage was 300 meters long and there were 4 of them, so the spacing was 100 meters between positions. Fenwick at the entrance. Then Lyra. Then Davin. Cale at the convergence point. He had arranged this deliberately. The convergence point was where the primary generator's frequency was most concentrated. The mapping shard was the frequency reference that the other 3 calibrated against. Placing the frequency reference at the point of highest frequency concentration gave the calibration the clearest possible signal. It also placed Cale at the position furthest from exit, which was a practical fact he noted without giving it undue weight. He looked back down the passage at the 3 figures spaced along its length. Fenwick's anchor shard was a visible gray pulse, even at 300 meters in Davin's ambient fire glow. Lyra's structural shard was a gray-amber warmth against the clear crystal wall. Davin's combat shard was the ember he had known since level 1, steady and contained. He looked at his own shard. He thought for a moment about level 1. About the cave skitter on the stone formation looking away from him, with the unhurried assurance of something that had decided he was not worth sustained attention. About Varys saying, "I am an interface," and Aren saying, "I have been waiting for a mapping shard bearer to enter this chamber." And Meryn saying, "These are the best field records I have seen from below level 1. And Fenwick saying 4 years underground is a long time to be doing something important without knowing why. He thought about the index, everything it held. One cave skidder observed on day 1 of level 1, walking the warm path between 2 stone formations because the collapsed crystal bridge in the corner had disrupted a cold air current, demonstrating that even the smallest behavior in this dungeon had reasons, and that reasons could be understood. And that understanding reasons was the specific capability the dungeon had been waiting for someone to develop. He put the shard against his palm. "Begin," he said. The resonance started. It started as the partial connection practice had always started, a warmth from the shard that moved outward and met the other shard's frequencies, and the anchor connection organized them into a coherence. What was different was the scale. The full output version of the connection was not the partial connection made larger. It was qualitatively different in the way that a river in flood is qualitatively different from a stream, the same water, the same channel, but a force that was not comparable. He heard the chord, not in the acoustic sense. He heard it the way Lyra heard the generator frequency in structural hearing, as a sensory input that arrived in a cognitive space that was not the ears. The 4 shards in full resonance produced a chord that was the sum of their individual frequencies, and also something more than the sum, something that the frequency relationship between the 4 voices created that none of the 4 voices contained individually. The chord matched the primary generator's frequency. He felt the match the way you feel the resonance when 2 tuning forks of the same pitch are near each other. A recognition, a joining. The convergence point brightened, not dramatically. A deepening of the translucent quality of the crystal at the convergence point, as if more of the clear crystal's depth had become visible simultaneously. The something that was present at the convergence point became more present. The edges that were impressions became more definite without becoming hard. He held the resonance. 1 minute. 2. At 3 minutes, the gradient modulation began. Not his doing. The primary generator was pulling the resonance toward its own frequency in a way that required the modulation to follow. The generator was not passively receiving the trigger. It was actively engaging with it, testing the resonance against its own requirements and pulling the 4 shards output toward the precise match. He felt Davin following the pull. The fire affinity modulation tracking the generator's frequency requirement with the precision that 16 levels of intensive practice had built. He felt Lyra's structural anchor holding the field against the surrounding stone's impulse to absorb it. He felt Fenwick holding all 3 of them in coherence while the generator pulled and the modulation tracked and the field held its shape. 7 minutes. The convergence point was fully bright now. Not clear, luminous. The clear crystal that had transmitted Davin's fire glow without adding anything of its own was generating its own light. The same frequency as the generator. The generator was resonating. 8 minutes. He felt something change below him, not in the passage, below the passage, through the floor. A frequency that was not the generator's frequency and was not the anti-note of the accumulation. A third frequency. Something new that was being created by the interaction of the generator's activation with whatever the accumulation was in its pre-organizational state. Not conflict, not opposition, resolution. He thought about the deep before archives account of the equilibrium between the organized and the pre-organizational states. The accumulation was not the enemy of the generators. It was the other side of a relationship that had existed since before organization began. The generators in full function did not contain the accumulation. They completed it. They provided the organized material layer with sufficient integrity that the equilibrium between the 2 states could re-establish itself. The third frequency was the equilibrium returning. 9 minutes. The cascade began. He felt it through the shard before he consciously understood what he was feeling. a warmth that was not from the shard itself but from the generator above them, level 39. The exhausted 8% generator above them had received the cascade from the primary generator below and was resonating. He could feel it through the passage floor. 8% function expanding to full function in the time it took him to register what was happening. Then level 38. Then 37. The cascade was moving upward faster than he had expected. Not the measured progression of a wave propagating through a medium. The speed of recognition. Each generator receiving the cascade frequency and responding as if it had been waiting for exactly this signal. As if the 3-century degradation had not diminished the generator's fundamental capacity to respond, but only their ability to sustain operation without the initialization input. 10 minutes. He counted the cascade. Level 35, 30, 25. The cascade was accelerating as it rose, each newly initialized generator adding its output to the cascade field that was moving upward. The chord he was holding in the passage was becoming richer with each level, more voices, more depth. The 4 shards were not carrying the initialization alone anymore. Every generator above them was resonating and adding to the field. 11 minutes, level 20, 15, 10. The cascade had reached the levels where the generator failures had been creating reversion zones. He felt those levels differently from the healthy generators. Not resistance, more like a gap in the chord, a silence where a voice should have been. The cascade could not initialize a failed generator because the failed generator's carved marks had reverted to undifferentiated stone. The initialization field passed through those levels without the missing voices, but with sufficient momentum from the functioning generators above and below to sustain. 12 minutes. The cascade reached level 1. He felt it. He felt the assessment chamber disk and Aren's convergence chamber, and the entry antechamber, and the cave skitter paths, and the channel network, and the warm air currents that the cave skitters used. All of it suddenly in the resonance field that was propagating through every functioning generator in the dungeon simultaneously. Then above level 1. Above the dungeon structure. Into the surface stone. Into the material of the world above the dungeon where the surface event had damaged the organized layer 3 centuries ago. The primary generator's frequency propagated through the surface stone. The third frequency, the equilibrium returning, was present everywhere simultaneously. He did not know how long he held the resonance after that. The shard was warm and still, and the chord was everywhere, and the 12 minutes had passed, and the cascade had started, and there was no urgency in his body or his thinking to stop. He held it until Fenwick spoke. Fenwick's voice was quiet and steady and traveled the full 300 meters of the passage without effort. The generators above level 20 are at full function. The generators between level 20 and level 12 are at partial function due to the reversion zones. The cascade is holding in the intact generators and propagating around the gaps. A pause. The disruption effect is gone. He had not noticed. The anti-note of the accumulation's reversion frequency had been absent in this passage since they entered it. But he noticed now that it was absent differently, not excluded by the generator's dominance, simply gone. The reversion pressure that had been the constant background of the dungeon since level 12 was no longer present anywhere in the field he could feel through the shard. The equilibrium had re-established. Not completely. Not yet. The failed generators were gaps in the system. The reversion zones in those gaps were going to require the same kind of healing that the surface material was going to require. Time. The slow work of the held breath operating at full function in the areas around the gaps, gradually restoring the organized material properties to the stone that had reverted. But the accumulation was no longer growing. The third frequency was present. The equilibrium was present. The growing had stopped. He released the resonance. The chord faded. The convergence point's luminosity gradually returned to the translucent quality it had had when they entered the passage. The shard's warmth settled from the intense concentration of the initialization into the familiar, quiet warmth of the index running. He sat down against the clear crystal wall. He did not feel triumph exactly. He felt the particular quality of a task that has been completed correctly. The satisfaction of a thing done that was going to continue being done without him, that did not require his ongoing effort. That was what it was now regardless of what happened next. The deep before shapers had started this. The sentients had maintained it imperfectly for centuries. The human architects had designed the tools to complete it. He and Davin and Lyra and Fenwick had brought those tools to the place they were needed and used them at the time they were needed. It was done. He looked at the mapping shard in his hand. The index was running. It was always running. It would run as long as the shard was bonded to him. He thought about the cave skitter. He thought about the warm path. Then he began the process of thinking about going home. Chapter 43, The Reversion Zones. The practical aftermath of the initialization was not the clean conclusion that the initialization itself had been. He had understood this before they triggered the cascade. The gaps in the initialized generator network were real, and they were going to require ongoing work that the four of them were not positioned to do alone. The reversion zones in the failed generator areas were pockets of pre-organizational material in the organized material layer, and they would resist the healing process in proportion to how long they had been reverting. He spent 2 days in the level 40 passage thinking about this before they ascended. The thinking was more comfortable than it had been for weeks. The disruption effect was gone. His thinking cost what thinking normally cost rather than what thinking under cognitive tax cost. He noticed the difference as a lightness that was not physical, but that made the physical lighter too. He moved through the clear crystal passage with a quality of ease that was different from efficiency. The reversion zones were his first problem. The second was the surface damage. The third was the relationship with the sentients going forward. The fourth was the documentation. He addressed them in order. The reversion zones needed 2 things. First, the level 11 caretaker species needed to be in contact with the information that the generator cascade had initialized, and that the reversion zones in the gaps were now the priority maintenance sites. He had no way to communicate this directly from level 40. He would need to ascend to level 11 and communicate it in the pressure language. Second, the sentients needed to redirect their held breath maintenance work from sustaining the diminishing overall system to concentrating on the reversion zone boundaries, where the functioning generators needed supplementary support to contain the reverting material. The surface damage was more complex and less immediately addressable. The archive on level 19 had described the surface event that had created the original disruption in the organized material layer, but had not described what the surface event was or whether the surface consequences were visible. He had been underground for 7 months. He had no knowledge of what the surface above the dungeon currently looked like. What he did know from the archive, and from the generator notation system he had learned to read, was that the initialized held breath would propagate healing upward through the organized material layer over time. The time was not short. Geological healing was not a fast process, but the process was now running where it had been stalled for 3 centuries, and the rate of healing would increase as the cascade's full initialization propagated, and each functional generator added its output to the upward propagating field. He estimated years rather than months for meaningful surface healing, decades for complete restoration. He wrote this in the first entry of his post-initialization notes with the same care for accuracy that he had brought to every previous entry. The relationship with the sentients was a question he was looking forward to. The sentient collective had been maintaining the held breath under increasing difficulty for 3 centuries, and their population decline was a direct result of that effort. With the initialization complete and the primary generator running at full function, the held breath system no longer required the manual sentient maintenance it had required before. The sentients could reduce their commitment to the held breath work. This was the third term of the agreement they had made with the human architects 280 years ago. The architects had promised that when human defenders of the correct shard configuration initialized the system, the sentients would no longer bear the primary maintenance burden. The third term was now due. He thought about Vel and the sessions in the second eastern chamber on level 3, about the stone writing floor record of 300 years of boundary maintenance, about the mark Vel had pressed into the floor when Fenwick arrived. This place was visited by a deep unifier who came to understand. He wanted to tell Vel that it was done. He wanted to do it in the sentient language. He had 40 words and a partial grammar and the beginning of a reading ability for the stone writing. It was not enough for the conversation he wanted to have, but it was enough for the essential fact. The documentation was the fourth problem, and it was the one he was most certain about how to address. Everything that had happened from the cave skitter on level 1 to the initialization in the level 40 passage was in the mapping shards index. The written records were in Marin's possession on level 1, and in the upward communication system and in Orvith's workshop editions, and in whatever Brescia had done with the courier chain since Fenwick had handed it over. The complete record existed. It was distributed. It was redundant. What it needed was an endpoint. A final document that described what had happened, and what it meant, and what came next. He began writing it on the second day in the passage. He wrote on the bonded hide with the bonded stylus that Orvith had supplied 7 months ago, and that still had its edge despite 40 levels of use. The document was not a summary of the mission. It was a description of the dungeon's actual nature for future entrants who would need to understand what they were descending into and why it existed, and what the reversion zones meant for the levels where they were present, and what the sentient network's changed role was in the maintained but no longer critical manual effort state it would occupy going forward. It was also an honest account of what had been wrong in the original understanding, the vigil misunderstanding, the timeline errors, the cascade mechanism that nobody had modeled correctly, the surface event that nobody had known about, the archive on level 19 that nobody had found before, because nobody had been looking at the secondary passages as anything other than the sentient's travel network. He wrote all of this. The corrections were as important as the original information. A record that only contains what was known correctly was not a record. It was a selected account. He had been building a complete record since level 1, and completeness required including what had been wrong. On the third day, they began ascending. The ascent was different from the descent in the obvious physical sense and in a less obvious qualitative sense. Descending, he had been moving toward something unknown. Ascending, he was moving through known territory with the particular quality of familiarity that a place you have been has over a place you have not. The index made every chamber recognizable. Every passage he had documented on the descent was present in the index with its complete profile, and he navigated the ascent as he navigated everything, from the foundation of what he understood. The disruption effect was gone on every level above level 12, gone on levels where it had been a sustained presence for months. The cognitive ease that the passage had provided was now present everywhere. Level 39. 35. 30. He collected updated generator data at each level. The cascade had reached every functional generator. The ones that had been at partial function were now at full function. The empty levels where generators had failed showed the reversion zones clearly now, spaces in the organized material layer where the stone's structural properties had degraded to the pre-organizational state. They were visible to Lyra's structural hearing as patches of silence in the generator frequency field, specific and bounded, not growing, contained by the functioning generators above and below. Not growing was the essential quality. The reversion zones were stable, not healed, but stable, no longer expanding. The equilibrium was holding. He documented each reversion zone with its coordinates and its approximate extent and its relationship to the generators on either side. This documentation went into the post-initialization record as the primary practical output of the final accounting. Future entrants would encounter these zones. They needed to know what they were, and that they were stable, and what the caretaker species was doing at the boundaries, and what the sentient network's role was in the ongoing monitoring. At level 25, he spent an extra day because the level 25 fauna had recognized their passage on the descent in the 3-day pace, and had not had time to communicate about it. The combat shard engagement on the descent had established a relationship that needed acknowledgement now that they were returning at a pace that allowed for it. He spent the day in the organized posture of non-threatening presence in the entry chamber, and the fauna did not engage aggressively. They observed. He observed back. The mapping shard indexed the observation. It was not the relationship he had built with Vel on level 3. There was not enough time or shared vocabulary for that, but the acknowledgement was correct, and he made it. At level 20, he sent a stone writing message into the secondary passage network. A single mark that Vel had taught him, and that he had practiced enough to produce with reasonable accuracy in the bonded hide medium. The mark for completion. The mark that was the notation for a thing that had reached its designed end state. He sealed it in a small package with the written account of what had happened, and pushed it into the secondary passage entrance, and trusted the sentient network to route it to Vel. Then he continued upward. Chapter 44, Level 11 Revisited. The caretaker species on level 11 received the information about the reversion zones with what Kale interpreted as urgent efficiency. The pressure language communication was clearer on the ascent than it had been on the compressed descent. He had 3 days on level 11, rather than the one he had allowed going down, and the 3 days were sufficient to communicate the priority shift in maintenance work. The reversion zone boundaries were the new priority. The functioning generator surfaces in the intact levels were self-sustaining at full initialization frequency, and did not require the caretaker species' biological secretion. The boundaries were where the secretion's mineral reinforcing properties would support the healing process. He communicated the locations of the reversion zones and their approximate extents using the pressure language vocabulary he had built, and the mapping shard's coordinates for each zone. The coordinates were translatable into the caretaker species' spatial reference system through the level 11 generator notation, which the caretakers knew better than he did, and which gave them a common reference framework. The efficiency of the caretaker's response was instructive. They did not ask extensive questions. They received the information and organized the response. Watching them organize told him more about their social structure than the pressure language conversations had. They did not have a hierarchical organization in the obvious sense. What they had was a functional organization where the most directly relevant knowledge determined who led the response to a specific situation. The caretaker, who knew the level 14 area's generator layout, most intimately became the coordinator for the level 14 reversion zone response. The caretaker, who knew level 9, led the level 9 zone response. This was the same principle he had been using since level 1, the most complete understanding of a specific domain guided decisions in that domain. He had applied it to a team of 4. The caretaker species applied it to what was apparently a population of several hundred distributed across levels 8 through 14. He spent the second day on level 11 drafting the relevant section of the post-initialization document that described the caretaker species' role and communication protocols. Future entrants who descended past level 8 needed to know the caretakers existed, what their function was, how to recognize their maintenance work, and how to communicate with them without disrupting their operations. He wrote the pressure language primer that he wished he had had when he first encountered them. The third day he spent with the level 11 generator, not assessing its function. The function was at full initialization now, and the assessment would have been redundant. He spent it reading the generator notation completely. He could read the full notation now, and he had been on every other level's generator. Level 11's was the one he had seen most briefly on the descent. He read it in its entirety and added the complete reading to the post-initialization document as an appendix. The level 11 generator notation contained one element he had not seen in any other generator's notation. A modification that was not the sentient additions from level 9 and not the caretaker species maintenance marks. Something else. A notation style that was related to the deep before style, but was not identical to it. Something between the deep before shaper's notation and the sentient stone writing style. Something from an intermediate period, after the deep before shapers and before the sentient notation had fully developed. He read it carefully, 3 times. On the third reading the meaning resolved. It was a record of the original disruption event. Not the surface event, not the cause. The record of the generator's response to the disruption event. How the held breath system had been functioning before the disruption, and what had changed when the disruption happened, and what the generator's original design specified for the disruption scenario. The disruption scenario was in the original design. The deep before shapers had anticipated that the organized material layer could be disrupted. They had included in the generator design a response protocol for exactly that scenario. The response protocol was the initialization cascade. The cascade was not just a repair mechanism. It was the original disruption response that had never been triggered because the deep before shapers' civilization had declined before they could trigger it. Everything he had been working toward was in the original design of the system. He sat with this for a long time. Then he wrote it in the post-initialization document because it mattered for anyone who came after, and tried to understand why the dungeon existed and what the initialization had done. The dungeon was not a response to a crisis. It was a 3 centuries delayed execution of a contingency plan that the deep before shapers had built into their original system. The human architects had designed shard types to match the generator frequency, but the generator notation contained the shard specifications. The architects had not designed toward the generators. They had read the generator notation, whether consciously or through some other mechanism, and had reverse-engineered the shard types from the generator specifications. The mapping shard, the combat fire affinity, the structure stone affinity, the anchor, all 4 were in the level 11 generator notation, specified, described, named in the deep before notation system with the function each would serve in the initialization cascade. The dungeon had not been designed for them. They had been designed for the dungeon. He looked at the shard in his hand and thought about level 1 and the bonding disk and the dungeon reading him correctly and the shard forming in response to who he was at the moment of bonding. The dungeon had not randomly assessed him and produced a useful result. The dungeon had matched him to one of 4 specifications it had been carrying since before human civilization had a notation system to describe it. He was the specification, not the person who had been selected for a function, the person who had been the function's match. He wrote this in the document, and then wrote the section heading, What the Deep Before Shapers Knew. He filled 3 pages under that heading with everything the level 11 notation had told him. Then he sealed the level 11 section of the post-initialization document added it to the package he was building for Marin on level 1, and climbed the passage to level 10. The ascent continued. Chapter 45, Orvith's Workshop, Revisited. Orvith had not been idle in the 7 months since they had left level 3. This was apparent the moment Cale entered the workshop on the return. The space was the same 3 connected chambers with the same structural modifications that Lyra had produced. The organization of materials and tools was recognizably the same organization, but the inventory had changed, and the inventory's change was informative. Where the workshop had previously held primarily level 3 materials, and a limited supply of level 1 and level 2 goods acquired through Marin's trade system, it now held materials from every level between 1 and 7, not in large quantities, in precise quantities. The amount of each material that was useful for Orvith's bonding work, rather than the amount that would have accumulated through general trade. "You have been receiving materials from the Descent," Cale said. "Fenwick's upward communication system." Orvith was at the workbench with something that was in the process of becoming. He did not look up when they entered because he was at a stage of the work that required attention. "When you started sending level-specific materials upward in the priority communications, I asked Brescia to route samples to me alongside the documents. Your level 6 crystal samples were particularly useful." Cale looked at the deep red-brown crystal fragment on the shelf that contained the level 6 samples. "Useful for what?" "For understanding what a generator resonance carrier looks like in crystallized form. The deep red-brown crystal is precipitated from the generator frequency field. It forms when the field intensity is high enough, and it retains the frequency signature in its crystalline structure. I have been working on whether it can be used as a bonding material to add generator frequency resonance to equipment." He looked at the crystal fragment with revised understanding. He had cataloged the deep red-brown crystal as a level 6 crystal type and noted its interface function between the generator and the secondary passage network. He had not thought about its precipitate character or its potential as a bonding material. "Has it worked?" "Partially." Orvith set down the object he had been working on and turned. "Bonding the crystal into equipment gives the equipment a low level of resonance frequency sensitivity. I have been testing it with entrants passing through level 3 who were willing to carry bonded items and report back." He picked up the object from the bench. "This is the most successful version." The object was a small flat disk, slightly larger than the mapping shard but thinner, and with a matte surface, rather than the translucent quality of most shards and shard-bonded items. It was the deep red-brown of the level 6 crystal with a pattern in its surface that was not decorative. "It is a resonance detector," Orvith said. "It responds to the generator frequency, and to the anti-note, and to any frequency in the held breath register. When the held breath frequency is present, the disk warms. When the anti-note is present, it cools below ambient temperature. An entrant carrying this disk would have continuous ambient information about the held breath status in their current location without needing a stone affinity shard to read the material directly." Cale took the disk and held it. It was warm. The generator frequency was present in the level 3 air now at a level it had not been before the initialization. After the initialization, the disk would be warm at every level where the generators are functional. Yes, and in the reversion zones it would be cool, which would give descending entrants a continuous signal about whether they were in a healthy section of the dungeon or approaching a reversion zone. Orvith looked at the disk. "I made 6. I will make more when I have enough level 6 crystal. Your upward communication should continue to include level 6 crystal samples as a priority." "It will." He handed the disk back. "The initialization has changed the dungeon significantly. The documentation going upward from here should include the resonance detector as a standard tool recommendation for entrants below level 7. I had assumed as much, which is why I was making 6 rather than 1. He sat down in the workshop with the particular pleasure of someone returning to a space they had been in before and finding it exactly as useful as they remembered. He spent 2 days with Orvith. One day adding to the workshop's notebook the complete level 4 through 40 field documentation that had not been in any previous upward communication, because he had been moving too fast to write comprehensive notes in the final stretch of the descent. The second day he spent working with Orvith on the resonance detector design. Not making more of them, improving the design. The first version responded to the frequency but was not precise enough to distinguish between a generator at 50% function and one at full function. He wanted a version that could give a more granular reading of generator health. This mattered for the reversion zones and their recovery process. Entrants monitoring the reversion zone recovery would need to know whether the surrounding generators were at the function level required to sustain the healing process. The improved design was theoretically possible using a different preparation of the deep red-brown crystal, combined with a secondary crystal type that Kale identified from the level 35 generator, and that Orvith had not yet had samples of. When you pass through level 35 on your next descent, Orvith said. He looked at Orvith. My next descent. The reversion zones are stable, but they are not healed. The healing process will take years. The monitoring of that process and the assessment of what additional intervention might accelerate it requires someone with the mapping shard's indexing capacity and the team's connection resonance to visit the zones periodically. He met Kale's eyes with the direct quality of a craftsman stating a practical fact. The dungeon is not finished with you. You have completed the initialization. What comes after the initialization is not your responsibility, but it is your capability. He sat with this for a moment. He thought about level 40 and the primary generator's full function ease. He thought about the convergence point and its edges that were impressions. He thought about the cascade propagating upward through every functional generator. He had thought about going home. He had thought about it in the passage after the initialization, and he had found the thought still present but differently shaped than it had been before. Before the initialization, going home had been the goal at the end of the descent. The thing the descent was moving toward. After the initialization, going home was a choice rather than a destination, a question to be answered rather than a direction to be moved in. I have not decided yet, he said to Orvith. That is honest, Orvith said. He turned back to his workbench. The level 35 crystal sample, when you pass through. When I pass through, Kale said. He finished the level 3 documentation editions and sealed the workshop's notebook and left it in the workshop for any entrant who needed it. Then he climbed to level 2. Chapter 46, Vel. Vel was in the second eastern chamber when Kale descended from level 2 to level 3 on the return. Not waiting. The sentients did not wait in the human sense of marking time in a location until something arrived. Vel was in the second eastern chamber because that was where Vel was in that moment, and the chamber happened to be the chamber Kale was passing through. The convergence was not arranged. It was the result of 2 entities whose patterns had aligned. He said hello in the sentient language. Vel's response was not the acknowledgement. It was something longer, something with a quality in the tonal components that his grammar identified as the register of formal recognition. The recognition of a completed thing. He sat down on the chamber floor, not at the center this time. Near the wall, at the position that had become their habitual arrangement over the sessions on level 3 7 months ago. Vel settled into the forward-inclined posture that it used when the conversation was going to be sustained. He told Vel what had happened. He told it in the sentient language with his 40-word vocabulary and his partial grammar, and the significant gaps that still existed in his understanding of the tonal nuances. The telling was imprecise, and he knew it was imprecise and Vel knew he knew it, and received the imprecise telling with the patience that it had been demonstrating toward his language efforts from the beginning. When he had finished, Vel was quiet for a long time. Long enough that he had time to write 3 sentences in his notes and look up again, and find Vel still in the same position with the amber eyes, focused somewhere between them rather than at him. Then Vel reached out and pressed 2 fingers to the chamber floor, not the mark that meant completion. A different mark, longer, a compound that he had not seen Vel produce before. He looked at it and let Lyra's teachings and his own reading practice and the mapping shards index work together on the mark. The component parts resolved slowly but completely. The mark meant the long carrying has reached its end. He sat with this phrase for a while. The long carrying. 3 centuries of sentient maintenance of a system that should have had human support from the beginning of the dungeon's existence. The diminishing population. The generational decline. The energy of an entire people committed to keeping a boundary intact while waiting for the specific combination of shard types that the deep before notation had specified would eventually arrive. The long carrying had reached its end. He pressed his own hand to the floor beside Vel's mark and made a mark in return. Not the completion mark, the mark for the first term of a new thing, a beginning. Vel looked at his mark, then made the acknowledgement, the intensifier, very yes, very acknowledged. They sat together in the second eastern chamber for another hour. He did not try to communicate complex things. He did not have the vocabulary, and the things that needed to be communicated were not simple enough for imprecision. What he did was something that was not exactly communication, and not exactly silence. The companionable proximity of 2 people who have been working on the same problem from different positions and have arrived at the same end point. He thought about the sentient population, the decline that the long carrying had caused, the people who had died in the service of a maintenance effort that should not have needed to be manual. He thought about whether the decline was reversible now that the primary maintenance burden was lifted. He did not have a word for reversible in the sentient language. He had the word for the first term of a new thing. He had the word for growth in the biological sense that the cave skitter population data had given him vocabulary for on level 1. He had the word for potential. He assembled a question from these components. The question came out approximately as, can the new beginning contain growth potential for your people? Vel looked at the assembled question and processed it in the amber-eyed stillness, then produced a response that took him 10 minutes to fully parse. The response said, the long carrying had a cost that was measured in people. People who had been born, and who had spent their lives in maintenance rather than in the work their nature would have directed them toward. Now that the maintenance demand was reduced, people would be available for other work. The other work that the sentient nature directed toward was the work the deep before shapers had been doing before the disruption had made the held breath maintenance the priority. The study of the organized material layer and its properties, and the ways in which organized and pre-organizational states could coexist in productive equilibrium rather than opposition. The sentients were going to return to science. After 3 centuries of custodianship, they were going to do the work that had been set aside when the long carrying began. He felt something at this that he did not have a name for in any language. He wrote it down as well as he could, the feeling of a wrong thing being righted that was so old the wrong had come to seem like the natural state of things. He said goodbye to Vel in the sentient language. The goodbye came out approximately correct. Vel produced a sound he had not heard before, not from the 40-word vocabulary, something new. A complex tonal construct with a warm quality in the mid-register that is grammar parsing associated with the kind of farewell that anticipates return. He walked back to the main level passages and climbed toward level 2. The shard was warm with the warmth of an index that contained, among other things, 7 months of sentient language development, and the most significant conversation in the organized material layer's post-initialization history. He kept climbing. Chapter 47, Level 2, in amber light. The Deepwalkers had descended to Level 4. He learned this from the camp they had left behind in the eastern section of Level 2, which was empty in the organized way of people who had departed deliberately rather than fled. The leather pavilion partitions were still in place. The crystal columns shaped into storage supports were still there. The water basins were dry. A note in Karath's compact handwriting was fixed to the primary support post. He read it. The note said, "Generator cascade confirmed from Level 2. The held breath frequency has strengthened significantly. We are descending to assess reversion zones on levels 8 through 10. Your documentation continues to arrive through Bresch's system. We are using it. We will add our own observations to the system when we return." Paul says the Level 11 pressure language primer needs a section on the distinction between navigational signals and social signals. He worked it out himself, but it took longer than it should have. He smiled. It was the first time he had smiled in a way he had noticed in 7 months. He wrote a response note to the Deepwalkers' camp in case they returned before he left Level 2. He told them the reversion zones were stable and bounded. He told them the Level 11 caretakers had been informed of the new maintenance priority. He told them that if they encountered anything in the levels 8 through 10 reversion zones that contradicted the stable and bounded description, to send the information upward immediately with priority designation. Then he added, Paul was correct about the navigational social distinction in the pressure language. The primer should be updated. I will add the section when I have time. He spent 4 days on Level 2. The level felt different with the generator cascade running at full function. Not dramatically different. The amber crystal light was the same amber. The crystal columns were the same biological growth. The Gloam colony was in its eastern territory, showing the same behavioral patterns his index had documented on the first encounter 7 months ago. Level 2 was Level 2, but the underlying frequency was different. The structural hearing that Lyra's shard produced was giving her a constant ambient signal where the held breath frequency had been partially degraded. She described it as hearing the dungeon breathing normally for the first time. The dungeon had been breathing at partial capacity for centuries, and now it was not. He mapped the sections of Level 2 he had not covered on the original descent. Not urgently. Not because there was a deadline. Because the mapping shard indexed what he observed, and Level 2 was a level that deserved a complete record, and he was here and had 4 days. The Gloam colony in the eastern section had changed while they were below. The colony's territory had expanded. Not into the western sections that Davin had driven them from in the engagement on Day 8 of their original Level 2 residence. Into the deep eastern section, where the secondary passage entrances were. The Gloam had discovered the secondary passages. This was new information with implications. The Gloam colony was a distributed intelligence, and the secondary passages were a resonance conduit network. If the colony was using the passages as a movement medium, it was moving through the resonance conduit at the held breath frequency. It was possible that prolonged exposure to the resonance conduit was affecting the colony's behavioral development. He sent a note to Vel through the secondary passage network, describing what he had observed and asking whether the sentients had encountered this before. He did not expect a quick response. He also noted it in the Level 2 section of the post-initialization document, under the heading, Unresolved Questions Requiring Monitoring. He was building a section of the document dedicated to things that the initialization had changed in ways he could not yet fully evaluate. The Gloam secondary passage interaction was one. The sealing organism filter mechanism, and whether the changed held breath frequency affected the ambient air compounds it was filtering was another. The crystal column biological growth rate, and whether the stronger generator frequency affected it was a third. The dungeon was not a static system that he had understood and could now stop observing. It was a dynamic system that had just undergone its most significant change in 3 centuries. What that change would produce over time was a new set of observations to be made and understood. He was not distressed by this. He was the opposite of distressed. On the 4th day of Level 2, he walked through the central section and visited the central chamber for the first time since the initialization. The convergence chamber where the water channels met. The chamber with a wren. The water channels were running at a higher volume than they had been on his first visit. The compound concentration in the channel water would be higher too, which would affect the endurance benefit that entrants who drank from the channel seeps received, and which would need to be noted in the updated Level 1 and Level 2 orientation documents. A wren was in the disk, the figure made of crystal at the convergence disk center. He had not been in this chamber since his first 2 weeks in the dungeon. He had been in contact with a wren through the written records, and through what Vel had communicated through the sentient network, but he had not been in the same space as a wren for 7 months. "The initialization is complete," he said. "I know," a wren said. The old voice, older than the dungeon's administrative layer, older than the architects. "I felt it when the primary generator activated. The convergence disk here is connected to the generator network in a way that is not in the human records but that the deep before shapers built into the architecture." "The convergence disk is a generator interface," Kale said. "Yes, it was the first thing I learned about the disk when I was established here. The interface function predates the administrative layer I am part of. It is foundational." A wren was quiet for a moment. "What you have done is not what the architects described when they designed this dungeon." "I know. The architects did not have the complete picture. No, they understood the problem analytically and designed a response that was correct in structure but incomplete in scope. What you found was the complete picture. The archive on Level 19. Among other things, the archive has been there for the entire period of the dungeon's existence. 381 years of entrance passing through Level 19, and none of them having the combination of language access and structural perception and index capacity to read it. Aren's crystal face impression had the quality of something that was not exactly an expression, but was the space where an expression would be. You needed all 4 shard types present to access the archive fully. The mapping shard to read the deep before notation, the stone affinity to perceive the 3-dimensional marking, the fire affinity to read the thermal frequency layer, the anchor to synthesize the complete picture from the 4 partial readings. He had not known this. He had not known that the archive required all 4 shards to read completely. He had used his own developing notation reading and Lyra's structural hearing. They had not used Davin's thermal sensing or Fenwick's anchor synthesis on the archive. "We did not read it completely," he said. "You read enough. The essential content was accessible with 2 of the 4 perceptual modes. What the other 2 would have added is in the Level 11 generator notation, which you read in its entirety." Aren paused. "The dungeon gives you what you need at the time you need it, not always what you need in the format you would prefer." He thought about this, about every piece of information that had arrived when it was relevant rather than when it would have been most convenient. About the mapping shard forming in response to who he was at the moment of bonding, about Fenwick being found rather than sought. "The dungeon has been managing this process," he said. "The dungeon is the deep before Shaper's most sophisticated creation. It does not manage in the way you manage things. It responds. It has been responding to entrants who were potential matches for the initialization specifications since the bonding system was established, providing circumstances that develop the relevant capabilities, not forcing outcomes, enabling them. He sat down at the edge of the convergence disk. The water channels were flowing around him. The disk was the frequency interface between the administrative layer and the generator network. He was sitting at the center of the dungeon's organizational architecture. He thought about cave skitters and warm paths, and what it meant that the dungeon had been reading him since level 1. "Is the dungeon finished with me?" he said. Aren was quiet for a moment that felt considered. "I cannot speak for the dungeon in that sense. I am the administrative layer, not the dungeon itself. What I can tell you is that the initialization is complete, and the held breath is running at the designed function level, and the primary generator is sustaining itself, as it was designed to sustain itself. Whether there is more work that requires the specific combination of capabilities you and your team possess is a question the dungeon cannot answer in advance. It answers by showing you what is present when you are present." He looked at the disk, at the water channels, at the crystal convergence above him where the channels had disappeared to wherever they went. "Then I continue to be present," he said. "Yes," Aren said. "That seems right." He stood up and walked back through the level 2 chambers toward the level 1 passage. Chapter 48, The Plateau, Marin's pavilion had expanded. Not dramatically. 3 additional support posts and a second horizontal beam had extended the covered area by approximately 4 meters to the north. The inventory under the extension was organized with the same system as the original pavilion, but contained more materials than the original had ever held. The organization of the additional inventory suggested that Marin had been doing what she had always been doing, and had simply been doing more of it. She was at the main table when Kale came up from the level 2 passage. She looked at him the way she had looked at him on day 13 of level 1, when he had produced a population estimate to 15% accuracy for 2 hides and a knife. The expression that was not quite amusement, the trader's economy of assessment. "You came back," she said. "Yes. 7 months. 7 months." She looked at the team behind him. Davin, who was visibly more developed than the person who had left the plateau 7 months ago. Not just physically. In the way he moved and held himself. The combat shard was visibly more present in him as a function rather than a tool. Lyra, who was touching the plateau stone with 2 fingers in the absent-minded way that the structural hearing had become a habit, reading the ambient frequency without thinking about it. Fenwick, who was looking at the plateau and at the pavilion, and at Marin with the particular quality of someone who has returned to a place they built part of and is taking inventory of what has changed. "The initialization worked," Marin said. "It was not a question." "Yes, how did you know?" "Brescia's last communication from your team was the reversion zone cascade assessment. That was 6 weeks ago. No communication since suggests either you were dead or the work was done." She reached under the table and produced a package. "Letters, from the surface. The traders brought them down." 3 traders independently brought copies because the letter system is not reliable, and whoever wrote the letters wanted to make sure at least one arrived. He looked at the package. Letters from the surface addressed to him meant someone on the surface knew he was here. He had not told anyone he was here. He had arrived as an unclassified arrival. Nobody on the surface had known where he was for 7 months. He took the package and opened it carefully. 3 copies of the same letter on surface paper that had acquired the damp quality of underground conditions, despite the packaging. The handwriting was not familiar. The letter was from someone he did not know who had identified themselves as a geological researcher at a university in the part of the world above the dungeon. The letter said, "We have been observing significant changes in the geological properties of the bedrock in this region over the past 2 months. The changes are consistent with a restoration of organized crystalline structure in previously disrupted zones. We do not have a model that accounts for this. The changes are occurring simultaneously across the entire region at depths that no known natural process would affect simultaneously. We have been told by a surface trader that a person matching your description arrived at the dungeon entrance 7 months ago and has been sending written documentation upward through the entrance system. We would very much like to speak with you. The surface damage was healing, not slowly, measurably. In the 2 months since the initialization, the geological instruments on the surface had registered the change. He put the letter down and sat with what this meant for a moment. Then he asked Marin for paper and wrote a response. He wrote it quickly with the efficiency of someone who has spent 7 months distilling complex information into useful summaries. He explained the generator network, and the initialization and the healing process, and the expected timeline for continued recovery, and the reversion zones, and what they were, and that they were stable and not growing. He did not explain everything. The full explanation was in the 32-page post-initialization document that he had brought up from level 40, and that was sitting in his pack. He wrote a summary sufficient for a geological researcher to understand what they were observing and why and what to continue monitoring, and what the monitoring should look for as evidence of the healing process progressing. At the end of the summary he wrote, "The records for what occurred underground are comprehensive and will be available through the entrant documentation system. The person to contact for access is Marin at the Level 1 plateau. She will route requests appropriately." He gave the response to Marin and the post-initialization document and the complete set of level documentation he had been carrying. He explained the priority system and the routing logic, and which documents needed to go to the surface traders, and which needed to stay in the dungeon for entrant access. Marin received all of it, and organized it with the efficiency of someone who had been managing information flows for 3 years, and had been waiting for the volume to reach the level it had just reached. "The expanded pavilion," he said. 6 new entrants arrived while you were below, 3 of them with shard types in your documents, 1 mapping shard, 1 combat stone affinity rather than fire, 1 structure earth affinity rather than stone. She looked at him. Not the right configuration for another initialization, but useful configurations for monitoring the reversion zones. He thought about the documentation going upward, about Brescher routing it correctly, about the geological researcher's letter, about the 6 new entrants and their shard types. The dungeon was still working, still responding, still enabling the capabilities that the work required in the people who arrived and were ready for the bonding. "The mapping shard entrant," he said. "Where are they?" "Level 1, Eastern Section, arrived 2 weeks ago. Has been doing population surveys since day 4. Marin's expression had the quality of full amusement rather than the precursor to it. "Very thorough surveys. Made Fenwick's Cave Skitter population estimate look approximate." He smiled again. The second time he had noticed himself smiling since the initialization. "I would like to meet them," he said. Chapter 49, The New Arrival. Her name was Sable, and she had been watching a cave skitter colony in the 3rd northern chamber for 6 hours when Cale found her. She was 17, younger than anyone he had encountered in the dungeon by a significant margin. Her mapping shard was newer than his in the sense that it had fewer connections in its index, fewer weeks of accumulated observations building the foundation that the connection function drew on. But the index structure was already organized with a precision that his own had not achieved until month 2. She was fast. She was also alone and had been since arriving, and she received his approach with the wariness of someone who had been managing the entry period independently, and had developed a self-reliance that was not unfriendliness, but was careful about what it let past its outer layer. He sat down at a distance that was not crowding and looked at the cave skitter colony she had been watching. He did not introduce himself immediately. He watched the colony for 5 minutes and let the shard index what he was seeing. The colony had changed since his original Level 1 surveys. The population had increased. The territory had expanded northward by approximately 15 meters, which was consistent with the Level 2 Gloam colony being driven east during their engagement 7 months ago. With the eastern Gloam pressure reduced, the skitter population had space to expand. The warm air current in this chamber had shifted, not dramatically. The Level 1 generator cascade had changed the ambient frequency of the crystal throughout the level, and the crystal temperature had adjusted slightly, and the air currents that the cave skitters used had adjusted with them. The skitters were still using the warm path, but the warm path was in a slightly different location than it had been on his first survey. He noted this in the index, and then looked at the cave skitter that was sitting on the stone formation to his left, not cleaning its leg, but watching him with the amber eyes that were Level 2 amber. "That one visits from Level 2, he said, not loudly. "The way you say something you have noticed to a person who is in the right position to find it interesting." Sable looked at the cave skitter, then at him, then back at the skitter. "How do you know?" "The eye color. Level 2 skitters have amber eyes from the amber crystal influence. Level 1 skitters have the standard dark eyes." He looked at the skitter. "The Level 2 individuals have been coming up through the Level 1 passage since the Level 2 Gloam territory expanded. New foraging territory." She processed this with the speed of someone whose shard was doing what the shard did. He watched the shard pulse at her wrist and watched her expression change as the index made a connection. The Level 2 Gloam expansion pushed the Level 2 skitters toward the passage, and they found Level 1, and the Level 1 territory was open because the Level 1 skitters had expanded northward. She paused. The Level 1 expansion was because the Level 2 Gloam pressure on the southern Level 1 population was reduced. "Yes. That is 3 populations connected through one territorial change." "Welcome to ecosystem ecology," he said. She looked at him, not with the wariness, with the expression of someone who has just heard something that opened a door they had not known was there. He introduced himself. She knew the name from the documentation. She had read the Level 1 and Level 2 orientation documents on her first day, and she had read the Level 3 through 6 summaries in the 3 subsequent days, and she had formed a clear idea of who had written them before meeting the person who had written them. The idea was not entirely accurate, and she said so directly, which he appreciated. "You are more ordinary than the documents suggest," she said. "The documents describe what I observed, not what I am. The documents describe someone who sees connections that other people miss and who builds systems from those connections and who is patient with a purpose rather than patient as a personality trait." She looked at him. "That is not ordinary," he thought about this. "It is a practice, not a trait. Anyone can develop the practice." "Can they?" "Given the right tool and the right environment, yes." He looked at her shard. "You have the right tool, you are in the right environment." She looked at her shard. The index pulse he could see at its surface was active and specific in the way of a shard that had been used intensively for 2 weeks. "The documents say you spent 14 days on Level 1 before descending." "Yes. I am on day 14 today." He looked at her. "Are you ready to descend?" She thought about it. "Not for long. I am ready to descend when I understand the thermal skitter migration pattern well enough to predict the next expansion event. I estimate 2 more days of observation." He looked at the cave skitter on the stone formation, the Level 2 individual with the amber eyes. He thought about day 1 of Level 1, when the first entry in the index had been a cave skitter walking a warm path. He thought about what 2 more days of observation in the right company would add to a mapping shard index that was already organized with unusual precision. "I will be here for another 4 days before I descend again," he said. "If you would like a second observer." She considered him with the careful quality of the self-reliance that was not unfriendliness. Then she said, "The thermal migration data will be better with 2 independent observation positions." "Yes," he agreed, "it will." They watched the cave skitter colony together, and the two mapping shards indexed the same scene from positions that were 6 meters apart and would produce data that was similar and not identical, and the similarity and the difference between them would be more informative than either would have been alone. He thought about Fenwick synthesizing across independent data streams, and about what the anchor shard function would find in the comparison between two mapping shard indexes observing the same system. The dungeon was still working. Chapter 50, What the Index Holds. On the last morning before Cale descended again, he sat at the edge of the Level 1 plateau in the position he had used for writing since his first week in the dungeon, and he queried the mapping shard for the evening query he had begun on Level 6. The most important connection the shard had made since the last time he had asked. The answer was not a connection between two pieces of recently observed data. The shard surfaced a connection between the initialization event and something in the oldest layer of the index, something from Level 1. From the first 2 weeks, he let the connection resolve. The cave skitters in the thermal migration pattern that Sable had identified used not just the warm air current as a navigational guide. They used the held breath frequency in the ambient crystal. The frequency had shifted with the initialization. The held breath was stronger, and the frequency had changed slightly from the cascade running at full function versus the degraded function level of the pre-initialization dungeon. The cave skitters had been navigating by a frequency that was slightly wrong for 2 weeks. The frequency correction the initialization had produced was what was driving the territorial expansion he had observed on the Level 1 plateau. Every cave skitter navigational decision in the dungeon had been calibrated to a slightly degraded frequency for 300 years. The initialization had recalibrated the frequency. The entire cave skitter population of every level in the dungeon was in the process of adjusting its navigational patterns to the correct frequency. The cave skitter population adjustments would cascade through every predator-prey relationship in the dungeon. Every population that depended on the skitter distribution would shift in response. The gloam colonies, the deep crawlers, the sealing organisms whose filter mechanisms were sensitive to the organic concentration that skitter populations influenced. The Level 4 translators whose MAT pulse network registered and routed the biological activity signals of every species on their level. The Level 11 caretakers whose maintenance work cycles responded to the ambient biological activity around the generator sites. The entire ecology of the dungeon was in the early stages of a cascade adjustment, not a disruption. An alignment. The dungeon's ecology had been adapted to a degraded held breath frequency for 3 centuries. Now the frequency was correct. Everything was adjusting to correct. He sat with this for a long time. He thought about the work that documenting this adjustment would require. Every level, every species, every behavioral shift that was the dungeon's ecology aligning to the frequency it had been designed to exist within. The mapping shard could index it all. The index would grow in ways he could not currently predict because the adjustment was still beginning, and its full scope was not yet visible. He thought about Sable 2 days away from her first descent, with a mapping shard index already organized with unusual precision, and 2 days of collaborative observation with him added to it. He thought about the Deepwalkers assessing reversion zones on levels 8 through 10, about Orvith developing the improved resonance detector using the Level 35 crystal he had not yet retrieved, about the geological researcher on the surface monitoring the healing of the organized material layer and receiving his summary and writing back with the specificity of someone who had instruments and was willing to use them. He thought about the secondary passage network, and Vel returning to the study that the Deep Before Shapers had been doing before the disruption, and the long carrying had interrupted it. The study of how organized and pre-organizational states could coexist in productive equilibrium. The science that the sentients had been custodians for too long and were now free to practice. He thought about Fenwick. Fenwick had descended to level 5 with Davin and Lyra 3 days after they had returned to the plateau. Not to monitor, not urgently, because Davin wanted to assess the fire affinity output in the post-initialization frequency environment and whether the changed ambient frequency affected the modulation precision. Fenwick because wherever the team went, he went. The anchor shard distributed across the team, and the distribution was not something that switched off when the immediate task was complete. Lyra because the reversion zones on level 5 were the levels she had first felt the stress in the stone, and she wanted to read the post-initialization state of the same stone and have that reading in her index alongside the pre-initialization reading. They were coming back in 2 days. Then Kale would descend with them. The monitoring work, the reversion zone assessments, the ecology adjustment documentation, the improved resonance detector retrieval from level 35, the continued sentient language development that he had not stopped pursuing on the return journey and would not stop now, the geological researcher correspondence. The work that came after the initialization was not less than the initialization had been. It was different. It did not have the urgency or the compressed timeline or the weight of the thing that needed to be done before it was too late. What it had was scope. An open scope that he could not see the end of because the dungeon was dynamic, and what the dynamic system would produce was not predictable in advance. He could only observe what was present when he was present. He looked at the mapping shard in his hand. The warmth was steady and ordinary. The index was running. The connections were being made. The cave skitters in the northern section were navigating toward the newly correct frequency, with the unhurried assurance of animals that understand their environment is changing and know how to adjust. The first entry in the index, a cave skitter walking a warm path between 2 stone formations on day 1 of level 1. The most recent entry, the thermal migration adjustment cascade that the initialization had produced across every level of the dungeon, beginning with the cave skitter population and propagating outward through every ecological relationship the dungeon contained. The cave skitter from the beginning to the end. He put the shard back in his pocket and picked up his writing materials and began the notes for the ecology adjustment documentation project. He described what the shard had shown him, and then organized the description into a series of questions that the documentation would answer as the adjustment progressed. He had been asking questions since level 1. He had learned that the questions were not a sign of insufficient understanding. They were the form that understanding took when the system it was applied to was rich enough to continue producing new things to understand. He was good at this. He had known it since level 1. What he knew now that he had not known then was that being good at it was not a conclusion. It was a foundation. The dungeon was still here. The work was still here. The index would hold everything the work produced. He kept writing. The cave skitters navigated the warm path. The held breath frequency was correct for the first time in 3 centuries. And somewhere below level 1, below level 2 and 3, and the amber crystal and the violet-blue light and the absolute darkness and the warm stone and the clear primary generator passage, the equilibrium between organized and pre-organizational states was present again. Not fragile, not strained. Present in the way that things present in their right relationship are present, without effort, without announcement, simply there as what it had always been designed to be. The long carrying had reached its end. The new work had begun. And Kale, who had arrived in a small stone room that smelled like his grandmother's basement with no weapons and no supplies and no explanation, sat at the edge of level 1's plateau in the crystal-lit air and did what he had always done. He paid attention.